You pretended to be a couple and stuck to me, and even cheated me out of money. The girl I'm living with actually wants to win me over. We agreed not to get emotionally involved, but she keeps crossing the line again and again. Qin Fan, who had sealed his heart with concrete, initially chose to deal with it coldly, but things started developing in a strange direction. When she was hungry, she would cook for him. When he was frustrated, she would hold him in her arms to comfort him. And when he got sick, she would be upset for him. What's worse, she's a voice actress, and she often whispers all sorts of voices like a domineering girl, a sweet innocent one, and more into Qin Fan's ear, nearly shattering his resolve. Qin Fan, can you check my eyes? I think I got some sand in them. There's nothing there. Are you sure? Come a little closer, Tilda. Really, there's nothing. BZZT. I kissed you, Tilda, this is your reward. Chapter 1, Urgent. What to do if you meet your mother-in-law during a blind date. Although the weather in September was hot, the coffee shop had air conditioning at a constant temperature, so even wearing just a short-sleeved shirt, it felt just right. But when Qin Fan's gaze fell on the silver-haired lady sitting across from him, he suddenly felt cold. His expression darkened to the extreme. This was the blind date his mother arranged for him? At 20 years old, Qin Fan was a second-year student at the Jiang University Fine Arts Department. This wasn't his first blind date pushed by his mother, but the previous ones were all fairly normal, at least with girls around his age. But this time, the woman sitting in front of him, though impeccably dressed, with smooth skin and a curvy figure, looked like she was at least 10 or more years older than him. Ms. Shinhuishan must be really worried her son wouldn't be able to find a wife. The previous blind date, a 28-year-old single mother with a child, was already outrageous enough. To be honest, if the silver-haired lady hadn't walked into the cafe and recognized him as Qin Fan, he would have thought she walked into the wrong blind date table. After all, from the information he got from his mother, his blind date was supposed to be a 20-year-old silver-haired female university student who was also rich. The lady across from him only matched two things: silver hair and being wealthy. Huishan's precious son has grown up so much. The lady's voice was filled with the unique charm of an older woman, and even her gaze toward Qin Fan became a little brighter, as if she were genuinely surprised. From her tone, it seemed like she knew his mother, which only made Qin Fan feel even more uneasy. Oh. I don't know how to address you, miss. You've got such sweet words. The lady's full lips curled up, revealing two dimples, but if you call me that, the hierarchy will be all wrong. I'm your Aunt Jiang Shui. Don't you remember me? Aunt Jiang Shui. Qin Fan really didn't remember her, but this made him breathe a sigh of relief. His mother wouldn't sell him off to someone she knew, right? She probably wouldn't, right? Seeing Qin Fan scratch his head in confusion, Aunt Jiang Shui chuckled lightly. When you were 5, I used to carry you, and now you've forgotten about your aunt. 15 years had passed since he was 5, so Qin Fan had no memory of it. But he was quick to catch on and finally understood. Oh, I think I remember now. Your Aunt Jiang Shui. Aunt Jiang Shui's gaze boldly swept across Qin Fan before stopping on his face. The little guy really had inherited his parents' genes well, and his appearance was quite charming. I remember when little Qin Fan was so small, and now look at you, all grown up into a handsome young man. If it weren't for your mom sending me pictures, I would thought you were some other handsome young man. It's because Aunt Jiang Shui doesn't visit me often. But why are you here today? Since he was chatting with an elder, Qin Fan began to feel a bit awkward, sitting up straight at the table. Of course, I'm here for a blind date, Tilda. Aunt Jiang Shui stirred her coffee with a spoon, her eyes giving off a different vibe. A blind date? Was his mother really planning to sell him off? Oh my god, am I really her son? Thinking about this, Qin Fan sat up even straighter. What are you nervous about? It's not like I'm the one on a blind date. I'm here for my daughter. Aunt Jiang Shui seemed to have seen through Qin Fan's thoughts. She was clearly enjoying teasing the little cutie who used to call her Auntie Shui. Aunt Jiang Shui has a daughter. This made her expression show slight displeasure as she crossed her arms in front of her chest movements momentarily distracting Qin Fan. When you were little, you said you wanted to be Auntie's son-in-law when you grew up. Have you forgotten that? I'm so heartbroken. Qin Fan really didn't remember that. Even if he had said it when he was younger, that was so many years ago it probably didn't count anymore, right? Well, it's not your fault. After all, our family moved to the United States when you were young, and we've been living there for 14 years. We only came back last year. Auntie, how can you say that you came back and didn't even visit us? Qin Fan quickly took the opportunity to speak up, and rather than making Aunt Jiang Shui upset, it made her feel nostalgic, as if he were still that cute little boy who liked to act spoiled and jealous. I really wanted to visit you all, Aunt Jiang Shui furrowed her brow. After sending Jiqian back to China for college last year, we've been so busy for a whole year. Finally, things settled down, but then there were issues with our overseas business. We really didn't want to leave Jiqian alone in Jiangcheng, so that's why I came to find your mom. Aunt Jiang Shui looked helpless. Balancing family and business was hard, so she had to give up one. Qin Fan could tell that she was frustrated, but he didn't think she really expected him to fulfill that childhood promise. It had been so many years already. Maybe it's fate. Your sister Jiqian is in the same university as you. You two can look after each other. Aunt Jiang Shui's words suddenly made Qin Fan realize. A 20-year-old female university student, silver hair, and at the same school as him. He instantly thought of someone, Jiang Jiqian, a top student in the broadcasting department, the recognized school beauty of Jiang University. Known as the silver-haired ice queen, she was the most popular broadcaster at the school radio station. Wait a minute, Aunt, did you say Jiqian? Yes, Jiang Jiqian. Didn't you always like her when you were little? She's in the broadcasting department at Jiang University, same as you, and she's in her second year. Aunt Jiang Shui pulled out her phone and showed Qin Fan a photo. In the photo was the high-cold goddess from the broadcasting department. Qin Fan had met her a few times at school, but she always had a standoffish look, making Qin Fan think she was difficult to approach. My mom told me you don't want to date, but don't try to back out this time. By the way, I'll let you know, the marriage contract you and Jiqian wrote as kids is still in her possession. What? It's written in black and white, clear as day. She's now your legitimate fiancé. Auntie, you're joking, right? What's the use of a marriage contract from when we were kids? Qin Fan panicked. He had been focusing on his future and had never considered dating. That's why he always found an excuse to avoid previous blind dates. Are you going to be a heartless man, Qin Fan? The marriage contract has your handprint on it. It's legally binding. Qin Fan felt like he was going to explode. Suddenly, he became the unwilling fiancé of Jiang University's dream girl, which he couldn't accept. Aunt Jiang Shui snapped a photo of the handsome young man in front of her with her phone and seemed quite satisfied. She then stood up to leave. The flight takes off in 2 hours, so Auntie has to go now. Don't forget to say hi to your mom for me. Oh, by the way, Jiqian will be moving in with you tonight. Make sure to go home and clean up your room. Huh? How do you know where my apartment is? Qin Fan was even more confused now. He was given no chance to refuse. Of course, your mom told me. She has already agreed. Looking at Qin Fan's helpless expression, Aunt Jiang Shui couldn't help but like him more. As she left, she muttered to herself. I wonder if I can have a grandson next year? But Huishan seems to prefer girls. Qin Fan couldn't accept it. Everything was happening so suddenly. His mother had clearly prepared everything, and it looked like she was determined to make him date someone. But Qin Fan wasn't going to give in. Chapter 2, Hello, I'm your fiancé. The weather in Jiangcheng changes abruptly. One moment, the sky is clear, and the next, light rain begins to fall. Qin Fan arrived at the entrance of his apartment building at exactly 5 in the afternoon after returning from the cafe. Though his conversation with Aunt Jiang Shui had taken place an hour ago, Qin Fan still found it hard to believe. Not wanting to be overly controlled by his parents, he had moved out of his home since high school and lived alone. This continued until he enrolled in university. Qin Fan's rented apartment was a standard 3-bedroom unit with an independent kitchen. There was a master bedroom, a guest room, and a room he used as a painting studio. Despite having a kitchen, he rarely used it. Either he ate at the school cafeteria or ordered takeout, as an art student's daily life was filled with collecting materials or staying up late painting. The idea of having a romantic relationship was practically impossible for Qin Fan. He didn't have time for that. He had dedicated his time to everything he loved, running a Bilibili account and creating auto-drawing animations, becoming one of the top 100 content creators in the animation sector. His dream was to contribute to the animation industry in Dongxia. Of course, he still had a long way to go before realizing this dream. With his Bilibili account focused on creating fan animations of Circle God, Qin Fan had accumulated 300,000 followers. Occasionally, he would receive sponsorships to supplement his pocket money. Meeting other creators offline and collaborating was more satisfying than any romance. The vast horizon is my love tilde. Qin Fan took a bottle of soda from the fridge and sat on the couch. Just as he was about to take a sip, his phone rang. He checked the caller ID and saw that it was his beloved mother, who seemed to have predicted exactly when he'd be home. He quickly answered the call. Fan, how was the blind date? Wasn't that girl nice? When you were little, you even talked about marrying her. I didn't meet the girl, but I met someone who could be my mom, Qin Fan teased, noticing that his mother clearly didn't expect that Aunt Jiang Shui was the one he met. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? His mother, Miss Shen Huishan, was stunned. She's your age, and even if you don't like her, you shouldn't say that about her. Mom, if you're going to insist that Aunt Jiang Shui is the same age as me, I'm not happy about that. What did you just say? Aunt Jiang Shui. After Qin Fan explained the whole story about the blind date, Miss Shen Huishan couldn't help but laugh. Is Aunt Jiang Shui afraid my son will devour her daughter or something? Why did she have to come see you in person? She didn't make things difficult for you, did she? She didn't make it difficult for me, but Mom, you sold me out by giving her my apartment address. Qin Fan didn't dare to say this out loud, knowing it would lead to a scolding. No, she said, only with a mother who is as beautiful as the moon and as graceful as a flower could she have a son like mine. Hearing this compliment, his mother on the other end of the phone laughed happily. Of course, your mom was quite something back in the day. Stop. I don't want to hear about your and Dad's love story. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to clean the room. Do you already know? Aren't you mad? Aunt Jiang Shui told me. Her daughter is coming to stay. Since you arranged it, how could I be mad? Mom's just doing this for you. Stop fiddling around with those weird Bilibili videos. At your age, why not focus on dating properly? If you were half as capable as your father, I'd already have grandchildren. Hang up. You're so annoying. Qin Fan quickly hung up. His parents had forbidden him from dating when he was in high school, and now that he was in university, he wasn't interested, but his mom was still talking about wanting grandchildren. Being a son was tough. After ending the call, Qin Fan was distracted by a message on QQ. It was all friend requests, most of which were from younger female students confessing their feelings. He sighed and rejected them all, then focused on a pinned message. The message was from Boss, another Bilibili content creator, with the ID Yuashia Hanswang. She was a major figure in the voice acting community, and the two had been collaborating for a year. There was a simple message and a voice file attached. Boss, I've already recorded the voice for Raiden Shogun and Ye Miko. I've been busy with moving, so I'm only sending it now. Please check if there are any changes needed. Boss, Raiden Shogun buys melon.mp3. The message was sent half an hour ago, and Qin Fan immediately replied. Shan Yao Jun, I trust you boss with the voice acting. Thumbs up emoji. The two had already collaborated on more than 10 videos for Circle Goddess fan animations, where Qin Fan was in charge of the animation, and Boss took care of the voice acting. He trusted her professionalism. Recently, the character pool for Raiden Shogun had come out, so they came up with a plan for a video featuring Raiden Shogun buying melons and pulling out a sword to slice them. Qin Fan eagerly clicked on the recording. A Raiden Shogun comes to buy a melon. How much is this melon? 2 yuan per jin. Is it guaranteed to ripen? If not, I'll still sell it to you. Are you here to cause trouble? After listening to the recording, Qin Fan was amazed. The voice acting was spot on. Boss perfectly captured the characters' distinct voices, whether it was the elegant, queen-like tone or the soft, lowly voice. If he finished the animation quickly, the new Circle God video would be online soon, so his fans wouldn't go unappreciated. After a brief reply, Qin Fan started cleaning the guest room. Since it had been unoccupied for a while, there was just some dust, and it was easy to clean up. Around 7:30 p.m., his mother sent another WeChat message. Jiqi's sister is downstairs. Go pick her up. Remember to treat her well. Don't bully her, or I'll be really mad. I want to see who this person is. Outside, the rain was still falling. The sky was grey with no light. A girl with silver white hair was slowly walking forward, pushing 2 suitcases through the rain. Her clothes and hair were soaked, and in the light of the street lamps, she sparkled faintly, giving an almost surreal feeling. The girl checked the address on her phone and compared it with the apartment building's sign several times before entering. Qin Fan stepped out of the elevator and immediately ran into the delicate girl soaked in rain. Their eyes met briefly, and in that instant, Qin Fan felt like he saw stars in her eyes. The brief eye contact lasted only 2 seconds, and both quickly averted their gazes, sizing each other up with slight confusion. The girl in front of him was definitely Jiang Jiqi from the broadcasting department. Qin Fan was certain he wouldn't mistake that cool, distant gaze. However, Qin Fan soon noticed her soaked clothes and the 2 large suitcases behind her. Are you Qin Fan? Before Qin Fan could speak, the girl asked first, her cherry-like lips parting to speak in a sweet voice, like a nightingale. Her voice was soft and pleasant, but there was a hint of coldness, leaving no trace of emotion. Hello. Qin Fan greeted politely, his tone calm and friendly, just like how he spoke to others. After hearing Qin Fan's response, the girl carefully took out her phone, opened the photo album, and compared the pictures with Qin Fan for a moment. Her eyes subtly shifted before she said, I'm your fiancé, Jiang Jiqi. Her tone was formal, but Qin Fan could feel a deep chill in her words. Hello. Jiang Jiqi took out a yellowing note from her pocket and handed it to Qin Fan. As he took the note, Qin Fan couldn't help but notice the picture on her phone. It was a photo of himself taken at the cafe earlier that day. He paused awkwardly for a moment, then quickly looked away. Let us go upstairs and talk. This weather is really something. If you catch a cold, it won't be worth it. With that, Qin Fan took the girl's luggage and helped her into the elevator. To be honest, the suitcases were heavy, and he could barely lift them with one hand. A girl pushing 2 large suitcases through the rain, all for a fiancé she had no connection with, it was quite a scene. Ding dong tilde 10th floor, arrived tilde. The mechanical voice of the elevator broke the silence as Qin Fan dragged the luggage into the apartment numbered 1001. Jiang Jiqi followed behind and asked, should I take off my shoes? No need, just come in. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Her voice was still cold and distant as she hesitated at the door, then stepped past the threshold. The first thing that caught her eye was the shoe rack, where the shoes were neatly arranged. As they walked through the small hallway, they reached the living room. The entire living area was divided by a glass cabinet displaying various art pieces and anime figures, separating the dining area from the entertainment space. Jiang Jiqi sat down on the couch, her face showing slight surprise since she had been impressed by the tidiness of the living room and kitchen. Everything was neatly organized and very clean. At first glance, it was quite comfortable, making Jiang Jiqi feel a bit more favorable toward Qin Fan. It was clear he was a well-organized person, completely unlike how her mother had described boys living alone as messy. Because of this, Jiang Jiqi had even asked her mother for tips on how to take care of a guy's daily life. Chapter 3. You're a nice person. Aren't you? Perhaps it was because of the rain just now, Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but sneeze. Would you like some water? Jiang Jiqian held the cup of hot water handed to her by Qin Fan in both hands. The warmth from her hands seemed to dispel a lot of the coldness in her body. The girl brought the cup of water in front of herself, blew on it with her soft little mouth and was about to drink it, but suddenly she thought of something and a strange expression appeared on her face. In the end, she held the cup in her palm without drinking it. Thank you. About the marriage certificate. Qin Fan had just read the marriage certificate, and a slight blush appeared on his handsome face. Although the handwriting on the paper was very childish, it was clear that it said that Qin Fan would marry Jiang Jiqian when he grew up and protect her for the rest of his life, and Jiang Jiqian would also give birth to many babies for Qin Fan. What the hell is this? I'm so ashamed. Qin Fan cleared his throat and pretended to be calm. First of all, I think our future shouldn't be bound by a childhood marriage certificate. And if I ask you to marry and have children with someone you don't like right now, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? Qin Fan's attitude was very firm, and the attitude he showed seemed to be beyond Jiang Jiqian's expectations. However, Jiang Jiqian seemed to only pay attention to the 3 words, give birth to a child, and her face turned red all over. My mother said that you can only have a child with the person you love the most. Yeah. Jiang Jiqian nodded softly. If you can agree with my idea, then everything will be fine. But is this really what you really think, Qin Fan? The reason why Jiang Jiqian asked this was because of her experience at school. There were always boys approaching her for various purposes, so she generally categorized the boys into one category. Therefore, she thought that Qin Fan in front of her would definitely seize this opportunity to get involved with her. But Qin Fan didn't. Jiang Jiqian saw sincerity in his eyes. Yeah. I think Jiang Jiqian probably has the same idea as me. Jiang Jiqian smiled, although only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, but this cold smile was still very beautiful. She still picked up the glass of water and took a sip. Such a person wouldn't put drugs in the water, right? Qin Fan was touched by the girl's action of daring to drink but not daring to drink. It was totally unlike something the cold and aloof boy in school would do. Classmate Qin Fan agrees with me, but I will be troubled if you just reject this marriage certificate. Jiang Jiqian expressed her helplessness. My mother would never allow me to do this. What should we do then? Qin Fan, I have a proposal, are you willing to accept it? Suddenly, Jiang Jiqian's voice inexplicably acquired a hint of royal sister's flavor, and her cold and aloof aura like a queen was revealed with her words. Qin Fan had seen this face of Jiang Jiqian before. She used the same tone when rejecting other boys, a tone that absolutely would not tolerate rejection. What? We can act like a couple in front of our family, but in reality we won't interfere with each other's lives. What do you think? After hearing this, Qin Fan had no reason to refuse. This way, his mother would not urge him to get married, and he would not have to spend time dealing with so-called blind dates. This was indeed a good solution. No matter what, the superficial work must be done well, which is why Jiang Jiqian made up her mind to move to Qin Fan's place with her luggage. The girl held the cup of water and said with evasive eyes, but my family requires me to move in with you. Sorry, to bother you. I will pay the rent. Although he was reluctant that a girl moved into his house for no apparent reason, Qin Fan still accepted it silently. After all, the other party had no choice just like him. Moreover, the two of them are not from the same department, and their schedules should be different, so they would not have much contact in life. It's okay. I know you have no choice. I have a guest room that can be used for you. Jiang Jiqian smiled happily, and the tension on her face finally eased. Thanks. Qin Fan considerately carried her luggage and led her to an empty room. The room was so simple that it only had a bed, a table and a wardrobe. Jiang Jiqian was very satisfied with the environment, and the corners of her mouth were always raised. When friends or family come over, they stay here. I'll change the bedding for you later. There are new ones in the closet. Oh, thank you. I can do it myself. Then I'll go back to my room. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Well, I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, by the way, there's a bathtub in the bathroom. It would be nice to take a bath after the rain. Qin Fan's last words before he left actually woke Jiang Jiqian up. On the surface, he was telling her about the facilities in the house, but in fact, he also realized that she had caught a cold because of being caught in the rain. Qin Fan's attentiveness made Jiang Jiqian feel a little warm in her heart. She truly felt his kindness. At least from now on, he was not like those boys who deliberately showed off in front of her. If he also wanted to win my favor, why didn't he remind me to take a shower to get rid of the cold just after entering the door? Instead, he casually mentioned it before leaving after talking about something that both of us were concerned about. This way, he could show his goodwill without making me misunderstand. In short, Jiang Jiqian had a good first impression of Qin Fan. After all, they would have to interact with each other for a long time in the future. Jiang Jiqian didn't want to disrupt the other person's life rhythm because of her appearance, so they should get along well. After tidying up the room, Jiang Jiqian first peeked out of the room and looked around stealthily. After making sure that there was no one in the living room and Qin Fan's door was closed, the girl took a deep breath, looked a little cute, and ran to the bathroom holding her underwear. After making sure the bathroom door was locked, the girl took off her clothes and soaked herself in the steaming bathtub. The rising hot steam made Jiang Jiqian's little face blush. My mind kept recalling what happened today, from the moment I agreed to this bizarre marriage proposal until now. In fact, Jiang Jiqian wanted to take a shower as soon as she sat on the sofa. Their wet clothes stuck to her body and made her feel very uncomfortable, but she was too embarrassed to mention it in front of Qin Fan, so she had to endure it until now. On the contrary, the other party had actually noticed his discomfort a long time ago, so when talking about the engagement, he went straight to the point and tried to get him out of it as quickly as possible. Just as his mother said, Qin Fan's upbringing is indeed very good and the other party is a very gentlemanly person. After taking a shower, Jiang Jiqian, wrapped in a bath towel, still ran back to the room only after making sure that no one was around. After changing into a comfortable robe, Jiang Jiqian dialed a number in her address book. The phone rang in her hand for a full 30 seconds, but the only response from Jiang Jiqian was a mechanical female voice. Hello. The number you dialed is out of service. My mother is probably on a plane to country M now. Then I opened WeChat and sent a message in the dialog box with the note, Mother. Jiang Jiqian, Mom, I've already settled down at Qin Fan's house. I'll get along well with him. Jiang Jiqian's expression became extremely lost when she thought about not being able to see her mother for the next year, and her cold face was filled with deep longing and loneliness. However, a pop-up message from QQ flashed by on the phone, briefly diverting Jiang Jiqian's attention. The message was sent by a friend named Shan Yaojun, who is an upmaster in the animation section of Bilibili. Shan Yaojun, boss you, I listened to the dry voice recording you sent me, so let us go with this. Jiang Jiqian then remembered the sound she had recorded for him this afternoon, and her slender fingers slid quickly across the on-screen keyboard. Yuashir Hanswang, I am moving these days, so the recording may be delayed for a few more days. Shan Yaojun, moving. Are you uncomfortable with the big villa you lived in before? In the room across the other wall, Qin Fan squatted in front of the computer, coloring the drawn anime characters on the digital tablet with one hand, while replying to Boss Yu's messages. Moonfrost, my parents went abroad for some reason. I moved to live with my relatives during this period, so please give me a few more days. Yam Mushroom, okay. Okay. After finishing the chat with Boss Yu, Qin Fan turned off his phone. In his opinion, if he really wanted to find a partner, he could only find a rich woman like Boss Yu who had a high concentration of second dimension, had a common language with him, and had a great voice. However, Boss Yu's professional ability is really strong. He is probably a professional voice actor from some studio. She probably just treats him as a younger brother. Qin Fan wanted to laugh. He actually came up with the idea of beating up Boss Yu. He had never even seen her in person or heard her real voice. He must have been influenced by the blind date today. He quickly dismissed the strange thoughts in his mind. Qin Fan's nightlife was not disrupted by what happened today. He sat at the computer desk in the room and drew on the board. He drew until 11 o'clock in the evening. Just when Qin Fan was thirsty and was taking a cup to get some water, he saw a black shadow rushing out of Jiang Jiqian's room and landing on the sofa in the living room. Chapter for the light is broken and I am afraid of the dark. After going out, Qin Fan found that the door of the next room was open, and there was no one in the dark room. The black shadow that he had just mistaken for a big black rat was Jiang Jiqian. At this moment, she was squatting on the sofa holding the quilt like a frightened little rabbit. What is going on? Qin Fan was a little confused. What was he doing sitting on the sofa alone in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Take the cup, fill it with water from the water dispenser and walk past the sofa. The girl was wearing a light pink nightgown, her hands tightly hugging her legs, and her white toes under her trousers were neatly placed on the edge of the sofa, looking very cute. Are you not used to sleeping in the room? Qin Fan took a sip of water and asked. Jiang Jiqian shook her head, then looked up at herself aggrievedly, her brows trembling slightly and it seemed as if tears were rolling in her eyes. Clearly an hour ago, the other party still had a cold and aloof look as if no one was approaching her. How could she suddenly become like this? This pitiful look made Qin Fan's heart tremble. The light is broken. Jiang Jiqian buried her face in her knees and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Qin Fan suddenly realized that he was sleeping on the sofa with the quilt in his arms because the light was broken and he was afraid of the dark. Are you afraid of the dark? Jiang Jiqian didn't say anything, but lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, obviously agreeing. The poor girl was too embarrassed to bother Qin Fan to help fix the light so late at night, so she could only shiver on the sofa in the living room, hugging the quilt. There was a problem with the light in the previous room. It was only intermittent and I never had time to replace it. I remember there seemed to be a spare new light. As he spoke, Qin Fan was looking for a spare light bulb on the counter in the living room. After hearing Qin Fan's words, Jiang Jiqian felt like she saw the dawn of hope. She clenched her hands tightly together, and although she felt very embarrassed, she still kept her gaze on Qin Fan. Strange? I remember there was another one. Qin Fan searched the counter and couldn't find a single light. He scratched his head and said apologetically, "Now we can only go buy a new light bulb. You stay here first. I'll go buy one downstairs." The girl was a little at a loss and said, "How about, change it tomorrow, it's already late. I'm obviously causing trouble for the other party." "It's okay, there's one at the convenience store downstairs. If I don't finish something that can be done right away, I won't be able to sleep at night," Qin Fan said casually to Jiang Jiqian. She understood that Qin Fan said this obviously to avoid giving her any psychological burden. Seeing Qin Fan disappearing at the elevator entrance, Jiang Jiqian summoned up her courage and shouted, I'll go with you." Jiang Jiqian was already frightened when the lights suddenly went out while she was alone in the room. Now she felt a little inexplicably scared when she was left alone here. "Okay." Qin Fan did not refuse. The rain had stopped before, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, allowing me to see the bright moon hanging in the sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival is only a dozen days away, and the moon is almost not round. The reflection of the moon shines in the small puddle, lighting up the road. The two walked side by side. It seemed that because of the shock just now, Jiang Jiqian and Qin Fan were very close. The girl lowered her head and looked pitiful, completely unaware that she had let her guard down. Because she had just taken a shower, Qin Fan could smell the mixed fragrance of shower gel and shampoo on the girl, which made him feel relaxed and happy. Looking down, he saw that the slippers on the girl's feet were the same ones he had temporarily given her to wear, and they made a creaking sound when they stepped on the small puddle. Neither of them spoke, and they just walked all their way to the convenience store. "Aunt Chen, do you have a light bulb? What style do you want?" The lady called Auntie Chen looked at Qin Fan and Jiang Jiqian, then smiled and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Qin. Is the girl next to you your girlfriend?" A man and a woman were shopping in a convenience store late at night. Aunt Chen thought they were a young couple buying umbrellas. The three words, girlfriend, made Jiang Jiqian's body twitch, and her originally calm face instantly became flustered. "Little girl, you are so lucky. Xiao Qin is really a good kid. Not only does he respect the elderly and love the young, he also often helps our neighbors. If Aunt Chen and I had a young child, I would definitely take him as my son-in-law. Aunt Chen, don't scare her. She's a distant relative of mine. She moved to my place for a few days because of something at home." Qin Fan interrupted quickly, "And your daughter doesn't like me. Last time I sent her 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of mock tests, she said she hated me. So you're a relative? She's so pretty that I thought she was your girlfriend." Aunt Chen smiled happily and went to get a light bulb for Qin Fan. Jiang Jiqian on the side kept her head down, obviously facing such a situation for the first time. When Aunt Chen took the light bulb back, Qin Fan wanted to pay but was refused. Because she had tutored Aunt Chen's daughter last time, she refused to take the money from Qin Fan for the light bulb no matter what, and finally prepared 2 servings of Oden for the two of them as a midnight snack. Aunt Chen was too enthusiastic, so Qin Fan had to accept it. On their way back, Qin Fan apologized to Jiang Jiqian. "Auntie Chen is a very nice person. Don't take what she just said to heart." The girl nodded slightly. She was not angry about what had just happened. Instead, she felt that this outing was very interesting. She experienced the world of fireworks that she had never experienced before. Qin Fan was really highly regarded by his neighbors. Someone who is recognized by his neighbors obviously doesn't have any bad intentions. After the two returned home, Jiang Jiqian's look at Qin Fan no longer had the coldness she had when they first met. In order to be able to help, she consciously turned on the flashlight for Qin Fan. To be honest, it's really charming when boys are serious, even if it's something as simple as changing a light bulb. It's nothing more than taking out the light bulb and replacing it with a new one. "Okay, try turning on the light." The expression on Jiang Jiqian's face was instantly lit up like the lights in the room, and her eyes revealed a hint of admiration. It seems that Qin Fan is really different from other boys. He is not only a gentleman but also can save lives. He is a very reliable man. Without light, I, who am afraid of the dark, would not be able to sleep at all. It was all because I left in such a hurry that I even forgot to bring the most important night light. Of course, Qin Fan had no idea what the girl was mumbling in her heart. Instead, his eyes were attracted by the layout of the room. In just a few hours, their whole room began to change drastically, into a style that girls like. However, what Qin Fan cared about most was the microphone on the table by the window. It seemed to be the same model as his own microphone. This microphone had excellent sound reception and he would use it when he live-streamed games. He remembered that he bought it on the recommendation of Boss Yu, who was a voice actor. Eh? Who's that on the bed? When Qin Fan withdrew his gaze, something similar to a suspender top on the bed caught his attention. It was off-white. Of course he knew what it was, and he didn't dare to look at it anymore. He said nervously, "Okay, I'm hungry after all this. I'll go back to my room first." Jiang Jiqian seemed to have noticed something, and she quickly closed the door after Qin Fan left. Her cold jade-like face became warm, and she quickly picked up the hanger and hung the underwear on the bed in the closet. A lot of things happened today, but Qin Fan really had no ill intentions, so Jiang Jiqian felt that she must thank him properly tomorrow. Chapter 5 How Should I Repay Him? At breakfast, the girl was home alone and went to school by herself. The next day, the sunlight shining through the window almost heated up the thin quilt Qin Fan was covering himself with. Qin Fan finally woke up from his sleep. It was all because he couldn't sleep after eating Odin yesterday. He just happened to find that he hadn't started his art homework yet, so he was busy until 2 in the morning. Alas, this is what art students are like. Staying up late is a common occurrence. I opened my phone and looked at the time and it was already 10:30. You're late. You're late. Qin Fan got up from the bed in a panic, and it took him 2 seconds to realize that he had class in the afternoon. He wanted to sleep a little longer, but the sudden urge to urinate ended his thought. Qin Fan opened the door as usual but did not go out. Now there was a girl in the house for no apparent reason. It was obviously not appropriate for him to go out in shorts so blatantly, so he changed his clothes before going out. On the small balcony next to the living room, a silver-haired girl was sitting lazily in an armchair, reading a book with both hands. The girl's profile was very beautiful, and her delicate facial features were flawless. Jiang Jiqian's outfit also caught Qin Fan's attention. The white shirt and black printed horse-faced skirt exuded a sense of coolness and bravery. The sunlight shines through the ivy on the balcony, and countless black spots are reflected on the girl's shoulders, which invisibly adds a touch of beauty to her. At this moment, Qin Fan really wanted to take out his mobile phone to take a picture of this scene, because it was really beautiful. He dared to guarantee that the photo he took would be praised by the teacher in the photography class. Suddenly, Jiang Jiqian seemed to notice the other person's gaze. She slowly put the book on her legs and looked at Qin Fan with clear eyes. The breakfast on the table may be cold. I didn't know you just got up now. The girl's voice was crisp and distant, and no emotion could be heard. Qin Fan even wondered if the girl in front of him was the same person from last night. Oh, thank you. Qin Fan turned his gaze away indifferently and looked at the bag of buns and soy milk on the dining table. It seemed that she must have gotten up very early, perhaps she had already returned from a class, but since he helped her fix the light, it was reasonable for her to bring him breakfast. The girl continued reading the book in her hand and ignored Qin Fan in the distance. Actually, Qin Fan didn't eat much breakfast. After washing up, he finished several meat buns with the mentality of not wasting food. Although the buns were cold, they tasted pretty good. During this time, the girl still sat motionless on the small balcony, like a nice beauty. Qin Fan had no intention of taking the initiative to talk to her. He decided not to interfere in her life if he could. Qin Fan put the books for the afternoon class into his backpack. When he passed the sofa, Jiang Jiqian's helpless expression last night came to his mind again. It was very lovable, but also very funny. But he absolutely could not laugh out loud. It was not until the sound of the door closing was heard when Qin Fan left that the girl raised her head and looked at the door. Jiang Jiqian was still very concerned about what happened last night, especially that he saw her underwear on her bed. But judging from Qin Fan's attitude today, he didn't seem to care, or maybe he didn't see it at all last night. Jiang Ziqian shook her head to get rid of the strange thoughts in her mind, and thought about how to thank Qin Fan for his help yesterday. She thought of someone, so she took out her cell phone and found the contact with the profile picture of Silly Cat and the note of Silly Yaya in WeChat contacts. The other person was Xu Yaya, her best friend and also Qin Fan's classmate. She had asked her best friend about Qin Fan's news before. Jiang Ziqian, Yaya, please send me a copy of your art major S class schedule. Silly Yaya, class schedule.pdf. The class schedule was sent, and then there was no other additional information. This made Jiang Ziqian frown slightly. It was not in line with common sense. What happened to Xu Yaya today? Usually she would ask what happened. Jiang Ziqian, are you busy? Silly Yaya, I'm fighting the swordsman Ashiner Ishin, trying to clear the level with 0 damage. Sword Saint. What Yishin? Playing games again. Jiang Ziqian, who has been hanging out at B Station for many years, of course knew what Xu Yaya was talking about, and immediately became angry. Jiang Ziqian, you should manage your time when playing games, it will hurt your health. Her silly Yaya became addicted to computer games since some day. The originally silly girl became even dumber after becoming addicted to the games. If Jiang Ziqian knew who taught her best friend how to play games, she would definitely skin him alive. The purpose of getting the class schedule was to make it easier for her to understand Qin Fan's movements and schedule, but Xu Yaya didn't know that she and Qin Fan were living together. If she knew, she would probably cry for 3 days and 3 nights, right? After taking a rough look at the class schedule, Qin Fan had 2 classes in the afternoon and no classes in the evening. Jiang Ziqian's eyes turned to the kitchen, which was so clean that it was useless. She had already decided how to repay Qin Fan. Those boys often say that there is nothing that can't be solved by a meal, and if that doesn't work, then 2 meals will do. Then why not just treat him to a meal? At 1:30 in the afternoon, Qin Fan's electric scooter was already parked in the parking lot outside the teaching building. It would take about half an hour to walk from his apartment to his college. In the past, Qin Fan often left home nearly an hour in advance for fear of being late. After receiving the first pot of gold from the incentive from Bilibili, I decisively bought a small electric scooter as a means of transportation. Fortunately, the school allows students to ride bicycles, and all they have to do is wear a helmet and be a law-abiding college student. Today's public class is Situation and Policy, which is attended by 2 classes together. Generally, Qin Fan basically does not listen to such courses. Even if he wants to learn, he cannot concentrate. Therefore, Qin Fan found an inconspicuous seat in the back row and prepared to slack off. Qin Fan did not bring a computer this time, but quietly turned on his mobile phone. Generally, in such public classes, as long as you are not too arrogant, the teacher will not make things difficult for you. Just as I was about to open the B Station application, a very energetic voice sounded on my left. Steam, start. The voice was very soft and only Qin Fan could hear it. His wrist twitched slightly and he turned to look at the girl with a magnificent cleavage who had been sitting next to him without him noticing. At first glance, she was dressed like a lively girl, but the dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious. She skillfully turned on the savior computer in front of her, then turned on the accelerator and opened Steam. The girl's name is Xu Yaya, nicknamed Silly Yaya, and she is recognized as the most cheerful and fun-loving person in the class. Her personality is sometimes silly and cute. The first time Qin Fan came into contact with her was when she was quietly playing games in a previous open class. She was sitting next to him at that time, and he was attracted by the game Plants vs. Zombies on the computer. It seemed that this was the first time that Xu Yaya came into contact with games, and she became addicted to it since then. Whenever there was a public class, she would sit over and use the computer to play games. As time went by, she would bring her own laptop, and Qin Fan would teach her how to download Steam and play various games. In this sense, Qin Fan is also her mentor in the gaming field, and he has made an indelible contribution to cultivating such an internet-addicted girl. Xu Yaya said somewhat boastfully, "Master, I have completed the game Sekiro that you recommended last time. You've cleared the game. It's only been a few days." Qin Fan looked at the other person's dark circles in disbelief. He hadn't even finished the game yet and was stuck at the final boss, the sword master Lu Wei Yisin. Just a few days, right? Chapter 6, I Feel Wronged. Why not live on another planet? Shu Yeye showed off by opening the Steam interface to the page of Sekiro. The total game time was 38 hours, and all achievements were obtained. All accomplished. It's relatively simple. You just need to stay focused and not be distracted during the whole process. Qin Fan was stunned. What was this? This was simply genius. At this moment, he really wanted to ask her for advice on how to pass the game, but he was her gaming mentor, so it was too cheap to ask her for strategies. Hey, master. What other fun games are there? I can't wait. Shu Yeye looked at Qin Fan sincerely. With this cute baby face and the dark circles under her eyes, she looked like a national treasure, the panda. This little girl not only has amazing gaming talent but is also so hardworking that even Qin Fan feels a little inferior to her. Next time, for sure. Look at you now. You're like a national treasure. Shu Yeye pouted and complained, since I said it's a national treasure, why don't you take out the good things to take care of the national treasure? I taught you to play games to enrich your life, but now it has affected your normal routine. If you continue like this, I won't recommend any more games to you. Master, you are not going to expel me from the sect, are you? No. Shu Yeye looked at Qin Fan with grievance, and her expression looked like she was about to cry. The girl's voice was not small and it attracted the attention of the people around her. If the classroom wasn't big enough, her speech would have been heard by the teacher on the podium. Qin Fan's expression was serious. Since she called him master, he must not lead her astray. You are punished for not being able to play games for 3 days. Now listen to my lecture and reflect on it. I actually have a good game here. It allows you to wander around the city and punish revilers. Yes, master. I understand. Shu Yeye's eyes were full of stars. For the sake of the good game her master had mentioned, she had to reluctantly turn off the computer. She sat upright, with the huge thing on her chest lying heavily on the table, creating a spectacular sight. But this scene did not last for more than 5 minutes, as Shu Yeye fell asleep on the table. Looking at the saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth, she must have been dreaming about something delicious. Young people nowadays have a very good sleep quality. It has been several minutes since the bell rang for the end of get out of class, but Shu Yeye is still sleeping. If they hadn't had to change classrooms for the next class, Qin Fan wouldn't have had the heart to wake her up. The last class in the afternoon was about modern art history. The teacher's lecture was lively and interesting. Qin Fan only fished for half an hour in the class. The pen in his hand rubbed back and forth on the notebook, and the line drawing of a character was completed beyond the scope. The painting was of Jiang Jiqian sitting on the balcony reading a book in the morning. Qin Fan's painting skills were quite good. Although it was just a simple line drawing, he was able to draw Jiang Jiqian very vividly. Qin Fan finally got through the last class of the day like an old lady. He packed up his things and rushed to be the first one to rush out of the classroom. If they don't join any clubs or activities, most college students' lives are just between the dormitory and the classroom. They are even reluctant to go out to buy meals when they don't have classes. The godfathers who go out have the obligation to bring meals for their sons. In fact, Qin Fan is in a similar situation. He doesn't join any student organizations because he finds it boring. When he doesn't have classes, he either stays at home to finish his manuscripts or plays games live. Of course, he will also go out to take pictures to change his mood. Riding my beloved little motorcycle Tilder. When the music is played, no one loves it. Qin Fan rode his electric scooter through every corner of the campus, and he didn't know what Jiang Jiqian was doing at the moment. Qin Fan unconsciously thought of this so-called fiancée. No matter what she did, she was just a stranger living under the same roof. Jiang Jiqian stood at the door of the rental house with a look of despair on her face. Piled around the door were the daily necessities, vegetables and poultry that she had just bought from the supermarket. My original plan was to buy things from the supermarket and then come back to cook, but when I came back after buying things, I realized that I didn't have the key at all. I clearly noticed that I didn't have my key when I was doing morning exercises this morning, but Qin Fan forgot to ask after he got up. Jiang Jiqian had been standing at the door of the rental house for 15 minutes. Fortunately, no one else came up during this time, otherwise she would have been really embarrassed. But it would be even more embarrassing if I were to wait here for Qin Fan to come back after class and then run into him when I open the door. How about taking these things downstairs? That way, when I meet Qin Fan, I can pretend that it was an accidental encounter and that I just came back. Jiang Jiqian thought about it and felt that her idea was feasible, so she picked up the big and small bags on the ground again. At this time, the elevator mechanical broadcast sounded. Ding dong tilde, we have reached the 10th floor tilde. Jiang Jiqian felt like her heart was about to jump out. Her cold face turned paler than usual and her expression was extremely distorted. At this time, when the elevator door opened, Qin Fan noticed Jiang Jiqian standing at his door. The expression on her face was very ugly, as if he had offended her. What a coincidence, you just came back too. Well, I bought some things. Jiang Jiqian lowered her head to make room for the door, her voice cold and awkward, and now she wished she could just find a place to hide. Looking at the bag in Jiang Jiqian's hand and her cold expression, Qin Fan probably guessed something. He didn't dare to say a word, fearing that he would be beaten, and hurriedly opened the door. After entering the room, Jiang Jiqian quickly put the vegetables and poultry into the kitchen, then took her daily necessities back to the room and gently closed the door. Qin Fan was left alone in the living room, and she even forgot to give him the most important key. She must be angry and embarrassed now, right? Jiang Jiqian's expression just now was definitely not to be provoked. Sure enough, the rumors were true. She was still the cold and aloof iceberg in school. The pitiful girl on the sofa last night was clearly an illusion. About a few minutes later, the girl walked out of the room, wearing a pink apron she had just bought. Qin Fan, can I borrow your kitchen? Jiang Jiqian's tone seemed very gentle on the surface, which was completely different from her cold attitude just now, which made Qin Fan feel scared. Qin Fan had no choice but to smile. Use whatever you want. The girl sorted out the food in the bag and continued, you haven't eaten yet, right? Well, let's order takeout later. Don't order anymore, let's eat together later. What's going on? There's even a hint of shyness in her tone. This made Qin Fan even more afraid to refuse the girl's request. There must be something hidden behind her seemingly gentle words. Oh, do you want me to help with the dishes? Qin Fan subconsciously walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Jiqian blocked the kitchen door very firmly and looked at Qin Fanxian with a serious look. No, I can do it all by myself. Oh. His tone became cold again. Qin Fan really couldn't figure out Jiang girl's mind. This was also the reason why he didn't fall in love. It would be great if every girl's mind was as easy to guess as simple Xu Yeye's. But Jiang Jiqian's real idea was actually very simple. Since she was here to thank Qin Fan for this meal, she had to do everything herself, and she really enjoyed the process from preparing the ingredients to finishing the dish. Chapter 7, The Wife Index is Full. In order to show off her skills in the kitchen, Jiang Jiqian even tied up her silver hair, giving her a housewife vibe. Qin Fan sat in the living room, watching her busy back through the glass, feeling an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. It's strange why things turned out like this. The girl who appeared out of nowhere was actually cooking for him. It was so sci-fi that Qin Fan even felt like he was dreaming. Qin Fan now feels like sitting on pins and needles. Because of his personality, he is embarrassed to accept other people's kindness without doing anything. He will only feel at ease if he does something himself. Even though Jiang Jiqian had just reminded Qin Fan to just sit down and rest, he still appeared in the kitchen. The girl was cutting beef. Her knife skills were quite skillful and almost every slice of meat was the same thickness. Didn't I tell you to just sit and wait? Jiang Jiqian's voice was relatively gentle, and there was no harshness in her tone, but her eyes were still on the chopping board. I think I can help, right? Although I'm not very good at cooking, I should have no problem washing vegetables and rice. As Qin Fan finished cooking the rice in the rice cooker, he picked up the green onions and started washing them in the sink. Jiang Jiqian seemed a little surprised by what Qin Fan said, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Your family runs a restaurant, but you can't cook. Who says you have to know how to cook if you run a restaurant at home? I also want to learn, but they simply don't have the time to teach me, so the food I cook tastes terrible. Qin Fan sighed with a smile, a little sadness in his eyes. To be honest, I kind of hate the restaurant at home. Qin Fan spent most of his childhood in the restaurant, but his parents were always busy and had no time to accompany him. Every day they were either busy in the kitchen or busy at work. If I went there, they would drive me out for fear that I would cause trouble. Of course, this also depends on the fact that the restaurant became very popular later, but this is not what Qin Fan wanted. Jiang Ziqian didn't say anything else. She also heard the complaints and loneliness in Qin Fan's words, and she could understand that feeling. Please help me peel some garlic. I'll use it to make boiled beef later. Jiang Ziqian obviously agreed to let Qin Fan stay here to help. Okay. When Qin Fan heard Jiang Ziqi say the words boiled beef, the related ingredients already appeared in his mind. The small kitchen in a bachelor apartment like this one is not particularly big. At most, it can barely accommodate 2 people. In addition, Qin Fan's tall and burly body takes up the entire sink space, so that he is very close to Jiang Ziqian next to him. Their arms would accidentally rub against each other from time to time. Although Jiang Ziqian knew it was not intentional, her body would still react and tremble slightly. She couldn't help but glance at the tall figure beside her. Qin Fan seemed not to notice the collision of their arms just now. He looked at the garlic in his hand very seriously. Fortunately, he had peeled it with a kitchen knife, so it was relatively easy to peel. It was the first time that Jiang Ziqian had seen Qin Fan's profile at such a close distance. His facial features were distinct and indeed pleasing to the eye. No wonder Xu Yeye often gossiped in her ear about which girl in her class had confessed to Qin Fan. He said that Qin Fan was not in a relationship like him, and wanted to introduce him to him, saying that they could definitely become friends. Now I have come into contact with Qin Fan very cleverly, and I find that his personality is indeed different from that of other boys. It's peeled. Suddenly, Qin Fan's magnetic voice brought Jiang Ziqian back to reality, and she realized that she had been staring at Qin Fan in a daze. Oh, thank you. She quickly looked away. She was not sure whether Qin Fan had noticed that she was looking at him. She reached out her hand in panic to take the garlic from Qin Fan's hand. When passing the garlic, their hands inevitably touched each other. The girl's hands were very soft and white. Qin Fan felt that these hands must be very good at playing the piano. By the way, can you eat spicy food? Jiang Ziqian asked calmly. If he couldn't eat spicy food, she would make a clear soup version. Of course, just follow your taste. It's you who makes it anyway, and I'm not picky as long as it's not sweet. Qin Fan didn't dare to make any requests. After all, it was the other party who made it. The reason why she was kind enough to ask him to eat together was probably because it was convenient. After all, it was difficult to control the amount for one person. Good. The girl originally wanted to say that the food was specially made for her and according to her taste, but she felt that it was not appropriate to say so and was afraid that it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Although Qin Fan was not very good at cooking, he was still very good at washing vegetables. After washing the beef and removing the blood, Jiang Ziqian began to marinate the meat. Do you have soy sauce? Yes. But it's unopened. Qin Fan smiled as he took out new ingredients from the cupboard. During this time, Jiang Ziqian noticed that there were dozens of ingredients in the cupboard and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You bought so many ingredients and your kitchen is as clean as new. You are such a weirdo. Har har, you also know that we art students don't have much time to cook when we are busy. After getting used to it, I always order takeout even if I am not busy. Qin Fan said without blushing. Jiang Ziqian looked at him with eyes that showed her love for a child. At this moment, she felt that Qin Fan was a little pitiful. But takeout food is not clean. Eating like this for a long time will damage your body. Qin Fan was confused. Jiang Ziqian started to preach, which reminded him of his mother. Whenever his mother lectured him like this, he would retort, "It's because you don't teach me how to cook. Every time I want to learn, you are busy. You are busy all day long. I've been eating it for so long, and there's nothing wrong with my body, right?" Looking at Qin Fan's indifferent expression, Jiang Ziqian's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. How could someone not take his or her own body seriously? Although Qin Fan has managed his life in order, daily meals are also a very crucial point. It will be troublesome if you really damage your health one day. If I really get sick from eating, that's my own problem. Half an hour later, the steaming spicy boiled pork slices came out of the pot, and the aroma of beef and coriander filled the entire hall. Just smelling the smell, Qin Fan's stomach was already growling. When Jiang Ziqian brought the stir-fried vegetables over, she noticed the eager look in Qin Fan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. You can eat it now. After getting Jiang Ziqian's affirmation, Qin Fan took out 2 sets of tableware from the cupboard, scooped 2 bowls of rice, and sat down at the dining table. Thanks. I should be thanking you. Can I start eating? Qin Fan swallowed and looked at Jiang Jiqian like a child seeking advice from an adult. Jiang Jiqian chuckled and said, I made this for you, why do you need to ask for my opinion? Certainly. He picked up a piece of meat covered with red chili oil and put it into his mouth without even having time to blow on it. Since it was just out of the pot, the hot meat slices rolled around in Qin Fan's mouth, but this did not affect Qin Fan's mood of enjoying the food at all. The meat slices were fresh and tender, and because the timing was controlled very well, they were not dry at all. The aroma of the pepper and beef mixed well and instantly awakened Qin Fan's taste buds. He quickly put another mouthful of rice into his mouth, and then an expression of extreme happiness appeared on his face. Chapter 8, Just out of the bath, will the lethality be too great? Jiang Jiqian didn't move her chopsticks, but paid attention to the expression on Qin Fan's face the whole time. Although she was confident in her cooking, she was still a little nervous as it was her first time cooking for a boy, and she had no idea whether it would suit his taste. Tasty. After Qin Fan's voice of praise rang out, the girl's anxious heart finally relaxed, and her heart was filled with inexplicable joy. Then please eat them all. I can't eat much. Jiang Jiqian smiled softly. Qin Fan found that the iceberg had melted again. To be honest, her gentle look could really arouse the boy's desire to protect her. Then I'm welcome. Qin Fan picked up another plate of vegetables. Even though they were simply seasoned with salt, they were still very sweet and delicious. The two people at the table ate quietly. Although they didn't talk much to each other, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Especially when Jiang Jiqian saw Qin Fan eating 2 large bowls of rice because of the food she cooked, the sense of satisfaction in her heart was greatly filled. Ahem. I choked. As if he ate too quickly, Qin Fan pounded his chest like a child. This amused Jiang Jiqian, who couldn't help but laugh. No one is competing with you for it. After drinking a mouthful of water and being saved, Qin Fan said unhappily, it's because you cooked it so deliciously. The girl smiled with her eyes narrowed, she was really charming. Jiang Jiqian's appetite was indeed very small, and most of the dishes were finished by Qin Fan alone. After dinner, the two of them divided the work tacitly. Jiang Jiqian was responsible for wiping the table and cleaning the kitchen, while Qin Fan was responsible for clearing the dishes and washing the dishes. Today's meal really satisfied Qin Fan's taste buds, so much so that he couldn't help but flatter him while washing the dishes. It's really delicious. If the food I cook can be half as good as this, I won't order takeout. After the meal, both of them seemed to have let down their guard against each other. Jiang Jiqian, who was cleaning the stove at the side, was obviously mocking Qin Fan. That's because you haven't cooked enough. If you cook more, you will be able to control the heat well. Forget it, I don't have the talent. I feel like ordering takeout won't be that tasty after this meal. Takeout again. Jiang Jiqian said in a reproachful tone, holding the rag tightly in her hand, and said as if she had made a great decision, then don't eat takeout in the future. Then what should I eat? You can't possibly cook for me every day, right? Qin Fan looked at the girl's cold face jokingly. The other party was also looking at him, but did not speak. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Qin Fan suddenly realized that what he had said was a bit too much. The two of them had no relationship at all, and she had no obligation to cook for him. Jiang Jiqian was not angry at Qin Fan's words, but her eyes were serious. That's not impossible. It's more convenient to cook for 2 people. Qin Fan didn't expect the other party to agree, which made him a little overwhelmed. This sudden sense of happiness made him feel uncomfortable all over. There is no such thing as pie falling from the sky. But I'm not cooking for you for free. How about using the cooking to offset the rent? Jiang Jiqian's additional words reassured Qin Fan. What she said didn't seem to be impossible. The rent of 1,500 yuan was 750 yuan per person if it was shared equally. If you calculated it based on 40 yuan for a meal a day, he would still make money. Why did he feel like she was at a disadvantage? If you have no problem with that, I have no objection. It's decided then. Jiang Jiqian smiled slightly. To be honest, she really couldn't stand seeing someone not taking his or her body seriously. It would be very troublesome if he or she got sick. It is more convenient to cook for one person than for one person. When I lived by myself before, I would waste some food every day, which was very painful. It is a very fulfilling thing to watch the dishes I cooked being eaten. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Let's make it clear in advance that you will eat whatever I cook. You can't order food like takeout. Jiang Ziqian was also afraid of trouble and felt it was necessary to explain things clearly to Qin Fan. No, I'm not picky about food, except for sweet food. Are sweet foods really that unpalatable? Sweet and sour spare ribs and sweet and sour pork tenderloin are delicious. Everyone has different tastes, and Jiang Ziqian has no intention of imposing her own preferences on others, so she silently included these sweets in the diet taboos. After cleaning up the dishes, Qin Fan took out the Sekiro game disc from the room, inserted the game disc into the PS5 under the TV in the living room, and started the game directly. I had sworn that I would never touch this game again, but I suddenly took it out to play today because of the stimulation from Shuyeye. Others passed it in 38 hours, but I've been through 60 hours and I'm still stuck at the final boss. It's so shameful for someone like me who is clumsy and just loves to play. Sword Saint Lu Wei Yishan. I'm here again. Jiang Ziqian, wrapped in a bathrobe, poked her head out of the bathroom. When she saw Qin Fan sitting on the sofa in the living room, she was a little afraid to move. Before taking a shower, she made sure that Qin Fan had returned to the room. Because I lived alone before and developed a habit of not taking underwear to the bathroom, mainly because I was afraid of getting them wet. Now it's a problem. It was impossible for me to walk past Qin Fan wrapped in a bath towel. It was too embarrassing. Jiang Ziqian, what should we do now? Jiang Ziqian looked down at the bath towel wrapped around her body. It covered her private parts very well, but her shoulders were still exposed to the air and half of her thighs were also exposed. Black stockings are lethal to boys, and thighs without any covering will be fatal to boys. Previously, when Jiang Ziqian hosted a school event, she wore black stockings that exposed half of her legs, and that alone made the boys at the scene restless. As for what her current appearance means to Qin Fan, Jiang Ziqian didn't dare to think about it. Although she felt that Qin Fan had a good upbringing and was different from other boys, she was still afraid that he would do something out of line when he saw her like this. Then he quietly glanced towards the living room in the distance. Qin Fan was holding a game controller and staring at the TV screen very seriously, without even blinking. You were playing the game so seriously, you wouldn't have noticed me passing by, right? Jiang Ziqian muttered to herself, and finally mustered up the courage to walk out of the bathroom. Although she walked on tiptoe carefully, the same pair of slippers as Qin Fan still made a creaking sound. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her hands were tightly covered on her chest, and as she passed through the living room, her eyes stared at Qin Fan on the sofa twice per second. If he dared to do anything out of line, she would fight him directly. Finally, during this long minute, Qin Fan cooperated very well. He seemed to be frozen, and his head and body did not move at all from beginning to end, staring straight at the TV screen. Jiang Ziqian finally breathed a sigh of relief and successfully returned to her room, only to hear the door slam shut. Qin Fan's stiff body finally relaxed and he took deep breaths. The impact of Jiang Ziqian wrapped in a bathrobe was too great for him. Looking back at the picture on TV, it had been stuck on the death screen for a minute. That was when Jiang Ziqian came out of the bathroom and Qin Fan's attention was distracted by her. Although he was playing games with his hands, he could still take in Jiang Ziqian's perfectly curvaceous figure from the corner of his eye. Chapter 9. Are you doubting my professionalism? Jiang Ziqian's white and slender thighs were undoubtedly a killer weapon for Qin Fan, especially when she walked out. The water stains on her legs highlighted her unique charm. Although it was just a glance, the image of the beautiful legs was deeply imprinted in Qin Fan's mind. As an art student, Qin Fan's quick memory was quite good and he could capture the details of an object or a person in a very short time. Am I a leg control? How is that possible? I, Qin Fan, am skilled in martial arts and a man of courage, so I won't be broken by such vulgar things. So Qin Fan adjusted his breathing and continued to fight the game boss. I had finally managed to defeat the boss to the second stage, but because Jiang Ziqian suddenly came out of the room and sat down on the sofa on my left, I couldn't help but glance at her legs. The boss's V-shaped sweep directly sentenced me to death, and all their hard work of more than 10 minutes wasted. Even after changing into her pajamas and coming out of the room, Jiang Ziqian's cheeks were still slightly flushed. She sat stiffly on the sofa, her calves swinging back and forth rhythmically. Her eyes would unconsciously glance back and forth at Qin Fan's face, and she always felt her face a little hot. He was still playing games. It looked like he really hadn't noticed me just now. But what game was he playing? During the 10 seconds that he observed Qin Fan, more than a dozen different expressions of pain appeared on the other party's face, and he also turned his gaze to the game screen. Sword Saintison. Looking at the name of the boss on the screen, Jiang Ziqian couldn't help but speak out. This name sounds familiar. It seems that silly Yaya is also addicted to it. Even Qin Fan is playing it. There was a look of great doubt in Jiang Ziqian's eyes. Is this game really fun? Qin Fan had clearly died several times. She didn't quite agree with it. She thought this kind of sadistic game had no gaming experience at all and was not as fun as Super Mario. After another 10 minutes of struggle, Qin Fan finally gave up. Today's game ends here. Whoever wants to play can play by themselves. This crappy game is ruining my youth. Putting the controller limply on the table, Qin Fan opened Bilibili and prepared to look at the guide. Anyway, it's very difficult to survive with my own strength. Jiang Ziqian, who was standing by, noticed Qin Fan's actions and stared at the game screen with curiosity for a long time. It looks like it's going to be difficult. An ethereal voice sounded in the living room, and Jiang Ziqian shook her head and said, "Yeah, but that's part of the appeal of this game." Qin Fan's arm was slightly stunned and he smiled awkwardly. If I guessed correctly, Jiang Ziqian witnessed my death more than a dozen times. It was really embarrassing. However, Jiang Ziqian didn't seem to understand. After seeing that she was not playing, she turned her eyes to her mobile phone. Taking advantage of this gap, Qin Fan pretended not to care and immediately opened a strategy guide to study, hoping to pass the level later so as not to be looked down upon by the other party. Ding 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 tilde. Boss Yu, do you know the game Sekiro? This game seems to be quite difficult. As soon as he clicked on the strategy video, a pop-up window of QQ attracted Qin Fan's attention. Shan Yao Jun, it is indeed quite difficult. Boss Yu, do you also play it? Jiang Ziqian held the phone in both hands and typed on the input method. Boss Yu, my friend is playing this game, but he is stuck at the Sword Masterison level. Do you know how to pass it? Qin Fan felt much better after seeing the message sent by the other party. You see, it's not my problem at all. Even Boss Yu's friends are stuck at this level. However, it was impossible for Qin Fan to reveal to Boss Yu that he was also stuck at this level. He still had to maintain his image as an upmaster. Mr. Yam, this level is quite simple for an expert player like me. Why don't you ask your friends to look at the guide? It's really not difficult. After sending this message, Qin Fan quickly forwarded the video of the strategy he had just watched to Boss Yu. Boss Yu, thank you. Jiang Ziqian's lips curled up slightly and she clicked on the strategy video sent by the other party, even though she didn't quite understand it. After seeing that Qin Fan could never beat Sword Saintison, Jiang Ziqian took the initiative to send a message to ask Xu Yaya about her experience. However, Xu Yaya replied with, "I am a failed man," and ignored her. I had no choice but to find Shan Yao Jun. Besides being good at drawing animations, he seemed to have played many games as well. Shan Yao Jun is still reliable. After getting the strategy, Jiang Ziqian also thought about how to give it to Qin Fan. She always had a premonition that Qin Fan would not be able to sleep if he didn't deal with this boss today. At this time, Qin Fan didn't know what the girl was thinking, but when he occasionally looked at her, he saw a strange expression on her face. This expression must mean that I am too bad at playing games. Hey! I have a guide here that may be helpful to you in defeating the bad warriors. As expected, even she couldn't stand it anymore and started looking for guides for me, but the name of Bad Samurai is quite cute. Oh, thank you. Qin Fan smiled slightly, with no expression on his face. Jiang Ziqian walked up to him with her cell phone in her hand. Why don't you take a look at this? Jiang Ziqian bent down slightly and handed the screen of her mobile phone to Qin Fan. Since she had just taken a shower, Jiang Ziqian exuded a faint fragrance which was very pleasant. The picture on the phone was the strategy video that Qin Fan had just watched. Although his eyes were on the phone, Qin Fan's mind was always disturbed by the faint sweet scent. The girl was wearing loose pink pajamas and her eyes were fixed on the picture on her mobile phone screen. In fact, she didn't have any particular idea. She just simply wanted Qin Fan to complete the game. After all, it seemed very tiring to see him die so many times. But Qin Fan didn't dare to move at all. His body seemed to suddenly stiffen. The two of them watched the 5-minute strategy video in this posture. Do you understand? Jiang Ziqian's voice was cool and soft, as if she had taken off her cold protective color, and Qin Fan felt itchy inside when he heard it. Oh, my eyes. I understand, but I don't have a brain. Qin Fan nodded slightly, looking hopeless. Jiang Ziqian couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. The little dimples on her cheeks were very cute, and a few tiny white sprouts appeared in her mouth. Is it really that difficult? It seems pretty easy from watching the walkthrough video. This couldn't help but arouse Jiang Ziqian's curiosity. After taking the phone back, her slight voice sounded a little pleading. How about, let me try it? When Qin Fan heard Jiang Ziqian say that she wanted to give it a try, he frowned slightly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing Qin Fan staring at her in a daze, as if a little embarrassed, Jiang Ziqian immediately felt a little dissatisfied. You've already eaten the food I cooked, you can play your game for a while, it's not too much. Jiang Ziqian's cherry-like mouth puffed up slightly as she stared straight into Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan was a little scared by the strong tone and the resentful look. She completely misunderstood what he meant. Qin Fan no longer planned to play, as he couldn't pass it anyway. He just didn't think Jiang Ziqian knew how to play, so he showed such an expression. That's not what I meant. I just don't think you can play. Take the controller. Qin Fan directly handed the handle to Jiang Ziqian beside him, and his movements were extremely quick, fearing that she would think he was stingy enough to not let her play with it. Jiang Ziqian took the handle, and Qin Fan's doubt about her immediately aroused her competitive spirit. Isn't it just a simple game? I've just read the walkthrough. What's so difficult about it? It's not like I haven't played Super Mario when I was a kid. Huh? Are you doubting my professionalism? Jiang Ziqian's eyes almost turned into a line. What's with this contentious yet confident expression and tone? Jiang Ziqian showed a different side of herself again. Where did your coolness just now go? Chapter 10. I thought I was a king, but I couldn't even figure out the way to go. Qin Fan, who was originally sitting in the middle of the sofa, deliberately moved a little to the left to make room for Jiang Ziqian. Jiang Ziqian stared at the TV screen the whole time and had no idea that she was sitting next to Qin Fan. After placing the handle on her thigh, Jiang Ziqian moved her wrist and slightly stretched her slender, white fingers. Jiang Ziqian's hands were very beautiful. Qin Fan, standing beside her, swallowed his saliva and resisted the urge to let her be his finger model. Looking at her current posture of showing off her skills and her confident speech just now, Qin Fan even suspected that she might really be a master at the game. If that were the case, it would be so embarrassing. Playing games with the only two girls I know is as easy as drinking water. How could I put my face down? Qin Fan even imagined that after Jiang Ziqian finished the game, she rested her controller on her chin, gave him a playful smile, and muttered in a domineering and strong tone, "You are so adorable that you can't even pass such a simple game." Horrible, so horrible. While Qin Fan was imagining this, Jiang Ziqian had already finished warming up, and she held the handles with both hands, imitating the way Qin Fan had held them before. Qin Fan subconsciously held his breath and stared closely at the game screen on the TV. Even the atmosphere began to become weird. The game master was about to make a move. Why can't you move? Jiang Ziqian suddenly sent out a soul greeting, and her thumb kept pressing the cross-direction key, causing the character on the screen to take medicine frantically. The handle should be fine, right? Qin Fan was slightly stunned, and quickly looked at Jiang Ziqian. I was able to use it just now. But it doesn't work when I press the direction keys, see? Jiang Ziqian waved her left hand holding the handle in front of Qin Fan a few times, and her thumb skillfully pressed the cross-direction key twice. The direction key for movement is the joystick. Yes, that joystick up there. At this moment Qin Fan began to doubt her professionalism. When he looked at Jiang Ziqian again, her big, twinkling eyes revealed innocence and ignorance. Hey, it can really move. When I played Super Mario before, I used the cross key to control it. There was no joystick like this. Jiang Ziqian smiled happily as she watched the characters on TV move. Super Mario? Isn't that a game on the Famicom? Qin Fan didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Ziqian's understanding of the controller was still at that time. How do I attack? What is the button on the top of this controller that I can press? When Jiang Jiqian pressed the button, the character on the screen threw out a hook, and the handle vibrated. Jiang Jiqian was so scared that she almost threw the handle away, but the vibration was quite comfortable. That is the trigger. It controls their hook. Why is there a joystick on the right side? Eh? There's a trigger on the right side too. Oh, the right joystick can adjust the view, and that trigger is for defense. So that is how it is. Jiang Jiqian is very satisfied with this small handle. The vibration of the handle feels quite comfortable in the hand. Excuse me, classmate Jiang, when was the last time you played a game with a controller? Qin Fan asked curiously. Jiang Jiqian thought about it seriously and said quickly. It seems like when I was a kid. Is there a problem? Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with smiles. I was so scared. A newbie who was not even familiar with the controller buttons actually said such arrogant words. Jiang Jiqian controlled the character to hit the wall madly, as if the wall had a grudge against her. Strange, why can't he turn? He's so stupid. Jiang Jiqian was getting a little anxious because her character kept hitting the wall, and her smooth and tender face couldn't help but turn a little red. Jiang Jiqian seemed to be completely unaware that the character in the picture was actually controlled by her, and she even kept saying that the character was stupid. The girl's silly behavior made Qin Fan laugh. The warm light from the living room shone on the girl's silver hair, adding a little warmth. Considering that Jiang Jiqian really doesn't know anything, Qin Fan thinks he should start by teaching her to familiarize herself with the functions of each button on the controller. After all, the character in the game now doesn't even know how to walk. How about I teach you how to familiarize yourself with the buttons first? Qin Fan said in a gentle voice, suppressing the urge to laugh. Perhaps because Jiang Jiqian was focused on how to prevent the character from banging its head against the wall stupidly, she agreed to Qin Fan's request. You rotate the right stick to the left, then push the left stick forward. Jiang Jiqian followed Qin Fan's method, and after the perspective direction was changed, the character no longer hit the wall when she continued to move forward. Amazing! The girl showed joy on her face and continued to move forward according to Qin Fan's method, talking to herself. Turn the right stick to adjust the view first, then push the left stick. After successfully walking for a few minutes, Jiang Jiqian smiled even more happily. This game seems interesting. At this time, the girl had no idea that both joysticks could be used at the same time, so every time she turned, Jiang Jiqian would release the left joystick, turn the view, and then continue moving forward. Qin Fan found it very interesting. Although he really wanted to tell Jiang Jiqian that the two joysticks could be moved together, she was playing so seriously that he didn't want to disturb her. At this moment, the girl was sitting stiffly on the sofa with her legs together, her eyes fixed on the screen in front of her body tilted left and right, as if as long as she tilted in the same direction, the character in the game would move in that direction. Whenever Jiang Jiqian's body leaned to the left, a few strands of silver hair with a sweet scent would brush across Qin Fan's arm, tickling him lightly and creating ripples in his heart. Although they were just running around in the big world and seeing the scenery, Jiang Jiqian was still having fun very seriously. She didn't even notice when Qin Fan left the sofa. I don't know how much time had passed. Jiang Jiqian felt a little tired because she had been sitting for too long, so she reluctantly put down the handle. I first looked at the time and found that I had been playing the game for almost an hour. It turned out that the game was addictive. I traveled through so much time in an instant. Her gaze turned to her side and she found that the young man who had been sitting next to her was gone. When she was about to get up, she heard the boy's voice from the side. Don't move, it will be fine soon. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jiqian froze like a frightened deer, not daring to move. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Qin Fan on the drawing board near the dining table. Is he drawing me? When did it pass? After seeing the drawing board, Jiang Jiqian felt inexplicably nervous. But even though she knew that the other person was probably drawing her and she felt so ashamed that she wanted to run back to her room, Jiang Jiqian suppressed the impulse. Chapter 11, Capture the Beautiful Moments. The bony hands holding the pencil slid back and forth on the sketch paper continuously, and like performing magic, a lifelike figure was copied in a moment. Are you drawing me? Jiang Jiqian's voice sounded a little timid. She sat upright on the sofa with her chest puffed out, wanting to move but not daring to. Well, because the pictures of you playing games were so beautiful, I couldn't help but start writing. Qin Fan responded to Jiang Jiqian's words while processing the details on the painting. As a qualified art student, he must always grasp the beauty of life, so he secretly went back to his room and got a drawing board. Are you okay? My neck is a little sore. Jiang Jiqian's face turned slightly red. In fact, she didn't mind Qin Fan drawing for her. However, Qin Fan did it when she was unconscious. Mainly because she didn't know what expression she would have when she was unconscious and whether it would be ugly, so she was nervous. But we still have to wait until he finishes the painting to see what it will look like. If it's ugly, I'll be mad at him. Jiang Jiqian had already made up her mind that if she drew herself ugly, she would not be happy with him. Finish. Qin Fan carefully drew his anti-counterfeiting label on the lower right corner of the sketch paper, then took a final look at the completed picture of the girl playing games. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Because he had acted on his own initiative, Qin Fan took the initiative to bring the drawing board to Jiang Jiqian. The girl was stunned when she looked at herself on the sketch paper. The girl in the picture is sitting on a sofa, her body leaning to the side along with the handle, her eyes staring straight ahead with a serious expression. Qin Fan portrayed the subtle expressions on Jiang Jiqian's face very vividly. The girl in the painting was not at all as cold and aloof as she usually was at school. She looked completely gentle and beautiful. I'm sorry, but the scene just now is so suitable to be recorded in a painting. I didn't mean to offend you. Qin Fan saw Jiang Jiqian staring at the drawing board without saying anything, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry on her face, so Qin Fan was a little scared and spoke cautiously. If you think it's not okay, I'll tear up the painting. No. You worked so hard to draw this. Why tear it up? Jiang Jiqian finally came to her senses. It was the first time she looked at herself from this perspective. So this is what it's like to play games by yourself. Jiang Jiqian likes this painting very much, really likes it. The fact that she can perfectly reproduce herself on the drawing paper and paint it so vividly not only proves Qin Fan's painting skills, but more importantly, his mood when painting, the desire to record the beauty. What do you think? Student Jiang Jiqian is really beautiful, I have drawn her without reservation. Qin Fan was still looking forward to the client's evaluation, which was very important to him. Jiang Jiqian's face flushed. It was the first time that a boy praised her in person. And the most important thing was that he even drew a picture for her. I like it very much, it's a great drawing. Great. That's great. The recognition from the person involved is more useful than anything else. Qin Fan feels that his career is becoming brighter and brighter. Can I keep this painting? How much? I'll pay. Jiang Jiqian's voice was surprisingly shy, and soft and gentle, which made Qin Fan a little troubled. Cute, so cute. Qin Fan even felt a little embarrassed. He felt that the style of painting was developing in a strange direction. I was planning to give it to you, but I was afraid you would dislike it. How could this be? Jiang Jiqian muttered in a voice that only she could hear. But first I have to put a frame on it to package it. As he spoke, Qin Fan led Jiang Jiqian to the room that had never been opened before. After Jiang Jiqian moved in, she had not visited Qin Fan's master bedroom and had not been to this room either. This room is Qin Fan's studio and study. The structure of the room is very simple. There are two huge bookshelves standing in front of the two opposite walls. One of the shelves is filled with various certificates and medals. On another shelf, there are a dozen colored and framed portraits of anime characters. On the table next to the shelf, there are a dozen photo frames of different sizes piled up. Please feel free to visit. Qin Fan turned his back and looked for a suitable frame for the portrait of Jiang Jiqian he had just painted on the table. Jiang Jiqian looked around at everything in the room. If she guessed correctly, this was probably Qin Fan's private studio. She was so curious that she stopped in front of the bookshelf where the medals were placed. Most of the certificates here are awards from various national art competitions, and there are even some Best Fan awards for certain games. However, among the certificates on this half wall, a medal with a small TV badge printed on it is particularly eye-catching, mainly because Jiang Jiqian also has an identical medal, which is still in the cabinet in her room next door. Jiang Jiqian stretched out her bare hand and carefully picked up the medal, looking at it with a slightly curious look. Is Qin Fan also a B-station upmaster? Let me see his name. However, when Jiang Jiqian noticed the three big words, Yam Mushroom, on the vermicelli card, her gem-like bright pupils suddenly widened, and an indescribable strange feeling surged in her heart. Congratulations to Shan Yao Jun for reaching 100,000 followers on Bilibili. Shan Yao Mushroom Qin Fan is actually Shan Yao Mushroom. Jiang Jiqian could never have imagined that he would be the upmaster with whom she had been cooperating online for half a year. The most important thing is that he is her so-called engagement partner, and now she is living in his house for some unknown reason. Jiang Jiqian really couldn't believe it. Although she had read online that they were from the same school, this was too sci-fi. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Qin Fan's back, with a certain filter in her eyes. During the 6 months of online conversations with Qin Fan, the two had always communicated via QQ through text messages. Although there was no voice communication, Jiang Jiqian could feel from the words that Shan Yao Jun had a very gentle personality. She even wondered if the Shan Yao Jun on the other side might be a girl. But is it possible that this fan card was left by his friend? Jiang Jiqian still matched the filter of Yamfungus with Qin Fan in front of her, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. Shan Yao Jun is a student, and so is Qin Fan. He is a painter, and Qin Fan is also studying painting. Shan Yao Jun has a very gentle personality, and Qin Fan seems to be the same. The two are completely consistent, and it is confirmed that it is him. Okay. This picture frame is just right. After putting Jiang Jiqian's sketch into the picture frame, Qin Fan noticed the 100,000 fan card in Jiang Jiqian's hand the moment he turned around. The smile on his face froze in an instant, and Qin Fan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. It's over, I'm going to die. Chapter 12. Thank you. Is it you, Shan Yao Jun? Jiang Jiqian asked while holding the fan card with a slightly surprised smile on her face. Forehead. Qin Fan felt a little guilty and nodded, his heart churning like a river. I'm doomed. I was so focused on Jiang Jiqian's painting that I forgot about the fan card on the bookshelf. He had hidden himself very well for such a long time, and never let anyone around him know that he was an upmaster. Now that Jiang Jiqian saw the 100,000 follower fan sign, it was like she had discovered his secret, and he felt socially dead. Yeah, have you watched my videos? Qin Fan smiled politely to hide the embarrassment on his face and walked up to the girl as if nothing had happened. Jiang Jiqian put the fan card back on the bookshelf, opened her pink lips slightly and was about to excitedly tell him that she was Yusheng Han's Wang, but an idea flashed through her mind and she stopped. If I tell him that I am the Moon Frost who works with him, wouldn't I be embarrassed? No way. So, after thinking for 2 seconds, he smiled. Have you ever read the anime handwritten book of Kamisato Ayaka? Please don't do it, it's very interesting, right? Har har. Really? The video that Jiang Jiqian was talking about was the funny video he and Boss Yu created last month, inspired by Brother GS. Don't do that. The plot is interesting but also very embarrassing, especially when it is brought up in public. The expression on Qin Fan's face was very interesting. Jiang Jiqian could see the embarrassment and shame on his face, so she was more certain that it was the right choice for her not to explain her identity. She let him bear the responsibility of this shameful thing alone. Jiang Jiqian remained calm and smiled. I really like the style of this video, and the voice acting of the characters is also excellent. I want to confirm that you can't possibly have dubbed the characters yourself, right? Qin Fan almost vomited blood, staring at Jiang Jiqian and giving her a look that said, you experience it yourself. What do you think? Can I make such a sound? And isn't there a voice actor mark under my video? I think so too. Jiang Jiqian covered her face and chuckled. The dubbing was done by another upmaster I know. She's a very good CV. My work wouldn't be complete without her dubbing. Qin Fan gave a very high evaluation, and of course it really came from her heart. Such a sincere expression made Jiang Jiqian feel a little embarrassed for a moment. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and her face became hotter and hotter. How can you be so blunt? I'm not as great as you say. Jiang Jiqian tried her best to make her expression look natural, but her tone softened. You seem to think highly of her. Of course. She helped me unconditionally when I was in the most difficult time. If it weren't for her help, I might still be a small uploader with only a few hundred fans. Jiang Jiqian could feel Qin Fan's emotional fluctuations from his tone, and how heartwarming it was to get help from others when you were isolated and helpless. Time seemed to have gone back to the summer vacation of last year. At that time, few people followed Qin Fan's account. Even if he made high-quality animated handwriting, it still seemed so boring due to the lack of dubbing. So he found several up hosts, but their quotes at the time were beyond Qin Fan's financial means, so Qin Fan had to do the dubbing himself, and he had to complete both the male and female characters by himself. Perhaps because it seemed a bit like a prank, I still gained a lot of attention, until one day an ID called Yuashir Hanswang sent me a private message. Maybe it was because I thought my own dubbing was too funny, so the upvert named Yuashir Hanswang offered to dub for me for free. So if she hadn't appeared at that time, I wouldn't have been as relaxed as I am now in my future creations, right? Qin Fan started laughing as he spoke. In his opinion, Boss Yu was a great benefactor in his career as an up host. Looking at the genuine smile on Qin Fan's face, Jiang Jiqian also smiled. According to Qin Fan, it was he who helped her at that time, but wasn't it also the video created by Qin Fan that healed her at that time? A year ago, Jiang Jiqian was still wrapped in a deep sense of loneliness. If she hadn't seen the funny and inspiring video dubbed by Qin Fan himself, Jiang Jiqian might have been unable to get out of it for a long time. This is also why she has kept in touch with Shan Yaojun for so long. On the one hand, it is to express her gratitude to him, and on the other hand, she thinks dubbing is very interesting. I accidentally revealed my dark history. I won't mention it anymore. Qin Fan smiled and handed the painting to the girl. Here, this is for you. Consider it a meeting gift. Looking at the somewhat heavy sketch in her hand, Jiang Jiqian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she raised her head and looked at Qin Fan. Thank you. The girl's smile at this moment was like a ray of warm sunshine in the snow, warming Qin Fan's heart. He always felt that Jiang Jiqian's thank you contained other meanings, but he couldn't tell what it was. When he came to his senses, Jiang Jiqian had already returned to the room with the picture frame. You look so pretty when you smile. Why, do you usually have such a cold expression that makes you look like you don't want anyone to approach you? Qin Fan shrugged and talked to himself. Jiang Jiqian in the room held her sketch and looked at it for a long time. Her mood gradually calmed down as time passed. Holding the painting frame, Jiang Jiqian pointed to several positions in the room, and finally placed the painting on the bedside table. Why is the world so small? The girl lay on the bed, mumbling with her face buried in the pillow. What lingered in my mind were the words Qin Fan had just said in the studio. If it weren't for Yuashir Hanshuang's help, I would probably still be that little uploader that no one pays attention to, so I'm really grateful to her. Idiot, I should be the one thanking you. Jiang Jiqian patted her slightly hot face, feeling a little inexplicably happy but also a little ashamed. It was really unexpected that the person who saved me turned out to be my childhood fiancé. This made Jiang Jiqian feel very conflicted. Jiang Jiqian was raised by her grandmother since she was a child. Her grandmother's death last year left Jiang Jiqian with great psychological trauma. Her parents were too busy with work to take care of her, so Jiang Jiqian shut herself off from the world. During that summer vacation, Jiang Jiqian was alone in the big villa. It was from that time that she became afraid of the dark. She would turn on the lights in every room of the villa every night. However, no matter how bright the surroundings were, they still could not illuminate Jiang Jiqian's dark world. The only thing that connected her to the outside world was the small screen of her mobile phone. She thought her life would continue to be dark until she accidentally saw Shan Yaojun's video. The little boy in the video had similar experiences to hers, being neglected by his parents and lacking friends, which resonated with Jiang Jiqian. In addition, the extremely funny voice of the little boy in the video still made Jiang Jiqian laugh. Later, she quietly followed Shan Yaojuan's updates, and waiting for his video updates every day was her happiest time. Until the 5th episode of this series, Shan Yaojun suddenly stopped updating. It was also at this time that Jiang Jiqian sent a private message to Shan Yaojun, asking about his situation. When she learned that Shan Yaojun needed someone to dub, she decisively agreed. Perhaps she had already regarded Shan Yaojun as the little boy in the video, and knew that he was as lonely as herself, so she came up with this idea. So she started a long cooperation with Shan Yaojun. After the series of videos was completed, when the little boy in the video successfully walked out of the shadows and faced himself, Jiang Jiqian also gradually walked out of the darkness. And now the person who once helped her lives under the same roof with her, which makes Jiang Jiqian even more unsure about how to get along with him. The original plan was for the two to have no contact with each other, but now Jiang Jiqian has changed her mind. She wanted to understand Qin Fan and become friends with him. After all, if it weren't for him, the world might remain dark forever. Chapter 13 Big Pig Head. How can you sleep at your age? How dare you? As the brainwashing alarm sounded in his ears, Qin Fan woke up from his sleep reluctantly, forced his heavy eyelids open and turned off the alarm on his mobile phone. Seeing that it was 7:30 and class was about to start in half an hour, Qin Fan still got up. It hurts so much. After changing his clothes, he opened the curtains. The glaring sunlight made it even harder for him to open his eyes. Don't want to get up during the day, don't want to sleep at night. This may be the current situation of every college student. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Qin Fan was full of enthusiasm during the first semester of his freshman year. He thought it was great to have classes at 8 o'clock and he could sleep until 7 o'clock every day. As a result, I started to degenerate since the second semester of my freshman year. It didn't matter if I got up at 7:30, I could just sleep in for half an hour longer. Now that he is a sophomore, getting up at 7:30 is more painful than death. If today's morning class was not a required professional course, Qin Fan would probably skip it, and at worst ask someone else to check in for him. Qin Fan didn't understand. He was already a sophomore, so why did he still have so many morning classes? Shouldn't these morning classes be arranged for freshmen? After walking out of the door, Jiang Jisha's room next door was closed, and Qin Fan did not see her on the small balcony in the living room. I felt a little disappointed in my heart, because I was looking forward to Jiang Jiqian's outfit today. The single ponytail and horse-faced skirt outfit she wore yesterday really attracted Qin Fan. It was really beautiful. The original wash basin only had a simple toothbrush, toothpaste and a bottle of facial cleanser. Since Jiang Jiqian moved in, there were a few more bottles of skin care products next to it, and even the toothbrushes and toothpaste were placed in pairs. It felt very strange, but I couldn't tell what was strange. Looking at the rabbit toothbrush belonging to Jiang Jiqian, Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the toothpaste was fruit-flavored. These children's products might be too childish for adults, but they are just right for college students. After coming out of the bathroom, the door to the living room was also pushed open. Qin Fan thought he would not see Jiang Jiqian this morning, but she came back from the door. Even her outfit made Qin Fan hesitate for several seconds. Today, Jiang Jiqian still has her hair tied in a ponytail, but she is wearing a sporty yoga suit. The tight-fitting yoga suit shows off Jiang Jiqian's figure without reservation. Jiang Jiqian was seen bending down to take off her running shoes in front of the shoe rack. She stood at a 90-degree angle with her round buttocks slightly raised. Qin Fan, who was standing next to the dining table, swallowed his saliva. Jiang Jiqian's lethality today was also amazing. After changing her shoes, Jiang Jiqian walked up to Qin Fan with breakfast. The two were only 1 meter apart. The girl's fair cheeks looked red because of the exercise just now. A few drops of crystal sweat slid along her cheek line to the tip of her chin and then fell down. Jiang Jiqian gently wiped the sweat from her face with the towel hanging on her shoulder, and her tone was gentle but hurried. You're awake. I just went for a morning run and brought you breakfast. Thank you. You can go jogging in the morning. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to get up. Qin Fan took the breakfast. Today's breakfast was rice rolls. He joked while tasting it. I wonder why this egg and lean meat rice noodle roll tastes better than the ones I bought. Did I buy a pirated version? I developed the habit of jogging in the morning when I was about 10 years old, so now I feel uncomfortable if I don't run for a day. Jiang Jiqian said disapprovingly. After what happened yesterday, the way she looked at Qin Fan became much gentler, and her tone became more natural. Of course Qin Fan didn't notice anything, and Jiang Jiqian's voice was still clear and beautiful. It's amazing. No wonder she can maintain such a good figure. It turns out she started exercising since she was a child. But why did you get up so early today? Do you have early classes? Yeah, you can't understand the pain of the 8 people. Qin Fan complained helplessly. Come on. Jiang Jiqian was stunned for a moment. Just as Qin Fan said, she was used to getting up early so she didn't have this kind of worry at all. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. Jiang Jiqian suddenly suggested. She was a little nervous because it was her first time asking a boy for his contact information, and her originally slightly flushed face became even redder. Before Qin Fan could reply, Jiang Jiqian immediately added, her voice quick and urgent, afraid that she would speak too slowly. It's just for the convenience of contact. After all, I promised to use cooking to offset the rent. If something happens and I can't cook in time, you can tell me in advance. Okay, indeed. It would be more convenient if I had WeChat, so I wouldn't be standing at the door without a key like yesterday. Qin Fan nodded, then opened his personal business card. This was not the first time that Qin Fan was asked for his WeChat by a girl, but those girls had their own agendas towards him, so he never agreed. But Jiang Ziqian was different. As for why she was different, it might be because she cooked delicious food. I'm standing in the corner because you didn't give me the key. Jiang Ziqian complained with a pout after scanning the QR code. You didn't ask, did you ask me not to give you the key? Qin Fan was also talkative and quickly agreed to Jiang Ziqian's friend request. Her ID was Cat Who Loves Ice Cream, and her avatar was a cartoon kitten licking ice cream. Both the name and the profile picture are very cute, but Qin Fan feels that it is totally inconsistent with her cold image. I won't ask. I just moved here, how can I ask? Jiang Ziqian's originally tough tone became weaker and weaker, and in the end her voice became smaller and smaller, so that Qin Fan couldn't hear clearly what she said. But the expression on her face was interesting. Even though she was pouting in anger, she still tried to maintain a cool attitude. You're going to be late. Oh my god. It's almost 8 o'clock. Qin Fan suddenly glanced at the time on his phone, finished his rice noodle rolls in 3 or 5 bites, and hurried back to his room to carry his school bag. Looking at Qin Fan's flustered expression, Jiang Ziqian couldn't help but smile while covering her mouth. Her 2 little dimples were very cute, but Qin Fan couldn't see them as his back was turned. I'm leaving now. I've given you the key. If you make me stand in the corner again today, I won't take responsibility. Qin Fan, who was carrying his books, did not forget to tease before leaving. You. Qin Fan walked very quickly, not giving Jiang Ziqian any chance to react. Jiang Ziqian's face was almost ripe, and she was overwhelmed with shame. Since she has class at 10 o'clock today, Jiang Ziqian plans to take a shower first, and then go to the school's recording studio to record a collaboration with Qin Fan. After knowing that Qin Fan is Shan Yaojun, she seems to be even more enthusiastic about collaborating with him. But before that, Jiang Ziqian still had one thing to do. Because she had no place to vent her anger, she locked her eyes on Qin Fan's WeChat note. It was not until she added the 3 words, Big Pig Head, to Qin Fan's note name that Jiang Ziqian felt a little better. You are not allowed to talk too much and bring up all kinds of issues. Idiot, big pig. Riding small electric scooters on the small paths of Jiangda University, the students on the road were divided into 2 groups. The students who looked like zombies with lifeless eyes were usually sophomores, dragging their tired bodies to the sleeping classroom, half asleep and half asleep. Another group of young men who were holding their heads high and full of energy because of the military training that had just ended were freshmen. They were determined to study hard and talked about the upcoming courses along the way. However, it won't be long before most of them will become zombies who only go between the dormitory and the classroom. This is the only law. Qin Fan, who was riding the electric scooter, shivered due to the cold. The icy breeze brushed across his cheeks, and no matter how sleepy he was, he woke up instantly. Not to mention that the weather is still a bit cold today. After parking the electric scooter in the parking shed, Qin Fan went straight to the computer room. Along the way, he was greeted by many female students, but Qin Fan just smiled them off. Ever since meeting Jiang Ziqian, Qin Fan found that these schoolmates were even more boring than before. His aesthetic taste was unconsciously influenced by Jiang Ziqian. Chapter 14 How can I feel guilty if I haven't done anything wrong? After entering the computer room, the atmosphere inside was still dead. The class was about to start in 10 minutes, but there were less than 10 people in the classroom, and most of the students were sleeping on the keyboard. Qin Fan found his seat according to his student number. Xu Yeye, who was sitting next to him, was sleeping soundly on the table. However, it seemed that the pressure on her chest was too strong, causing the girl to close her eyes and frown, with a look of world weariness. Qin Fan unconsciously thought of Jiang Ziqian, who was wearing sports yoga clothes this morning, and her perfect body curves. Although Jiang Ziqian's breasts are not as curvaceous as Xu Yeye's, her body proportions are perfect, very much in line with human body proportions, and more in line with Qin Fan's aesthetic. Finally, the bell rang and Professor Liu, wearing a monocle, entered the classroom. Professor Liu's class has a characteristic, that is, he must attend the class, and he must attend twice in a class. Once for the class and once for the get out of class. This is why Qin Fan came to show up even if he had to get up early. Squad leader, come up and give us a heads up. When the monitor called the name, everyone walked into the classroom on time. There was even a guy who was still wearing a bathrobe. His hair was almost a mess, he had slippers on his left foot and sneakers on his right foot. It was obvious that he was forcibly pulled off the bed by his roommate. He is really worthy of being a godfather. In order to prevent his son from failing the exam. I cried to death. Finally, the monitor called out Qin Fan's name. Qin Fan. Arrive. Xu Yeye. No one responded. The little girl was sleeping soundly on the table. Has Xu Yeye arrived? Qin Fan hurriedly shouted in her ear. Noon, time for lunch. Is dinner ready? Silly Yeye stood up from her seat reflexively, but there was no cafeteria around her. More than a dozen pairs of eyes were looking at her. As long as we're there, said the squad leader, trying hard to suppress his smile. Professor Liu also smiled lovingly. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic. Xu Yeye's face instantly turned red like a cherry, and she buried her face in the table. Master, you are playing tricks on me again. You went to steal the cow last night. I thought you would skip class today. What? I'm protecting New York. A man who failed as a good neighbor. Xu Yeye didn't know how she rushed to the classroom from home. All she remembered was that New York was still not peaceful at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she was swinging on a spider silk to fight crime. You're wasting your time on playing around. You'll know you're wrong when you fail the exam at the end of the semester. Qin Fan looked at Xu Yeye unhappily. This girl was actually quite simple-minded, and Qin Fan had always treated her as a child. The school just started not long ago. I'll sleep a little longer. Xu Yeye couldn't help but yawn again, lying on the table. Her mind returned to the simple customs of New York. Oh, it's all my fault. Qin Fan sighed helplessly. The art major that Qin Fan studied was more inclined towards digital media, so apart from simple sketching, most of the professional courses were related to animation modeling. For example, today's course, Milligram Animation, is no exaggeration to say that this course is Qin Fan's best course. He started to teach himself animation in high school, which gave him a solid foundation for creating animated handwritten scripts later, so that Qin Fan was able to get started well after entering university to formally study related courses. So much so that every time in such courses, Qin Fan could always complete the course assignments beyond the syllabus, which made his classmates around him envious, and the teachers also spoke highly of him. Maybe this is how the nickname of the handsome and gentle academic master that is circulated in the college came about. Today, Professor Liu was talking about the advertising animation case of Coca-Cola, but Qin Fan was not very interested. He simply listened and opened his phone out of boredom. For some reason, my fingers opened WeChat and looked through Jiang Jiqian's circle of friends. I was bored anyway and wanted to know about Jiang Jiqian's past life. Jiang Jiqian's circle of friends is different from that of other girls. It does not contain any healing texts, selfies, or travel pictures. The content is very simple and clear. Although only information from the past month can be seen, several posts in a row are all silly and cute pictures of various cats. The text is also very short, and each sentence can very intuitively reflect her mood at the time, as if she has hidden her mood in the jar of moments. So you are also a cat lover? Qin Fan couldn't help but smile. Cats were his favorite. What surprised Qin Fan was that he had seen some of the cats in school, and they were all seniors he knew. Qin Fan felt very strange when looking at the cats in the pictures that didn't let him touch them but showed comfortable expressions under Jiang Jiqian's teasing. Why didn't they let him touch them? How am I worse than them? Is get out of class over? Suddenly, Xu Yeye lazily raised her head from the table. Qin Fan was so scared that he almost dropped his phone on the ground. He quickly turned off the phone and stared at the computer screen in front of him. What's going on? Isn't it just a simple cat snatching? Why am I so nervous that I feel like a thief? Sleep, continue sleeping. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Qin Fan smiled at Xu Yeye, who was still sleepy, then pressed her head back on the table. The little girl is still growing, so getting more sleep will be good for her. Although she didn't know why Qin Fan suddenly cared about her health, Xu Yeye felt that she didn't need to continue growing in this state, right? If she grew any longer, she wouldn't be able to run. Master, you are so kind. But he was not awake yet, still very sleepy, and fell asleep again with a silly smile on his face. Qin Fan opened his phone again, and this time it was a message from his boss on QQ last month. Boss you, I have time now, so I will send you the lines and handwriting video in a package. So fast. Great. Yam Mushroom, by Melon.zip. Yam Junkus, thank you for your hard work. Boss you, I'm just doing the dubbing. Actually, you're the one who works harder. What she said is indeed true. To produce an animated handbook requires script, art, dubbing, editing, and post-production stages. Except for the dubbing which was assigned to Boss Yu, the other tasks were completed by Qin Fan alone. Although it was very tiring, the joy he felt every time he completed a work was incomparable. Boss Yu, voice. Qin Fan stared at the voice message on the dialogue box for a moment. This was the first time that Boss Yu had sent him a voice message in a year. Previously, even if you could send voice messages, they were limited to the character's recording files. So Qin Fan turned the volume of his phone down to the minimum, put it to his ear and turned on the voice call. Thank you so much for all this time. Keep working hard in the future. This voice imitates the voice of Kamisato Ayaka in Yuanshin. Qin Fan couldn't help but feel moved when he heard it. An invisible warmth surged through Qin Fan's body. What was this? Was it encouragement from me? The impact was no less than when someone you liked confessed their love to you, even though there was no one you liked. Shan Yao Jun, let us work hard together. Strive to be among the top 100 next year. Boss you, yes. Chapter 15. You won't hide a man secretly, will you? Before going out, Jiang Jiqian put the key in the small bag she always carried with her, and only closed the door after making sure that everything was safe. Because she had just moved here, Jiang Jiqian did not drive her own scooter from home, because she had to take a DD taxi to get her suitcase. Fortunately, there are shared bicycles outside the community, and Jiang Jiqian rode a shared bicycle directly to the school radio station. Although her outstanding appearance brings a lot of trouble to Jiang Jiqian, it also brings a lot of conveniences, such as borrowing the recording studio of the radio station. Jiangnan University's radio station is affiliated with the school's propaganda department and is a student organization independent of the student union. The current director of the radio station is a senior student. At that time, the station manager Xie Ya personally visited the broadcasting department to recruit people. She took a liking to Jiang Jiqian at first sight, so she coaxed and deceived her into coming to the radio station. However, Jiang Jiqian did not disappoint everyone. Since Jiang Jiqian's first broadcast during class, she has attracted countless fans. During that time, almost every wall was filled with people asking who the young lady who was broadcasting the show was. After that, the radio station made a program specifically for Jiang Jiqian called Campus Emotional Special, which was broadcast on time every Friday. The main theme is that you have a story and I have wine. If you dare to publish it, I dare to broadcast it. It's all about reality. Then, after a little modification by everyone at the radio station, it will be broadcast by Jiang Jiqian. After the show was aired, it became a huge hit. For example, it has episodes like, What Should I Do If My Best Friend's Goddess Falls in Love with Me, and The Guy I Cheated on in High School Became My Roommate in College. Various outrageous and melodramatic stories emerged one after another, and coupled with Jiang Jiqian's voice, this radio program even became popular throughout the university town. Jishi. I haven't seen you for a week. Come and help me. Xie Ya, who was wearing black framed glasses, almost burst into tears when she saw Jiang Jiqian suddenly appear, and hurriedly pulled her to sit aside. Well, what happened to senior sister Xie Ya? Jiang Jiqian blinked her big eyes in confusion and asked. Didn't you take a leave for last Friday's Campus Emotional Special? Then we asked you, Senior Xie, to broadcast it, but they didn't buy it. They insisted that you broadcast it, and even went to the radio station to cause trouble. Xie Ya said aggrievedly that today was Friday again, and if Jiang Jiqian didn't come back then she really would be helpless. Jiang Jiqian's broadcasting program has subtly become a daily routine for everyone at Jiangda University. When they graduate, they can even brag about it, saying that I grew up listening to the voice of goddess Jiang Jiqian. Is it that serious? Yeah, but luckily you're back. Xie Ya burst into laughter. The most important thing at the moment was to appease the restless audience. Jishi, what have you been busy with recently? Moving, but I'm done. Where did you move to? I told you that your original residence was too far from school. It's right next to the school's west gate. Moving here will really save me a lot of time every day. Well, I'd like to come and visit you if I have the chance. I hope you won't object. Shirya smiled slightly. Being a guest? No, absolutely not. If you come, won't it expose the fact that Qin Fan and I live together? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but get nervous, and said with a stuttering tone, "Har har, it was a bit messy when we just moved there. I was afraid that my senior sister didn't want to go." How could that be? Can I call the sisters from the radio station to come over and help? No. No need. Jiang Jiqian quickly interrupted Shirya's words, her heart beating faster. Why are you so nervous? Shirya frowned and stared at Jiang Jiqian's expression suspiciously. She seemed to smell the scent of adultery and moved her face closer to Jiang Jiqian. Jiang Jiqian became more and more nervous and couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. Suddenly, Shirya smiled evilly. Are you hiding a man? No. Jiang Jiqian's fair face turned red in an instant. This time her reaction was stronger than before. She and Qin Fan were innocent. The smile on Shirya's face became more and more intense. It was the first time she saw a panicked look on Jiang Jiqian's face. It seemed that she was probably right. Really? Senior Shirya. I won't broadcast it if you keep talking nonsense. Jiang Jiqian, panicking, crossed her arms over her chest and threatened angrily. Sure enough, after Jiang Jiqian said this, Shirya instantly became obedient. My dear Jiqian, it's okay if I was wrong. Shirya hugged Jiang Jiqian's arms to her chest and started to act coquettishly. All right. Give me this issue's manuscript now. While getting the manuscript, Jiang Jiqian did not forget to take a little revenge on Shirya for hurting her heart. Before heading to the recording studio, she showed a devilish expression. Senior Shirya is already a senior, when will she be able to sell herself out? Junior is so anxious. Jiang Jiqian even emphasized the last few words on purpose, and Shirya's mood suddenly sank to the bottom after hearing them, and she was about to cry. Wow. I'm not going to be unsaleable, am I? The emotional stories in this issue are still quite explosive. After living together with a senior schoolmate whom I didn't know each other, she wanted to have a baby for me. After seeing the word cohabitation, Jiang Jiqian became inexplicably nervous. Especially after reading this story, the expression on Jiang Jiqian's face became even more rich. This must be fake. How could two people who clearly didn't know each other choose to be together? Jiang Jiqian couldn't believe it. Even though she had seen more outrageous and explosive stories than this one, for some reason Jiang Jiqian cared about this story very much. Qin Fan's shadow appeared in my mind again. If it was me and Qin Fan, I should be able to get through a month normally, right? The girl shook her head and slapped her blushing face, trying to wake herself up. We agreed to be a fake couple, these things will never happen. Jiang Jiqian, what are you thinking about? Qin Fan said he doesn't want to be in a relationship, but you still want something else. After clearing her mind and reading the script several times, Jiang Jiqian was still a little absent-minded. She decided to divert her attention and record the lines that Qin Fan had just sent her first. After importing the data into the computer and reading Qin Fan's animation handwriting several times, Jiang Jiqian's restless heart finally calmed down. In the past, whenever she felt emotionally unstable, she could only calm down by watching Qin Fan's animations. She could always find strength from Qin Fan's paintings. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Jiqian's sweet and moving voice was heard throughout the campus radio. Welcome everyone to listen to Emotional Story Special every Friday. I am the host Jiang Jiqian. At this time every Friday, Qin Fan would put down his paintbrush and listen to some rather melodramatic emotional stories. If for no other reason than to have fun, isn't this more exciting than the stories on the internet? This story submission comes from a netizen named Dennis is a corgi. As Jiang Jiqian's voice got into shape, Qin Fan couldn't help but immerse himself in the story. Qin Fan didn't know Jiang Jiqian very well before and simply thought that the host's voice was nice and recognizable. But after knowing her, he had a very strange feeling when listening to the radio. Especially when he heard people around him praising her beautiful voice, Qin Fan actually felt a sense of pride in his heart. As the story went deeper, the expression on Qin Fan's face froze. The theme of this story is actually about men and women living together. Chapter 16, Senior Jiang's officially licensed doll. After listening to the afternoon radio program, Qin Fan felt a little uneasy. The two people who shared a house had a deep affection for each other. The sexy senior sister got drunk after a breakup and called the junior brother who lived with her to take her home. The junior brother came out of kindness and took care of her tenderly. Then the relationship between the two of them was out of control. It's hard for Qin Fan not to associate himself with such a story. After all, he and Jiang Jiqian are currently living together. Suppose one day Jiang Jiqian breaks up with her boyfriend and needs a reliable shoulder to lean on, and there's a girl out there late at night. Qin Fan will still go find her out of kindness. What? Jiang Jiqian doesn't even have a boyfriend. Qin Fan quickly dispelled the strange thoughts in his mind. Besides, with Jiang Jiqian's cold attitude, the boy who is worthy of her has not appeared yet. Qin Fan believed that such a story was too fake. He and Jiang Jiqian had already been determined to be a fake couple the moment they met. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Jiqian could broadcast this little story of cohabitation so calmly showed that she didn't care at all. Since neither of them wants to be in a relationship, such a thing would only happen in science fiction novels, and their relationship is destined not to develop in this direction. The day's classes finally ended, but as if on cue, Qin Fan's WeChat notification sounded. It was a message from Jiang Jiqian. The cat who loves ice cream, sorry, there is something going on at the radio station tonight and I can't go back to cook. Cat who loves ice cream, you can take care of it yourself tonight. After seeing the news, Qin Fan felt a little disappointed for some reason. He was originally looking forward to eating some delicious food tonight. Qin Fan, okay. After simply replying, Qin Fan put away his phone. The two were not very familiar with each other, and Qin Fan did not intend to ask for specific details, and there was no need to do so. So which cafeteria should we go to today? Riding on the electric scooter, putting on the helmet, and playing music, nothing can stop Qin Fan's good mood. How about the third cafeteria? There are 4 canteens in Jiangnan University, and each canteen has different tastes. If you were to say which canteen's dishes best suit Qin Fan's taste, it would probably be the buffet restaurant in Canteen 3, which is also very close to the radio station. As October approaches, it gets dark quickly in Jiangcheng. It is just past 6 o'clock and the afterglow of the sunset disappears in the darkness. But this still cannot conceal the enthusiasm of Jiang University students. Jiang University is still very lively at night. There are more than 100 people gathered in the square outside the cafeteria alone. The annual school beauty selection contest is being held in the center of the square. You can vote for your favorite senior or junior sister, and you can also get exquisite small gifts. Of course, Qin Fan was not interested in these, but he still had some impression of this event. The chief school beauty of the previous session seemed to be Jiang Jiqian. Young people are great. They all call themselves gingers. They are so enthusiastic that they want to grab passers-by to canvass for votes for them and Jiang Jiqian. According to this situation, there should be no suspense about the first place in this year's school beauty contest. Qin Fan had just finished his meal and walked out of the cafeteria when he was stopped by 2 ginger fans. Senior, are you Senior Qin Fan? Hello. The junior just finished speaking and found out that he had actually seen the senior in front of him before. He was a frequent visitor to the school's confession wall and was a well-known heartless male god in the school. People anonymously confessed to him every day. Senior, please help us vote for senior sister Jiang Jiqian. After you vote, we will give you a small doll of senior sister Jiang cheering for you. As he spoke, the junior took out a ginger doll from his arms and squeezed it. A slightly mechanical female voice came out from the doll. Today, let's be energetic too. Qin Fan's pupils suddenly dilated. Although the voice of the doll was a little mechanical, if you listened carefully, you could still tell it was Jiang Jiqian's voice, but the voice was a little embarrassing. Junior, does Jiang Jiqian know that you are using her voice? Of course, we have the official authorization from the radio station, and Senior Jiang recorded it herself. The junior said proudly, Senior, do you want to join us as Jiang fans? Just cast your vote with your little hand. There are only 100 ginger dolls available, first come first served. 5 minutes later, Qin Fan inexplicably turned into a ginger fan, holding a ginger doll that could make Jiang Jiqian's inspirational voice in his left hand, and a ginger fan cardboard stand in the other hand. To be honest, he was confused. After listening to the introduction of his junior and being dragged to the event site, he stood in front of Jiang Jiqian's character stand and made a thumbs-up gesture. After clicking a few photos, he became a glorious Jiang fan. Har har, senior Qin Fan is the certified school beauty. Let's publish the white wall promotion. Listening to the conversations among his junior classmates, Qin Fan had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he always felt that the school's confession wall might explode tomorrow. After coming out of the cafeteria square with ginger powder peripherals, the atmosphere around me was not so explosive anymore. From time to time, I could see a few young couples holding hands and whispering on the quiet campus paths, and the reflections of the street lights were stretched very long on the road. After Qin Fan pushed the electric scooter out of the parking shed, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he took out the ginger doll and squeezed it gently. Let's be energetic today too. The mechanical female voice broke the silence of the parking shed. Qin Fan looked up and bumped into a living ginger. To be precise, it was Jiang Jiqian. Jiang Jiqian, who came out of the radio station and was about to go to the parking shed to sweep the shared bicycles to go home, was also confused, especially when she saw the ginger doll with her embarrassing recording in Qin Fan's hand. The two people's eyes inadvertently intertwined, but the expressions and moods on their faces were completely different. Eh? What a coincidence! Qin Fan looked at Jiang Jiqian in front of him and smiled gently, and his left hand couldn't help but pinch the ginger doll again. Take a break when you are tired from studying. It is important to combine work and rest. But Jiang Jiqian couldn't smile at all. Her cold face was completely frozen, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on her face. Where did the doll in your hand come from? Jiang Jiqian's shame completely took over her entire body at this moment, and even her voice was a little stuttering. You mean this? It was given out at the third Canteen Square event, and there are only 100 of them. As Qin Fan said this, he pinched the doll again. Don't press it. Jiang Jiqian was still a step too slow after all. The mechanical goddess surrounded the entire parking lot. Failure proves that you have tried your best, right? Don't lose heart, I will always cheer you on. I will always cheer you on. Come on. Jiang Jiqian's face was already dark as a line turned black. She rushed to Qin Fan and confiscated the ginger doll directly. She lowered her head and was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look at Qin Fan's face. It's all Senior Xie Ya's fault. She asked me to record an emotional and motivational speech. Damn it. I'm so embarrassed. Chapter 17. Hold on tight, I'm driving. It's better to throw this thing away. Jiang Jiqian's face flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to look Qin Fan in the eye. Qin Fan could see the girl's embarrassment and smiled. I think it's cute. After hearing your voice, I feel my body is full of strength. No, don't say any more. The girl felt that Qin Fan was making fun of her. She shouldn't have agreed to record an inspirational voice message with Senior Xie Ya. Now she is so embarrassed. Hey, that's mine. Watching the doll being put into Jiang Jiqian's bag, Qin Fan suddenly felt reluctant to part with it. After all, he had exchanged his face for it. No. I didn't collect it. Jiang Jiqian spoke confidently, her flushed face gradually returned to its normal expression, and she quickly changed the subject. What are you doing here? I was eating, and then I happened to be caught and asked to vote for you. Qin Fan waved his hands helplessly, with an expression of a victim. Of course Jiang Jiqian knew what the voting Qin Fan was talking about. Every school beauty contest was sponsored by the radio station. Because Jiang Jiqian is a member of the radio station, Xie Ya came up with the idea of using her voice to make a cheering doll to attract traffic. Xie Ya intended to package Jiang Jiqian into a sweet goddess of the radio station. Jiang Jiqian still felt embarrassed when she heard that Qin Fan was going to vote for her. Originally, she didn't care about school beauty pageant at all. You'll also participate in these boring activities. Is there any benefit in voting for me? It would be a lie to say that she didn't care. After all, they lived under the same roof, and Qin Fan's behavior still surprised her a little. Qin Fan pointed at Jiang Jiqian's bag. The benefit is a talking ginger doll. Get out. Jiang Jiqian showed a shy expression again. I wouldn't have asked if I had known, but isn't it just a few recordings? What's so good about it? If you like it, I can just talk to you more. However, Jiang Jiqian still couldn't say anything, and finally noticed the electric scooter next to Qin Fan. Are you ready to go home now? Yeah, what about you? Qin Fan asked back. He fixed his bangs and put on the helmet, but noticed that Jiang Jiqian was looking at him in a daze. Qin Fan, who originally had bangs, was already very good looking, and he exuded a strong artistic atmosphere. But when he raised his hand to lift his bangs, it was as if he had unsealed a seal, and his cool and handsome face exuded a certain abstinence, which made Jiang Jiqian's heart beat faster. Jiang Jiqian immediately came to her senses and turned her head to look at her bag to make sure that the zipper was closed. I'm done with my work and I'm about to scan a shared bike to take back home. Don't you have an electric scooter? Qin Fan frowned slightly. Yes, I didn't ride it from where I used to live, Jiang Jiqian said, and walked straight to the shared bicycles nearby. But riding a bicycle is still quite convenient, and it's not far anyway. You go back first. Eh? Jiang Jiqian suddenly discovered that the QR codes of several bicycles parked here had been scratched off by someone, and some of them were even locked with private locks. No way. Jiang Jiqian stood there in a daze. She clearly remembered that she had ridden a bicycle from the community this morning, but now that bicycle had been taken away by someone else. The school is already big, and most of the shared bikes have been taken away at this time. Qin Fan was not surprised. He stopped beside Jiang Jiqian on his electric donkey and said, as for those that are not being ridden, most likely they have problems. Then I'll just walk back. Are you sure? There's a section of road without lights at the entrance of the community. Qin Fan was not worried about the safety of a girl going home alone at night, but he was just thinking of Jiang Jiqian's pitiful appearance that night. It's a very dark road. The girl froze in place as soon as she took a step, her face instantly turning pale. Letting her walk alone on a night road without streetlights is like leaving her alone in a haunted house. Get in the car. Anyway, my car can just accommodate 2 people. When Jiang Jiqian was stunned, the gentle voice instantly made her feel a little warm in her heart. She turned her gaze to Qin Fan, who was opening the trunk of his electric scooter at this time. Qin Fan took out a brand new helmet from the box and handed it to her. Even the helmets are ready. Jiang Jiqian was a little stunned. What are you daydreaming about? Get in the car. I don't want to come out so late at night to pick you up. Qin Fan's words were like a load-bearing stone, splashing white water in Jiang Jiqian's heart. No way. Jiang Jiqian protested, but her hands did not stop and she had already fixed the helmet on her head. Qin Fan smiled slightly, held the handlebars of the electric scooter with both hands, and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, he felt a warm and soft touch from behind, and Qin Fan sat up straight as if he had been electrocuted. As Jiang Jiqian sat steadily on the electric scooter, the area of their bodies in contact became larger and larger. Although Jiang Jiqian intentionally created a gap between herself and Qin Fan's body, the electric scooter was too small and the seat was limited, so Jiang Jiqian still stuck to Qin Fan's back. An unprecedented numbing feeling spread throughout Jiang Jiqian's body along the back that was in contact with Qin Fan. Even her breathing became rapid and she swallowed nervously. Hold on tight, I'm driving. Jiang Jiqian's voice was more delicate than any other time, like ants crawling on his body, making Qin Fan feel itchy inside. Perhaps because of Jiang Jiqian's influence, Qin Fan failed to control the speed. The sudden acceleration of the electric scooter scared Jiang Jiqian. Because of inertia, Jiang Jiqian and Qin Fan were stuck closer, and her hands subconsciously hugged Qin Fan's waist. Qin Fan's body suddenly trembled violently. Not to mention the soft touch of his back, just the hand of Jiang Jiqian on his waist almost made him lose his defense. When the electric scooter was running smoothly, Jiang Jiqian withdrew her hands from Qin Fan's waist. Even through their clothes, the feeling of her fingers sliding across his skin still made Qin Fan feel restless, so much so that he snorted softly. Forehead. Sorry. Although Jiang Jiqian's fair and smooth face was obscured by Qin Fan's shadow, it was still extremely rosy. The hot and numb feeling on her body almost made her faint. Qin Fan's back was very warm, which made her heart beat faster and she felt at ease. But when she finally calmed down, she would be disturbed by Qin Fan's breath in the air. Jiang Jiqian felt that she had become very strange. She actually felt that Qin Fan's smell was very good. Even though she was holding her breath, she couldn't help but breathe in the end. It smells good, not just a simple fragrance, but a unique pheromone that belongs only to Qin Fan. The girl felt that this period of time was very torturous. She had forgotten what the surrounding environment was like. She just lowered her head and leaned on Qin Fan's back, hoping to get home quickly. Chapter 18: The Fickle Woman. Riding her electric scooter on the campus path, she attracted many envious glances from single young people along the way. Fortunately, Jiang Jiqian was wearing a half-covered helmet, so passers-by on the road did not notice who she was. In fact, Qin Fan knew in his heart that if others found out that he was driving a girl, and that she was the school belle Jiang Jiqian, then he would definitely be the headline on campus tomorrow. Most of the boys and girls in the school are probably heartbroken, and there might even be people coming to his classroom to block the door. Alas, nowadays even college students have to care about public opinion and scandals. Although Qin Fan himself has nothing to do with it, he has to consider Jiang Jiqian's innocence. After all, she hasn't found her true love yet. The night wind is several degrees cooler than the morning wind. Every time it blows across Jiang Jiqian's fair arms, she trembles slightly. Even though her hands were cold from the evening breeze, her heart was extremely warm. In order to protect her arms from the wind, she instinctively tucked her hands behind Qin Fan's strong back. I was really too lax. I actually agreed to Qin Fan's request and got in his car. But it's better than walking alone at night. The girl closed her eyes tightly and tried to empty her mind. During the long drive, the electric scooter shook a little when it passed the speed bump in front of the school gate. Tilde. Jiang Jiqian's body hit Qin Fan's back again. Neither of them said anything, as if nothing had happened. But the frequency of their heartbeats seemed to be in sync. It was the first time that Qin Fan had been stimulated in this way, and it was very strange. He swore that he had never done it on purpose. After driving into the parking shed downstairs in the community, the electric scooter finally completed today's task. Even though it was bearing the weight of 2 people at the same time, its speed was only 10 minutes slower than usual. Qin Fan was very satisfied with this and decided to reward it by charging home. Oh. After hearing Qin Fan's words, Jiang Jiqian responded in a low voice as if she had been rescued. She carefully moved her body and got off the electric scooter. After leaving Qin Fan's warm back, she actually felt a little cold and uncomfortable, which made her want to sit back down. After the feeling of oppression on his back disappeared, Qin Fan felt suddenly enlightened. He locked his electric scooter and took out the key. He skillfully pulled the charging cable from the charging pile and plugged it into the charging port of the electric scooter. Qin Fan was relieved only when he saw the charging indicator light on the electric scooter. When he took off his helmet and hung it on the car, he saw the girl, still wearing the helmet, jogging towards the elevator. So he hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Jiqian, you haven't taken off your helmet yet." Oh. Jiang Jiqian's head felt hot and she felt like she was going stupid. Then she trotted to Qin Fan again and took off her helmet in a panic. Let us go." Her whole face was as red as a flower bud about to bloom, with some beads of sweat still remaining on her tender and plump skin, especially the small beads of water on her nose, which looked particularly attractive. Her slightly hurried tone now made it seem as if she had just experienced a battle. Oh, okay. Qin Fan stared at the face in a daze. To be honest, if Jiang Jiqian hadn't turned around in time to hide her uneasiness, he would have been moved if he had continued looking at it. The 2 people sitting in the elevator were still standing in 2 corners of the elevator, neither of them able to calm the heat in their hearts. Jiang Jiqian, in particular, was either thinking about the short story about cohabitation that she had read no less than 5 times today, or the close contact she had just had with Qin Fan in the car. Jiang Jiqian felt like her brain would burn out if she continued thinking like this, so she faced the wall and started a new topic. What do you think of today's radio station story? Qin Fan didn't know why she suddenly brought this up, but since she asked, he might as well answer it. Keeping silent obviously shows that you care a lot about what just happened. Chatting can actually help hide your feelings. Are you asking about your broadcast? I can give you 100 out of 10. No. I just want to ask, what do you think about the cohabitation story itself? Jiang Jiqian was still a little embarrassed. Oh, I think it's very sci-fi. Qin Fan turned his gaze to Jiang Jiqian, who was sitting facing the wall and thinking about her mistakes. From this angle he couldn't see the expression on her face, Nor did he know what she was trying to say. The elevator stopped at the door of the house and Jiang Jiqian went out first. After returning home, Qin Fan hurriedly took out 2 bottles of happy water from the refrigerator and handed one to Jiang Jiqian, who was sitting on the sofa. Thanks. Jiang Jiqian held the can, stretched out her slender fingers to open the bottle, and took a sip. The sweet and cold liquid went down her throat, cooling her feverish body. Qin Fan probably guessed what Jiang Jiqian wanted to express, so he asked, "Are you afraid that I will fall in love with you?" Cough cough cough. Qin Fan's words made Jiang Jiqian's body tremble, and the happy water she just drank almost choked her to death. That's not what I meant, Jiang Jiqian only talked about the story of cohabitation to ease the awkward atmosphere, but she didn't expect Qin Fan to completely misunderstand her meaning. I understand. You don't have to be embarrassed. It's not impossible for love to develop over time, but it also requires an opportunity, doesn't it? Qin Fan said naturally. Look, we had a lot of fun when we were little, and we didn't know how to get married. But so many years have passed, and you don't recognize me anymore. And I've already made it clear that I don't want to be in a relationship, and you don't want to be with someone you don't like. Isn't this a perfect closed-off relationship? We didn't have any opportunities, so you don't have to worry about this story at all. Oh, yes, that's it. Jiang Jiqian felt a little uncomfortable inexplicably after listening to Qin Fan's analysis. Am I too ugly? You really don't have any feelings for me, at all? Jiang Jiqian didn't dare to say it out loud. She never doubted her appearance. In order not to attract attention at school, she would deliberately wear very simple clothes and try not to show her thighs. But Qin Fan never looked at her strangely because of her appearance, which made her feel a little hurt in her self-esteem. But he was still the one who saved her from the shadows, which made her feel fond of him again, and the feelings in her heart became more and more awkward. Yeah, I won't worry about it. Jiang Jiqian's eyes suddenly became somewhat resentful, and her tone became quite cold. She turned around and walked towards her room. Qin Fan thought she would approve of him, but it seemed like she was still angry. Sometimes it was really hard to guess what a girl was thinking. But a girl's body is indeed fragrant and soft, which Qin Fan had just experienced deeply on the electric scooter. Chapter 19. You're not greedy for my body, are you? Since Jiang Jiqian returned to her room, Qin Fan had been playing games in the living room for almost 2 hours. He even finished Sekiro without seeing her show up. He originally wanted to lure her over to see his true strength. The vibration of the text message on the mobile phone attracted Qin Fan's attention. He smiled when he saw that it was sent by Boss Yu. No matter what Jiang Jiqian did, it was Boss Yu who understood him. Boss Yu, the character dubbing has been recorded. And I just tried to edit it. Do you want to take a look? Boss Yu also knows how to edit. This was quite unexpected to him. Doesn't Boss Yu only know how to do dubbing? Shan Yaojun, didn't I tell Boss Yu to just take a break after recording, and leave the rest of the editing-related stuff to me? Sitting in front of the computer in the room and reading the message sent by Qin Fan, Jiang Jiqian had a faint smile on her face and muttered to herself. I saw you staying up till midnight to draw and then spending so much time editing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have learned the troublesome editing. Nimble fingers quickly tapped the keyboard on the phone screen. Boss Yu, aren't you worried that you might be tired? The fans in your comment section have all sent messages to my account asking for updates. She had been trying to edit the recording and the animation footage together since she returned to her room, so that was why she hadn't gone out for 2 hours. Boss Yu, are you concerned about me? Although it was just a few simple lines of text, the meaning they pieced together couldn't help but cause quite a shock to Qin Fan's mind. Shan Yaojun, actually, it's not that bad. I still need to rely on Boss Yu for a lot of things. Boss Yu, General Thunder buys melons.mp4. Boss Yu, take a look at the editing first. If you think it's not good, edit it again. To be honest, Jiang Jiqian was quite nervous when she sent out the result of the editing that she had spent 2 hours on. If Qin Fan dared to dislike her editing, she would never help him with dubbing again and would go find other uploaders. How could I dislike the video that Boss Yu specially edited for me? You're just kidding. Qin Fan smiled and clicked on the video. Although it is filtered by Boss Yu, there is no problem in watching the whole video. The audio and picture are synchronized. Only some small details of the special show need to be processed by myself. It seems that Boss Yu has saved him a lot of work. Boss Yu is so charming that he would share the work with him. Qin Fan feels warm in his heart. Shan Yao Jun, is this really the first time that Boss Yu edited a video? It's completely usable now. Boss Yu, really? I said I'm very good. If that is the case, then leave the editing work to me. How about that? Shan Yao Jun, let me make it clear in advance that I don't have the money to pay you. Boss Yu, TSK, who cares about your little money? Jiang Jiqian really doesn't care about money. The reason she cooperates with Qin Fan is all out of interest. She doesn't even know how to withdraw the income she gets from the joint contributions with Qin Fan on her Bilibili account. Qin Fan held the phone and fell into deep thought. If she wasn't after money, then what did she want from him? Could it be that? Shan Yao Jun, why do you care about me? You are not greedy for my body. Pander people are afraid. Go away. Who cares about your body? When Jiang Jiqian saw the message sent by Qin Fan, her soft, elastic and smooth face instantly turned slightly red. She finally got rid of the strange thoughts in her mind. At this time, she thought of Qin Fan strung back again. He is obviously a very gentleman in real life, but why is he like this Qin Fan online? But precisely because it was online, Jiang Jiqian was still a little excited even though her face was blushing, and she typed boldly on the keyboard. Boss Yu, what can you do with your body? I have nothing to be desired. Shan Yao Jun, there are many things that can be done, such as. Like what? Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but get nervous as she stared at the big words the other party was typing on the top of the phone. Her heart beat inexplicably fast and she lay down on the bed unconsciously while holding the phone. But the conversation came to an abrupt end here. 10 minutes had passed and Qin Fan still hadn't sent any message. What? Why aren't you sending it again? Jiang Jiqian suddenly became a little angry and complained with her mouth pouting. Boss Yu, for example, what? Eating watermelon. Qin Fan still didn't reply. This made Jiang Jiqian very upset. It was clearly you who aroused my interest, but now you don't want to talk about it anymore. How could you do this? I want to see what you are doing. Jiang Jiqian, furious, turned off her cell phone and went out. There was no sign of Qin Fan in the living room, but the door of Qin Fan's bedroom next door was ajar and the light was on. Jiang Jiqian tiptoed towards the door of Qin Fan's room, but even though she took such small steps, the slippers Qin Fan gave her still made a creaking sound. Jiang Jiqian was so frightened that her body froze in place, but there seemed to be no reaction in the room, so Jiang Jiqian dared to move forward. Jiang Jiqian bent down and half knelt to look inside through the crack in the door. She could vaguely see a big guitar, but Qin Fan was not inside. This made her feel relieved and became bolder. How about going in and taking a look? Jiang Jiqian, be more reserved, you are a girl. Have you forgotten your mother's teachings? How can you have such thoughts? But I really want to go in and take a look. It's all his fault that he stopped talking halfway. Is it okay for me to retaliate like this? In Jiang Jiqian's mind, two figures, an angel and a devil, appeared and kept fighting in her mind, but in the end the angel defeated the devil. Humph, let you go. Just as Jiang Jiqian was about to turn around and go back to her room, a magnetic and lazy voice sounded behind her. What are you doing? Jiang Jiqian's little face turned pale instantly, and she was about to cry at this moment. What should I do? What should I do? How should I explain it? Qin Fan was stunned when he saw Jiang Jiqian half kneeling at the door of his room with her buttocks slightly raised. When he came from the living room after taking a shower, the first thing he noticed was the plump and round breasts, and then Jiang Jiqian who was squatting at the door of the room. This posture is a bit. Qin Fan didn't dare to look at it any longer. If he continued to look at it, his heart would be broken. Yes, a mouse just ran into your room. Yes. I'm catching a mouse. Jiang Jiqian's brain was working fast. She turned around, knelt on the ground and said seriously. A big black rat. Qin Fan looked at Jiang Jiqian dully, his head tilted. Yeah, but she got away anyway. I almost caught her just now. Seeing that Qin Fan seemed to believe it, Jiang Jiqian spoke with confidence. Oh, the ground is cold. Why don't you get up and talk? Qin Fan draped the towel over his shoulders, spread it out and placed it flat on his wet hair, then used both hands to wipe his hair. Oh. Jiang Ziqian was stunned. Only now did she notice how Qin Fan in front of her was dressed. Because Qin Fan had just taken a shower, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and casual shorts, and his strong biceps were so obvious. Then there were the messy wet hair and the drops of water flowing down the cheeks with distinct features. This moment perfectly interpreted the abstinence boy. Jiang Ziqian suddenly felt her heart beating fast. What happened to me today? Qin Fan really gave her too much of a shock today. Chapter 20 Qin Fan's custom hairstylist. When it comes to regulating her emotions, Jiang Ziqian thinks she is very good at it, so much so that even the abstinent Qin Fan can remain calm when standing in front of her. However, when she noticed Qin Fan wiping his hair in such a perfunctory and revealing way with a towel, her obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. Although her hair became more messy after wiping, which made her feel excited, this was completely wrong. Qin Fan, you're damaging your hair if you rub it like this. That's how I used to wipe my hair. My hair will be dry in no time after I wipe it like this. Qin Fan didn't think so. This way of wiping was fast and no water droplets would be left. Although a few hairs would be pulled out occasionally, Qin Fan could still accept it. What he was most satisfied with was the amount of his hair. Jiang Ziqian couldn't help but frown and said in an accusing tone, "You think it's okay now, but your hair will fall out after a while. You don't want to become a Mediterranean uncle, do you?" Mediterranean? I think I am more suitable to be an art teacher than a dean of studies. Looking at Jiang Ziqian's serious and cute expression, Qin Fan still panicked. It is said that girls know how to take care of their hair. She should have a basis for saying that, right? Wait here, I'll get you a hairdryer. Jiang Ziqian was very proactive and quickly returned to her room to get out her personal hairdryer. She noticed Qin Fan's hair quality. It would be a shame if hair like this was not taken good care of. Thanks. Qin Fan himself has a hairdryer, but Jiang Ziqian gave it to him with kindness, so he had to accept it with gratitude. Before going to the living room to blow dry his hair, Qin Fan deliberately closed the door of his room. It wasn't because he had something shameful to show, but he was afraid that the big black rat that Comrade Jiang Ziqian mentioned would come out and cause trouble on Earth. You should know how to blow dry your hair, right? As if she was afraid that Qin Fan didn't know how to blow his hair, Jiang Ziqian followed him enthusiastically. You're kidding. Isn't it just a matter of blow drying your hair? Qin Fan simply turned the hairdryer to the highest hot air setting and started to mess with his hair with one hand. Wait. No. Qin Fan's actions seemed too brutal to Jiang Ziqian. It was as if his hair was a delicate girl, and she had to accept it with joy while Qin Fan was ruthlessly abusing her. There are not so many tricks to blow drying hair. We boys just need to blow it dry. Qin Fan turned off their hairdryer with a puzzled look. Jiang Ziqian wouldn't care if it was someone else's hair, but she sees Qin Fan's hair every day, so of course she wants to make Qin Fan's hairstyle pleasing to the eye. Moreover, Qin Fan had such a lot of hair that he could obviously style it into a nice style, but he was so perfunctory. Jiang Ziqian couldn't stand it. Before moving in, her mother had told her to take good care of Qin Fan's life, and blow drying his hair was part of it. She naturally snatched the hairdryer from Qin Fan's hand, without even realizing that her fair little hands were touching Qin Fan. Blow drying your hair isn't the best temperature. If you let the hairdryer come into contact with your hair too much, it will damage the roots of your hair. The tone of Jiang Ziqian's voice reminded Qin Fan of his mother, so much so that Qin Fan didn't dare to refute at all and could only stare at her actions blankly. Jiang Ziqian turned on the hairdryer and adjusted the temperature for her hand, then her slender white fingers moved towards his head. Qin Fan stepped back instinctively and said nervously, "I can do it myself." "No. I can't bear to see you damaging your hair like this." Jiang Ziqian frowned, and her cold face was replaced by a serious expression. Qin Fan couldn't persuade her, so he finally just enjoyed it. "My mom won't blow dry my hair." Jiang Ziqian stood behind Qin Fan like this, and her soft and slender hands gently reached into his hair and divided it into several layers. The tingling sensation of the girl's fingertips touching his scalp made Qin Fan feel as if he had been enlightened. Coupled with the breeze of just the right temperature brushing across the roots of his hair, this was a completely new experience he had never had before. When blow drying your hair, it's best to layer it. Remember to start from the roots. Jiang Ziqian was very satisfied with Qin Fan's hair quality. Even without applying hair essence, it looked very good, which made her a little envious. Oh. If I blow dry my hair like you said, it would take a lot of time every day. Qin Fan laughed at himself, but then again it was indeed wonderful to have a girl blow dry his hair. Are you teasing that it's a waste of time for girls to take care of themselves? How dare I? Qin Fan smiled slightly. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help laughing. After blowing the hair at the back of Qin Fan, Jiang Jiqian finally started her real purpose, which was to style his hair to her satisfaction. Putting down the hair dryer, Jiang Jiqian stood in front of Qin Fan and fiddled with his bangs for a long time. To her surprise, Qin Fan's head and face shape seemed to be able to do any hairstyle. In this way, can I change Qin Fan's hairstyle every day? Jiang Jiqian killed this idea as soon as it came to her mind. This is totally unrealistic. How can she have the nerve to blow dry Qin Fan's hair every day? She and he are not in a relationship. Even if they are fake couple, it won't work, right? Oh? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my hair? Jiang Jiqian stood defenselessly in front of Qin Fan and fiddled with the bangs on his forehead. The moment her fingers brushed across his skin, he felt a little itchy. Oh. I was just thinking about giving you a hairdo. Is it unnecessary? It costs so much to get a hairstyle. Qin Fan implied that Jiang Jiqian only needed to do this far, and it would be a waste of her time if she helped him blow dry his hair. I'm not charging you any money. Close your eyes. Jiang Jiqian pursed her plump pink lips and said softly. Qin Fan closed his eyes obediently. Although he couldn't see anything, he could still smell the faint sweet scent of the girl and feel her somewhat nervous breath. The feeling of knowing that there is someone standing closely in front of you but not being able to look at him is very torturous. Qin Fan always imagines a lot of strange things in his mind and can't help swallowing. Be patient a little longer. Jiang Jiqian's posture was also very tiring, because Qin Fan was sitting and she could only stand in front of him. She couldn't sit on Qin Fan's lap, so she could only lean forward slightly. This posture made her very shy and her face turned red. It's almost done. Don't open your eyes. Or I'll cut your hair. Qin Fan could tell that Jiang Jiqian's threatening tone contained some urgency and nervousness. Since she said so, the person involved would certainly not dare to move. Jiang Jiqian blew Qin Fan's hair into a 3:7 split hairstyle. After that, she quietly took out her cell phone and took a photo of Qin Fan. Done. You can open your eyes now. Qin Fan took out his cell phone and took a quick look at his hairstyle. To be honest, he did look more handsome. However, if he went out with this hairstyle, he would probably be blocked in the classroom by his schoolmates and wouldn't be able to go home, right? How is it, are you satisfied? Well. Thank you, Mr. Hairstylist Jiang. Qin Fan looked at Jiang Jiqian and smiled softly. He could see that Jiang Jiqian was also very satisfied, and her pupils were shining. I didn't use wax to hold your hair in place because you have to sleep at night. If you want it to last longer, you can perm it. I have a curling iron. It seemed that Jiang Jiqian had endless things to say when talking about hair, and she was obviously much more cheerful. But Qin Fan didn't want to be tormented like this, and quickly said, next time for sure. Har har. Jiang Jiqian really didn't want to get the curling iron because Qin Fan's hair was so malleable and she didn't want him to be restricted to one hairstyle. Look at the boy's facial features again. The more I look at them, the more I like them. Chapter 21 Give you a strong shoulder. Although today is the weekend, Jiang Jiqian still maintains her habit of morning jogging. After changing into yoga and running clothes suitable for sports, she walked out of the room. But when standing in the corridor, she couldn't help but glance at the room with closed door nearby, and then a slight blush flashed across her face. Fool! After complaining quietly, Jiang Jiqian went out. She was so busy helping Qin Fan blow dry his hair last night that she forgot her real purpose at the time. It was not until she returned to her room that she opened her phone and found the chat box with Shan Yaojun. His eyes were again on the message sent by Qin Fan. Yam Mushroom, you are not greedy for my body, are you? Shan Yaojun, there are many things that can be done, such as. Yes, such as what? Just when Jiang Jiqian was hesitating whether to ask further, the other party finally sent a message. Yam Junkus, I can lend you a strong shoulder when boss you is heartbroken. Jiang Jiqian's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Qin Fan actually dared to send such a message. She became unhappy instantly, as if she was afraid that Qin Fan would misunderstand her, and quickly replied, "I don't have a boyfriend." But what she didn't know was that she had fallen into Qin Fan's trap. Shan Yao Jun, wow, Boss Yu has such a nice voice, but no one is chasing her. Could she be an old witch in real life? Moonfrost, you are the old witch. There are so many people chasing me. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but puff up her lips when she saw Qin Fan's reply, but she wasn't angry. After all, she had been communicating with Qin Fan, the alias of Shan Yao Jun, online for a year, and it was very common for them to criticize each other. They subconsciously regarded each other as friends. However, Qin Fan in real life is very different from the one on the internet. He is very timid in real life, but he is so open on the internet. In fact, Jiang Jiqian herself is similar. She is still very reserved when getting along with Qin Fan in real life. What breakfast should I bring to Qin Fan today? On their way back, Jiang Jiqian stood in front of a row of breakfast shops and became hesitant. Before, she would not have been hesitant at all, and he would eat whatever she brought. But today, for some unknown reason, she actually considered what he wanted to eat. But Qin Fan had said before that he was not picky about food. Who cares what he eats? If he wants to eat it or not, just bring him some. In the end, Jiang Jiqian only hesitated for a minute and finally prepared 2 servings of soy milk, eggs and fried dough sticks. Jiang Jiqian looked at Qin Fan's class schedule on purpose. He didn't have any classes today. She thought Qin Fan would sleep until at least 9 o'clock before getting up. However, when she just got home, she noticed that Qin Fan was sitting in front of the computer in the studio editing a video. Qin Fan was concentrating on staring at the computer screen and didn't notice that Jiang Jiqian was approaching. The picture on the screen is the animation of General Thunder buys melons. After Jiang Jiqian's editing yesterday, Qin Fan is doing the final post-production proofreading. After pulling the progress bar back and forth to make sure there was no problem, Qin Fan clicked the export button. It was a large file of dozens of GB in total. Fortunately, the transmission speed of Qin Fan's computer was pretty good and it only took a few minutes. Let's have breakfast first. The girl's ethereal voice rang in Qin Fan's ears, causing his heart to tremble as he was caught off guard. Turning around, the girl with a ponytail put breakfast on the table with a gentle expression. Bringing breakfast to me every day. How embarrassing. Qin Fan said this, but he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. Is this what it feels like to have a foster father? I shouldn't be a foster mother. TSK, I just did it for fun. And skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. Jiang Jiqian wasn't sure if she was saying this to Qin Fan or to herself. The girl's eyes were always on Qin Fan's face. Although a night had passed, the shape of Qin Fan's 3:7 hairstyle could still be seen. It's been well maintained. It's worth it that I helped you blow dry your hair yesterday. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but put on a smile on her face. The more she looked at Qin Fan's facial features, the more she liked them. She was afraid that if she continued to look at him, she would be misunderstood by him, so she naturally withdrew her gaze and turned away. Little did she know that while she was looking at him, he was also looking at her. It was another sportswear that highlighted the body's curves. Qin Fan would not have been willing to get up early if he had not been able to see Jiang Jiqian like this. Qin Fan put the fried dough stick in his mouth and took a bite, then held the straw to drink a sip of soy milk. He felt full of energy. Originally Qin Fan didn't eat breakfast, but judging from the fact that Jiang Jiqian brought him breakfast every day, he would probably fall in love with eating breakfast. But at least after Jiang Jiqian appeared, Qin Fan's daily routine has gradually returned to normal. It would not be impossible for him to get up earlier and go for a morning run with her. As a boy, he can't be outdone. No matter what, today is another energetic day. After the dozens of GB of video were exported and compressed, the final size was only 200 megabytes. Qin Fan was frightened when he saw the obvious 99 plus on the background of B station. The army of people urging him to increase the size even flooded his private message background. I still remember that before I cooperated with Boss Yu, every time Qin Fan posted a video, he would wait in the background to see if anyone would reply to his comments. At that time, he had few fans and few people watched his videos, so he would reply to every private message. When he saw a negative comment, he would feel upset for a long time and even deleted those negative comments so that he wouldn't be bothered by them. But now that he has more fans and his videos have become popular, Qin Fan can no longer find the feeling he had when he first started the account. He receives so many private messages every day that even if he wants to reply, he doesn't have the energy to respond now. Some old fans would also say that he is being a big shot and that he has forgotten his original intention. But in fact, it is not like that. Qin Fan really does not have the extra energy to reply to everyone's comments now. He needs to spend a lot of time for a new video. Sometimes he feels really uncomfortable when his inspiration is exhausted and he is confused. If it weren't for Boss Yu, who always supported him behind the scenes, he would probably have gradually lost himself like other uploaders. He could have taken orders to sell goods and shot some low creativity videos, but he didn't. He now has a dream to create more content that he likes. After all, who can resist money? After uploading the video to the back end of Bilibili, the title was "A Lei Jun Comes to Buy Melons," and the introduction, as always, wrote special thanks to Yuashia Hanswang for his support. It is not easy to make videos, so please give us a triple like. Boss Yu's account was also checked for the joint submission. After confirming that everything was foolproof, Qin Fan clicked to post. The video review would take some time, and Qin Fan did not plan to stay in front of the computer desk. You definitely can't stay at home playing games during the beautiful weekend. There is an art exhibition at the Jiangcheng Expo Center this afternoon. Qin Fan bought the tickets yesterday and plans to go and see it today to relax his tired mind after a week of classes. Chapter 22. The weekend begins. When Qin Fan walked out of the studio, he happened to meet Jiang Jiqian. Judging from her attire, she seemed to be going out as well. At this time, she had changed out of her sports yoga clothes, and her original ponytail had become long straight hair that was draped over her shoulders. The beige short-sleeved lace top seems to make Jiang Jiqian's exposed white arms look even whiter. The black wide leg pants that cover her ankles perfectly accentuate her long legs. The pure white Air Force One on her feet adds just the right amount of freshness. Qin Fan also likes Jiang Jiqian's outfit today. I have to say that she is really good at dressing herself. Although she is dressed very conservatively, she looks very pure and sexy at first glance. Ready to go out. Qin Fan passed by the girl because Jiang Jiqian had just taken a shower after exercising, and the combination of the shower gel and the unique sweet scent on her body smelled particularly good. For a moment, Qin Fan wanted to stop and smell it more, but if he did that, she would definitely think he was a weird person, so he quickly walked away. Jiang Jiqian had a soft smile on her face and inadvertently lifted a strand of silver hair beside her cheek. "Well, my friend asked me to go out and play. Qin Fan, what are your plans for today?" "There's an exhibition this afternoon, let's go check it out." "Then I'll go first." Jiang Jiqian nodded, and when she reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly turned around and smiled at Qin Fan. "If there's anything you want to eat, tell me on WeChat. I'll buy it when I come back." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fan was the only one left in the hall. "Good." When she said this, her face was obviously a little shy and blushing. Qin Fan was healed by the girl's sweet smile, so much so that he still stared at the door in a daze for several seconds until her figure disappeared. It was so dreamy that Qin Fan felt his heart was moved for a moment. Such a sweet-looking girl was not only willing to bring him breakfast, but also asked him what he wanted to eat in the evening. Jiang Jiqian really shook his heart time and time again. Mom really played a good hand. Arranging such a beautiful girl by my side and virtually dispelling my thoughts of being single, how cruel. Too cruel. But even if my heart is shaken someday, I can only be shaken by Boss Yu. Qin Fan said firmly. But he was also a little curious about Jiang Jiqian's schedule for today. Who asked her out? It shouldn't be a boy, right? Qin Fan stopped having wild thoughts, as one of his favorite painters would also be present at this art exhibition, so he planned to select a few of his own paintings and humbly ask for advice from his idol. The weather in Jiangcheng was relatively cool today, and the sunlight was not as glaring as usual, so Jiang Jiqian didn't even bring a sun hat. The meeting place agreed with my bestie Xu Yeye is at the University Town subway station, which is just 300 meters after turning left and walking straight after exiting the west gate of Jiangda University. Fortunately, the community where Qin Fan lives is just opposite the west gate, so transportation is very convenient if he wants to go out for fun. The University Town subway station connects to 5 nearby universities. You can see college students coming and going everywhere when you walk on the street. However, every time Jiang Jiqian passes by, dozens of pairs of eyes will look at her, showing admiring looks, but they dare not approach to ask for her contact information. The name of Jiang Ziqian, the iceberg campus beauty of Jiangda University, has long been known throughout the university town, so anyone who has seen her photo on the university town forum knows her. Jiang Ziqian ignored the gazes around her and saw a girl looking down at her cell phone at the entrance of the subway station. Who else could it be but Xu Yeye? Jiang Ziqian's cold expression softened instantly. She quickly ran behind her and reached out to cover Xu Yeye's phone with her hand. Playing with your phone in class? It's confiscated. Teacher Zhang, I was wrong. The silly girl quickly held her cell phone in her arms, but she soon realized that she was not in class. But this voice was indeed Teacher Zhang's voice. So she hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, and sure enough, she saw Jiang Ziqian looking at her and smiling. Zishi, you are so bad. You imitated the teacher's voice to deceive me again. Xu Yeye frowned and punched Jiang Zishi's shoulder with her pink fist. If you hammer me to death, no one will play the doll with you. Jiang Ziqian also started to act, putting on a pitiful look. The two beautiful girls with outstanding looks were playing so intimately that they completely forgot about their surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one at the subway entrance, otherwise Jiang Ziqian's cold and aloof image would have been shattered. The two girls walked into the subway station hand in hand, as if they were stuck together and didn't want to separate when going through security check. Zishi, where have you moved to? You weren't here when I came to play with you before. It's in the community at the west gate of the school, but please stop. I live with my relatives and I can't let you come over to play. It will cause trouble for them. Jiang Ziqian instantly understood Xu Yeye's thoughts. When they lived in the big villa before, Xu Yeye often came to play with her and they even slept in the same bed. But now she lives in Qin Fan's house, it is impossible for her to let Xu Yeye come to play, right? Xu Yeye didn't give up and said with a pouty mouth, maybe your relatives will welcome me. Ziqian, I miss you. No means no, no matter how useless it is. Jiang Ziqian rejected it outright. It would be disastrous if Xu Yeye knew that she was living with a boy, and that the boy was her classmate. Besides, you are such a busy man fighting crime in New York every day, how can you think of me? Jiang Ziqian showed a devilish expression and said in a harsh tone, am I not as important as a game in your heart? Cry. Zishi, please listen to my explanation. I was forced to do this. It turned out that silly Yeye was really attracted by this and Jiang Ziqian instantly diverted her attention. Okay, I don't blame you. When you asked me to come out and play today, I knew that my silly Yeye still has me in her heart. Jiang Ziqian smiled and hugged Xu Yeye. The girl's body was soft. When she slept with Xu Yeye before, Jiang Ziqian liked to use her as a pillow. Zishi tilde, you are the best. The two girls seemed to have not spoken to each other for a long time. They talked about everything and chatted all their way from the university town subway station to their destination, the Arctic Square. This is one of the most prosperous commercial areas in Jiancheng. Although the two have been here many times, this is a place where they will not feel bored even if they visit it dozens of times. Standing in the center of the square, the two people patted the bags around their waists confidently. They have prepared enough small amounts of money, and they are determined to clean out the entire commercial street today. Chapter 23. Can you stop being stupid? Good-looking people stand out no matter where they are. Jiang Ziqian and Xu Yeye undoubtedly became the focus of everyone when they walked in the shopping mall. Some people even thought they were some unknown stars and came up to them to ask for photos. The intention of this pickup was too obvious. Although Yeye was silly sometimes, she would never let her Zishi be picked up by a strange person. After the girls simply shopped for 2 hours, they only had 3 shopping bags in their hands. They had already restrained their desire to buy things. If Jiang Ziqian hadn't accompanied Xu Yeye to an art exhibition near the square in the afternoon, she might have just pushed a shopping cart and walked away until the cart was full before going back. Perhaps they were a little tired from shopping, and at 11 o'clock in the morning, the two sisters finally stopped at a barbecue buffet to rest. Yeye, what time does the art exhibition you mentioned start in the afternoon? We still have to go catch dolls. 2:30, don't worry. Even if we spend 2 hours eating, we will still have time to catch the dolls. Xu Yeye patted her chest and guaranteed. Even if Jiang Ziqian didn't look at it, she could still feel the shaking of the breasts, and a hint of unhappiness appeared on her originally gentle face. We are eating the same thing, why is she so big? Neither of them had a big appetite, so they only ordered a single meal set. While waiting for the meat to be cooked, Jiang Jiqian turned on her cell phone. Ding di, the Upmaster Shan Yao Jun that you are particularly concerned about has updated. The pop-up message completely attracted Jiang Jiqian's attention, and she quickly clicked on Bilibili. The video titled "A Lei Jun Comes to Buy Melons" was particularly eye-catching in the dynamic. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but smile and clicked on it. The video was posted 5 minutes ago and was still quite popular. The video has already received over 1,000 likes in just 5 minutes. After pressing her finger on the like button for 3 seconds and clicking it 3 times in a row, Jiang Jiqian was satisfied and focused her attention on the video content. Although she had watched this video more than a dozen times while recording, she still laughed out loud when she watched it again. The editing of this video was done by Yuashir Hans Wang. You should all thank her for being able to produce the video so quickly. Remember to give her a follow. When Jiang Jiqian saw the words of thanks at the end of the video, she felt warm in her heart. She really helped Qin Fan and got his recognition. Although it was just a small thing, she was very happy. This feeling was wonderful. After watching the video, Jiang Jiqian browsed the comment section, which was also very interesting. Although there were many words she didn't understand, she knew that the comment section was very joyful and could bring happiness to others. Jiang Jiqian believed that the significance of this video had been achieved. Shan Yao Jun, give me a thumbs up. Otherwise, I'll get it for free. My goodness, the best in the Yuanshan live area is still me, Mr. Shan Yao. The painting style is still as dull as ever. Do you have a side job? I guess you've already started. Sorry, teacher Yuashir Hanschwein's voice is too yyds. I just fainted. What happened to Jiang Jiqian? Why is she smiling foolishly while holding her phone? Xu Yeye, who was sitting opposite Jiang Jiqian, saw all the changes in her expression from the moment she took out her cell phone to now. Jiang Jiqian had never laughed like this before. Could it be that because I had been addicted to games and ignored her, she had started to lose her mind? Thinking of this, Xu Yeye blamed herself even more and said quickly, Jishi, please stop being stupid, I won't play games anymore. Yeye, are you okay? Jiang Jiqian put down her phone and touched Xu Yeye's forehead attentively. You don't have a fever. After listening to Xu Yeye's story of what had just happened, Jiang Jiqian's expression suddenly became unnatural. She blushed a little and looked very flustered. You just saw it wrong, eat meat. You are still growing and need nutrition. As she spoke, Jiang Jiqian put the freshly roasted beef onto Xu Yeye's plate. Xu Yeye felt like she had heard this somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. However, it was enough to just eat, so why think so much about it? It took the two of them 2 hours to finish all the barbecue, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon when they came out of the barbecue restaurant. The strong feeling of fullness makes people feel very sleepy, but since we want to catch dolls, it is still worth skipping a nap. Jiang Jiqian took Xu Yeye, put the shopping bags in the self-service storage box and locked it, then headed towards Jiangxing's largest video game center, which was on the basement floor of the Arctic Plaza. Every time Jiang Jiqian and Xu Yeye went to the Arctic Plaza to play, they would come here to buy 50 coins to catch dolls and have a try. Although they couldn't catch many each time, the girls were very happy because they were experiencing the process. Okay. Let's set a small goal. Xu Yeye, holding a dozen game coins in her hand, was eager to try. She stood at the door of the claw machine area with full confidence. Catch 10 dolls first. It's good enough to catch 5. Jiang Jiqian covered her mouth and chuckled, then followed Xu Yeye's steps and stopped in front of a machine with a Pikachu doll. 2 coins at a time was relatively cost-effective. Jiqian, please stand further away. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Okay. Jiang Jiqian nodded seriously and took a few steps back. After tossing the coin, Xu Yeye began to control the movement of the mechanical claw. When the mechanical claw stopped steadily in the middle of the Pikachu doll, she suddenly pressed the button. The moment the mechanical claw fell and clamped the doll, the girls held their breath and watched as the mechanical arm clearly grabbed the doll and raised it 2 centimeters, but the doll still fell down. What a pity. It's okay, we still have coins. The girls did not give up and threw 6 coins in a row. They still can't defeat you after 3 chances? But the result was contrary to their wishes, which was also within their expectations. The weak mechanical claw grabbed the doll in mid-air and then let go. There must be something wrong with this claw. Jiang Jiqian was so angry that she tried again. This time, their weak mechanical claws suddenly gained strength and grabbed the Pikachu doll steadily. Finally succeeded. The doll that they caught felt different in their hands. The two people who were originally a little annoyed started laughing happily again. In this way, the two girls walked in front of the various claw machines. After going around in a circle, they didn't catch any dolls except Pikachu at the beginning. Seeing that there were only 20 coins left, the two girls were a little hesitant about whether to continue grabbing. I don't feel like it this time. Last time I only caught 3 out of 30 coins. How about we try something else? Jiang Jiqian suggested. Just as they were about to leave, they saw a familiar figure in front of a pony duck claw machine. With a height of 1.8 meters, he stood out in the crowd. It was definitely Qin Fan. Jiang Jiqian was somewhat surprised to meet him here, and judging from the cart next to him that was almost full of action figures, it seemed that he had gained quite a lot. Jishi, that person over there looks to be Qin Fan, the classmate I told you about before. Let's go over and say hello. Do I really want to go? Jiang Jiqian was a little hesitant. She was afraid that Qin Fan would expose the fact that she and he were living together after she went there. If that happened, it would be a big problem. Oh. Let's go. Xu Yeye didn't give her a chance to think, because silly Yeye had already run towards Qin Fan. This silly Yeye was obviously attracted by Qin Fan's basket of action figures. Chapter 24. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. The mechanical claw in the claw machine firmly clamped the Psyduck doll and shook it a few times in the air, but still showed no intention of letting go, and just held the doll back to its original position. Qin Fan smiled slightly, not very surprised to hold the doll, as if catching dolls was a very common thing for him. Just as he was piling the dolls on the cart, Xu Yeye's voice interrupted his actions. Master! Master! Xu Yeye was obviously very happy to see Qin Fan. Why do I say that? When she ran, the ball on her chest rose and fell rhythmically with excitement, and Qin Fan was so shaken that he couldn't open his eyes. Master! I'm so tired. The girl was already panting a little when she ran in front of Qin Fan. Being too majestic would bring a lot of burden to her, but this did not seem to affect her bad ideas about the car of dolls and figurines in front of her. Why are you here, alone? I came here with my friends. Master, you've caught so many, so it shouldn't be a problem to give me a few, right? If you want to catch it, go catch it yourself. Don't think about getting it for free, every day. Qin Fan said unhappily, his eyes inadvertently meeting Jiang Jiqian who was walking towards him. Why is Jiang Jiqian here too? Hey! Qin Fan was about to say hello to her, but she frowned and shook her head, gesturing no with her little hand. Are you asking me not to talk to her? But in front of outsiders, you must make sure you don't cause unnecessary trouble to the other party. Qin Fan understood what Jiang Jiqian meant and just looked at her quietly. Yeye, why are you running so fast? Jiang Jiqian walked quickly to Xu Yeye's side, tugged at her clothes and complained, as if she was afraid that she would run away again. Xu Yeye was not polite at all. She had already selected 2 dolls from the cart, and then took Jiang Jiqian's hand to introduce them to Qin Fan. Master, she is Jiang Jiqian, my best friend, the kind I can even sleep with. As soon as silly Yeye finished speaking, Jiang Jiqian covered her mouth with her hands and her face became distorted. Stupid, you can't say everything to outsiders. Friends you can sleep with. That's really great. Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud, but when he saw Jiang Jiqian staring at him fiercely, he controlled his facial expression. Silly Yeye broke free from Jiang Jiqian's fair little hand and retorted. Master is a good person, not an outsider. Master? What master? From the beginning, Xu Yeye had been calling Qin Fan master, which made Jiang Jiqian confused. She looked at Qin Fan with a dull look. Spiritual mentor. The guide in my gaming career. Xu Yeye spoke with great pride and confidence in her tone. After hearing the words spiritual mentor, Qin Fan felt that his status had improved. Good disciple. I'll recommend you a good game later. The one who understands me is my master. Jiang Jiqian just watched the 2 people talking and fell into deep thought. Wait, let me sort out my thoughts. Qin Fan is silly Yeye's master, and I am Qin Fan's fiancé. So should Yeye call me Master's wife? Oh no. Shouldn't I be concerned about Qin Fan's corruption of silly Yaya? She didn't know how to play games at all. Well, it turns out that you, Qin Fan, are the culprit of everything. Qin Fan felt that the temperature of the air suddenly became a little cold, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. For some reason, he found that Jiang Ziqian's eyes revealed deep resentment, and those cold eyes seemed to want to kill him. Hello, classmate Jiang Ziqian. Well, thank you for taking care of my Yaya at school. She even knows how to play games. Jiang Ziqian's tone was cold, and she was obviously accusing Qin Fan of teaching her how to play games. Of course he heard it, and realized his mistake, so he picked out 2 of the dolls he had caught and held them accountable. What are you talking about? This is all my duty. It's our first meeting, so please accept this small gift, Jiang Ziqian. It's my token of appreciation. What if I don't accept it? Jiang Ziqian sneered, her aggressive gaze never leaving Qin Fan. In fact, seeing this handsome face showing a panic expression, Jiang Ziqian felt a little happy. If you don't accept it, I won't feel safe when I sleep at home. Qin Fan also had a smile on his face. These seemingly plain words actually contain more than 10 tons of gunpowder, which can explode if not handled with care. Xu Yeye didn't quite understand what the two wanted to express, but she felt that what Jiang Ziqian and her master said was so profound, as if she was watching 2 adults talking. Jishi, just accept it. If you don't want it, then give it to me. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Also, this was given to me by your master, why should I not want it? Jiang Ziqian first scolded Xu Yeye, and then quickly snatched the 2 dolls from Qin Fan's hands, fearing that he would go back on his word. Oh, master. We still have 20 coins. Can you help us get a few more? Children should not be too greedy. After the conversation with Jiang Ziqian just now, Qin Fan knew that he was in the wrong, but he still turned the root of everything to Xu Yeye herself. He just didn't know if Jiang Ziqian would still cook for him when he went back home in the evening. Yes, a greedy child will end up with nothing. Jiang Ziqian also nodded and agreed with Qin Fan's idea. The reason I teach you to play games is to relax your tense nerves during class. Who told you to eat games? Your master is right. What will you do after you graduate if you don't even have this much self-control? Student Jiang Ziqian, calm down. Children are young and ignorant. I will make sure she studies hard in school. Well, then I'll rely on you, Qin Fan, to take care of it. Xu Yeye's face instantly showed a mask of pain. How did the topic turn to her? It was as if her parents had just finished a quarrel and were taking their anger out on her. Are you two my parents? Can't I be restrained in the future? And I'm not a child anymore. Xu Yeye felt that the two were performing crosstalk. They obviously had hardly seen each other in school, so how could they have such tacit understanding when they just met and talked? Well, you better be. Jiang Ziqian sighed, and her eyes softened when she looked at Qin Fan again. Although she said that she was not greedy, Jiang Ziqian still longed for Qin Fan to help her catch more dolls. Humph, it was obviously you who led silly Yaya astray first, so it is only natural for you to help me catch the dolls, okay. Jiang Ziqian felt that her ideas were becoming more and more reasonable, so she smiled and said, but there are still so many coins left, it would be a bit of a waste if we don't spend them all. Qin Fan quickly replied. He knew that Jiang Ziqian was giving him a way out. Yes, children should develop good habits of not wasting from a young age. As adults, we should set an example. You two really are. Chapter 25 Dance Machine, Couple Mode. So in the next half hour, Jiang Ziqian and Qin Fan each pushed a small stroller and followed Xu Yeye the whole time like parents taking their children out to play. Moreover, Qin Fan was very powerful along their way. On average, he could catch a doll for every 4 coins he threw. This made the staff guarding the claw machine stunned. This family must be here to purchase goods. Look, their daughter is smiling so happily. But if you look closely, it is clear that these 3 people are about the same age. Hurry up, you two. You can catch Doraemon and Cran Shin-chan over there. Okay. Hey, Master, Ziqian, don't sit there. There's a dance machine over there that you can play with. Oh, go play by yourself. We are really tired. Although they had walked around for a while, Xu Yeye seemed to be full of energy, with endless energy. On the contrary, Jiang Ziqian and Qin Fan, who had been running behind her, seemed a little exhausted. They agreed to sit down on a bench not far away to rest. As soon as they sat down, they both glanced at each other involuntarily, and laughed at each other while looking at each other. I say, so you, a boy, would come to a place like this to catch dolls? Jiang Jiqian started the topic first. Anyway, Xu Yeye had already started dancing on the dance machine, so she had no time to care about her and Qin Fan. What? Boys can't come and grab dolls. You are prejudiced. And you also know that I am an uploader. I come here every month to buy goods and draw gifts for my fans. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but look at the two small carts full of dolls in front of her, and felt that Qin Fan's description of the situation with the word purchasing was very vivid. But Qin Fan is really amazing. He caught the doll that I couldn't catch no matter what. But I never missed any of the lucky draws under your account, yet I never won. Is there any conspiracy? Jiang Jiqian stared at Qin Fan with her head tilted smartly, looking very cute. Qin Fan was touched and flattered that even she paid attention to him. How about you send me your B station ID, and I'll cover up the details next time I forward the lucky draw. Seeing that Qin Fan was thinking seriously, Jiang Jiqian burst out laughing. Do you think I really care about these lotteries? And if I send you my ID, wouldn't my identity be exposed? No way. I was kidding. You've already given me 2. And you helped us catch so many. Yeah, and I can't catch so many in a month. You look so pretty when you smile. Qin Fan's sudden words instantly silenced the girl in front of him. The charming smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by surprise and panic. I said you look beautiful when you smile. Qin Fan has always been a straightforward person. He would express what he likes or dislikes. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Jiqian's sincere smile after she took off her protective layer, he couldn't help but express it. Jiang Jiqian's heart was already beating fast, and when she heard Qin Fan's praise again, her ears turned a little pink. How could you do this? It was the first time that Jiang Jiqian was praised in person by a boy of the same age. She felt shy and happy at the same time. The impact of several different emotions made her speechless. Jiang Jiqian tried her best to hide her panic. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she hadn't heard what Qin Fan had just said. She pointed in Xu Yeye's direction and asked, "Can we have a dance party? How about we go and have a go? It should be okay, right?" Qin Fan suddenly felt less tired. It's not that he can't play the dance machine, but he can play it okay. At least in his opinion, he can play it okay. He has tried speed PK before. Xu Yeye was dancing happily at this time, until the music of couple mode Troublemaker sounded beside her. The girl suddenly stopped and looked at the two people on the dance machine beside her, and then her pupils suddenly widened. Master and Jiqian were actually dancing, and the song they were dancing to was the song that she and Jiqian liked to dance to the most. Xu Yeye was about to cry, feeling like she was being abandoned. However, neither of the two people on the dance machine was very relaxed, especially Qin Fan, who looked particularly nervous. He originally thought that Jiang Jiqian wanted to challenge him to a duet dance, but as soon as Qin Fan put the coin in, Jiang Jiqian on the dance machine directly found the couple mode in the duet dance and skillfully selected this song. These operations were completed in one go, and Jiang Jiqian didn't even hesitate during the process, which made Qin Fan a little at a loss. It's not that Qin Fan doesn't know how to dance Troublemaker, but dancing this dance will inevitably involve physical contact between the two of them. Qin Fan certainly doesn't mind, but he doesn't know if Jiang Jiqian will mind. When he quietly glanced at Jiang Jiqian beside him, she had a faint smile on her face and didn't seem to see anything wrong. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Jiang Jiqian didn't think I was being hypocritical. Qin Fan let go of the weird thoughts in his mind and prepared to devote himself to the next dance. Jiang Jiqian and Qin Fan were seen standing on their respective mats and snapping their fingers to the rhythm of the music. The music was not very difficult at the beginning, and both of them simply stepped on 2 pedals. It wasn't until about 10 seconds into the music that the two of them started moving faster and faster, following the beat on the screen and starting to move towards each other. Jiang Jiqi only knew how to dance this dance on the dance machine, and she had danced it with Xu Yeye before, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with choosing this dance. It was not until Qin Fan leaned behind her and gently put his hand on her shoulder that she realized something was wrong. Although Qin Fan only quickly tapped her shoulder with his fingertips, she could still feel a strange tingling sensation at the place he touched. But the dance had already reached this point, and Jiang Jiqian was too embarrassed to stop and just continued dancing to the beat. Several times when her shoulder was about to touch Qin Fan's chest, Jiang Jiqian's body would tremble slightly as if she was electrocuted, but she knew that Qin Fan was already very restrained. When they were dancing with Ye, the two of them were very close. Unlike Qin Fan, who was intentionally keeping a distance from her now. Although Jiang felt ashamed, she knew in her heart that Qin Fan did not take advantage of her. Neither of them relaxed and they were still very restrained when dancing, so much so that the score on the screen was even very low, and several beats that could have been hit were missed. Xu Yeye, who was watching from the side, was dissatisfied with this. If you want to dance, just dance well. If you dance like this, you won't even get an A grade. So she frowned and shouted. Jishi, what's wrong with you? Dance more freely. Jiang Jiqian's heart suddenly trembled. When did you start watching? I want to dance freely too. But Qin Fan is next to me. I am so embarrassed. Chapter 26. I still have to go back and cook for Qin Fan. Just when Jiang Jiqian was hesitating, Xu Yeye's words gave her a huge critical blow. If you can't dance, I'll do it. Damn it, I was actually looked down upon by silly Yeye. Jiang Jiqian's competitive spirit instantly ignited. It's just dancing, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can do it. Jiang Jiqian's movements on the dance machine became more and more vigorous, a confident smile appeared on her slightly flushed face, and she got into the mood following the rhythm of the music. Seeing that the girl next to him was dancing better and better, Qin Fan was unwilling to admit defeat. His dance steps became more and more sharp. Gradually, the rhythm of the two people matched, and the score on the screen also rose rapidly. Although physical contact was still inevitable, their movements were much more natural than before. Even when Qin Fan took her fingers, Jiang Jiqian's expression did not change. In the end, Jiang Jiqi leaned lightly on Qin Fan's chest, and Qin Fan reached out his hand, put it around her shoulders, and held her forearm to complete the final finishing action. The final score was A, which was considered average. If the two of them had cooperated more from the beginning, it would have been easy to get an S score. You danced well. Perhaps it was because he was a little hot from dancing just now, so there were some beads of sweat on Qin Fan's cheeks. You are also very good. Jiang Jiqian was also a little embarrassed. Her slightly red face had not returned to normal yet. Her heart beat faster when she thought about leaning on Qin Fan's hot chest just now. Not bad. If Xu Yeye hadn't spoken, neither of them would have noticed that she was holding up her cell phone and recording their dance. Xu Yeye, delete the video for me. No, it would be nice to keep it as a souvenir. Xu Yeye smiled sweetly, but Jiang Jiqian blushed even more. The girls ran in front, leaving Qin Fan alone pushing the cart behind them. Although Xu Yeye refused to delete the video, Jiang Jiqian was still very happy. The already perfect weekend seemed to become even more interesting after meeting Qin Fan. The scale of this art exhibition is not very large, but it still gathers many art lovers. In fact, it is better to call it an art club market rather than an art exhibition. Most of the participating painters will bring their own works to the exhibition. If your painting impresses a visitor, it is possible that your painting will be bought on the spot, so many people will come to try their luck. Qin Fan and Jiang Jiqian were originally planning to go their separate ways when they left the arcade, but when they found out that the other party was also going to attend the exhibition, they decided to go together. When they arrived at Jiangcheng Expo Center, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he missed the opening ceremony hosted by his idol, Qin Fan did not feel any regret. He has already met his idol in his painting career, Zoda, in the exhibition hall. Zoda is a top illustrator in the domestic industry. Qin Fan began his painting journey when he read the healing comics he drew as a child. Well, the painting is very good. It has a strong personal style. To be honest, I want to keep it as a souvenir. This was what Zoda said from the bottom of his heart when Qin Fan showed his paintings to his idol just now. This was undoubtedly the greatest recognition of Qin Fan. Of course, please accept it. Until the end of the exhibition, Qin Fan was still immersed in the joy of being recognized by his idol, especially when he saw the studio contact card that Zoda quietly handed to him. Qin Fan wanted to share his joy with the whole world. It was the first time that Jiang Jiqian saw such an expression on Qin Fan's face. Although she did not understand those so-called artistic forms of expression, Qin Fan's paintings did heal her. The few of them talked and laughed all the way from the expo center to the subway station entrance. Well, now that the exhibition is over, we should part ways. What should we do with these dolls? Qin Fan stopped and asked his doubts while holding two large bags of dolls. Jiang Jiqian and Qin Fan glanced at each other and then looked at Xu Yeye at the same time. Yes, what should I do? I can't let Xu Yeye see me going home with Qin Fan, right? And there are so many things, I can't take them back by myself. Xu Yeye didn't know why they suddenly looked at her, as if they wanted to drive her away. So she quickly picked out two from the doll bag and said with a smile, I'll take these two. Give the others to Jiqian. You are obviously too lazy to take these dolls back. Jiang Jiqian immediately exposed Xu Yeye's little thoughts, it was you who wanted to catch them in the first place. I'm going to have dinner at my dad's company later. The two of us are already heavy enough, what if I get exhausted to death halfway? Xu Yeye had a sad face and gestured in front of her chest. By the way, Jiqian, do you want to go with me? It's only 2 stops away on line 4. Looks like we'll have to eat takeout again today. Qin Fan had already imagined the scene of Jiang Jiqian accepting Xu Yeye's invitation, and suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his heart. I won't go. I'm really tired from playing today. Humph, I still have to go back and cook for Qin Fan today. I really feel bad leaving him alone to order takeout. Okay. I'll go first then. The two kept watching Xu Yeye's figure disappear at the elevator entrance of line 4. Qin Fan and Jiang Jiqian suddenly felt a little uncomfortable without the chatterbox chattering in their ears. Is the doll heavy? If not, let me carry it. Shall we go back too? I can do it myself. Actually you could have gone to eat with her just now. I can just order takeout. The two of them were standing on the platform of line 3, chatting intentionally or unintentionally. Although they didn't look at each other, they were both staring at their reflections on the glass in front of them. TSK, don't be so narcissistic. I'm just tired of playing and don't want to leave. It's really tiring. Taking Xu Yeye out to play is like taking care of a child. Yeah, she's like a child who never grows up. As they were talking, they heard the conversation between the couple next door and their child. The words they used to educate Xu Yeye were exactly the same. They both tacitly agreed not to speak anymore. Not to mention that today it really felt like mom and dad taking their child out to play. She and Qin Fan both doted on Xu Baobao. Jiang Jiqian's ears felt a little hot, and she glanced at the child's father secretly. Seeing that there was no change on Qin Fan's face, Jiang Jiqian quickly threw the bold idea in her mind behind her and strongly condemned herself. We clearly agreed from the beginning that we were only a fake couple in front of our parents and just ordinary friends in real life. How could I lose my composure? Jiang Jiqian, you deserve to die. Qin Fan Ren is so gentle and self-disciplined, and you actually want to taint him with your own ideas. Chapter 27. Is this considered a wall dong? The train is about to arrive at the station. Passengers, please stand outside the yellow line. Get off first and get on later. As a mechanical female voice sounded, the subway train also appeared in the tunnel. Qin Fan did not notice Jiang Jiqian's psychological changes and shouted as he watched the subway car entering the station. The subway is coming. The train stopped steadily, and after the doors opened, a flood of people came out of the carriage. Although it was a holiday, the subway was almost as crowded as during the morning rush hour. He hurriedly picked up the 2 bags of dolls in his left and right hands respectively, and walked into the carriage with his tall and straight body. There are too many people here, Jiang Jiqian, follow me. Oh. Jiang Jiqian quickly came to her senses and subconsciously hid behind Qin Fan's strong back. Because the crowd was so large, Jiang Jiqian stretched out her little hand and grabbed the back corner of Qin Fan's clothes. His figure was like a wall, clearing a path for her, making her feel at ease. The two of them squeezed into the carriage and squeezed into the corner against the wall the moment the door closed. You stand inside. Although it was already very crowded, Qin Fan supported the wall with his arms and considerately used his body to make a small space for Jiang Jiqian. Jiang Jiqian nodded in agreement and crawled in from under the small door that Qin Fan had propped up with his hands. A few strands of silver hair gently stroked Qin Fan's arm, making him feel a little itchy. The space in the small corner was barely enough for 2 people to stand, but the people squeezing in from all around forced Qin Fan to take a step forward passively and stand right in front of Jiang Jiqian. The scene turned into Qin Fan supporting himself with his hands on the walls on both sides and using his body to protect Jiang Jiqian in his arms, just like a wall dawn. Jiang Jiqian, who was protected by Qin Fan, didn't dare to raise her head to look into Qin Fan's eyes. After careful calculation, she found that the distance between them was only 5 centimeters. She was so nervous that she dared not breathe. Even the air she breathed in contained the smell of Qin Fan. What should I do? Jiang Jiqian was really panicked. Because they were facing each other, she was even more panicked than before when she leaned on Qin Fan's chest. Fortunately, there was a height difference of nearly 20 centimeters between the two of them, almost a head difference, so Qin Fan could not see the panic expression on Jiang Jiqian's face. This soft, smooth little face is so red that it is almost as red as a ripe cherry. Qin Fan also felt very strange. He actually felt very enjoyable when smelling the fragrance of her hair. The more he inhaled, the more he felt high. He even suspected that he had some kind of quirk. Qin Fan couldn't help but secretly glance at the delicate girl in his arms. She seemed very nervous at this moment, and her two little hands were tightly clenched together while holding the shopping bags. The plump, rosy pink lips were tightly closed, and with her head lowered, she looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Fan was like a grey wolf that could open its bloody mouth at any time, and he could hold those tender lips with just one step forward. Suddenly, Jiang Jiqian stretched out her slender fingers to lift the hair between her eyebrows. Qin Fan quickly withdrew his gaze. If she found out that he was looking at her so unscrupulously, he would definitely scold her. During this interval, Jiang Jiqian shyly raised her head slightly, and when she glanced at Qin Fan, she happened to notice the Adam's apple on his well-defined neck that was moving slightly as he swallowed his saliva. Ying! Jiang Jiqian felt her body tremble suddenly, and she felt her body react. She actually felt Qin Fan's neck and Adam's apple were dry, and she wanted to reach out and touch them. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Jiang Jiqian felt like she was going to break down, her mind started to feel strange, and she quickly looked away. The two of them remained stiff in this position. After an unknown amount of time, the broadcast in the car finally made them breathe a sigh of relief. We've arrived at the university town, get off first and then get on. Qin Fan turned around first, his eyes swept across Jiang Jiqian's face as if nothing had happened, trying his best to hide the embarrassment just now. Jiang Jiqian acted as if nothing had happened and followed Qin Fan quietly, and the two of them walked out of the subway station together. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun, which was originally half hanging in the sky, was as anxious to get off work as the two people who were preparing to go home. But with the momentum of getting off work soon, the last rays of sunlight were released, dyeing the entire sky red along the skyline. While dyeing the sky red, the shadows of the two people were also lengthened. From the inconsistent pace when they just left the subway station to now, their pace has unconsciously reached a kind of tacit understanding. Today's sky is quite beautiful. I really want to paint a picture of it. Qin Fan's heart was no longer as excited as before. He gazed at the sky in front of him and sighed sincerely. Well, if I paint now, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for dinner later. Jiang Jiqian continued with Qin Fan's words, her tone calm, her voice still as pleasant as ever. So what are we having for dinner tonight? Didn't you tell me this morning to tell me what you want to eat? Why are you asking me now? Jiang Jiqian was a little dissatisfied, but she was too embarrassed to ask Qin Fan what he wanted to eat, so she said, how about sweet and sour pork ribs? After saying that, Jiang Jiqian quickened her pace. Because they were near the university town, there were unconsciously more students on the road, and they would intentionally or unintentionally stare at her and Qin Fan and say strange things. Jiang Jiqian was a little afraid to walk with Qin Fan. She was afraid that if she continued like this, rumors about her and Qin Fan would spread on the confession wall. It didn't matter if she was misunderstood, but she would feel very troubled if it affected Qin Fan's innocence. But what she didn't know was that because a picture of Qin Fan and her standing together at the campus beauty pageant yesterday was posted on the forum by a junior, the two of them had already become hot news headlines, and she was now Qin Fan's rumored girlfriend. Hey! Are you kidding? Can you change the dish? Qin Fan didn't know why she suddenly sped up, so he hurriedly chased after her. The two of them jogged to the downstairs of the apartment building. Fortunately, Jiang Jiqian did not leave directly after pressing the elevator button, but stood at the door and looked at him. Too slow. Hey! It's obviously you who ran too fast. Qin Fan quickly retorted. There were so many people on the street just now that he would have bumped into them if he ran a little faster. Moreover, Qin Fan was carrying 2 large bags of so-called spoils of war. How could his speed be as fast as Jiang Ziqian's? After Qin Fan entered the elevator, Jiang Ziqian pressed the door-closing button with a devilish smile on her face, quibbling, "Is this the reason why you can't run?" Looking at Jiang Ziqian's expression, Qin Fan always felt that she would say, "You are so cute," at any time. "You're kidding. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, let's run a race and have a competition. Can you get up?" Jiang Ziqian still had a smile on her face. "Don't look down on people." Seeing that Qin Fan seemed to be really serious, Jiang Ziqian quickly said, "Okay, but I will only agree to it if you go shopping with me later. Of course, if you need anything, just come to my place and ask for my help. It seems that there is no rice at home. I'll trouble you to carry a bag back later." The elevator door opened and Jiang Ziqian walked out first with a smile. Qin Fan stood there for 2 seconds, feeling a strange emotion in his heart. Obviously, he was quite disgusted at the beginning about someone coming to live with him, but now that his little nest is recognized as home by Jiang Ziqian, he actually feels happy. Chapter 28 Losing myself in the compliments. Although the vegetable market in the evening is not as lively as in the morning, there are still many people buying vegetables. In addition, it is getting dark, and the small lights on the stalls give the feeling of a bustling night market. Qin Fan clearly remembered that the last time he came to this vegetable market was during the May Day holiday. At that time, his mother took time out to come to Jiangcheng to see if her fat son had lost weight. More than 4 months have passed in a blink of an eye. This time he came to the vegetable market not with his mother, but with the girl who was called his fiancée. Qin Fan's mood has also changed a lot. Although he didn't quite approve of the so-called engagement in his heart, Qin Fan found that he didn't seem to dislike Jiang Ziqian's appearance. Strolling with her on the path in the vegetable market, listening to the lively sounds around him, he actually felt very at ease. Jiang Ziqian on the side seemed to have the same idea. She liked this kind of atmosphere very much, and the corners of her slightly raised mouth showed almost no change. "Come and have a look, pretty girl. These fish have just been delivered. They are very fresh. Would you like to buy some vegetables, girl? They are all grown at home, without any pesticides." Shouts came from all directions. It was the first time that Jiang Ziqian experienced this feeling. "Is this the vegetable market? It feels like a busy market. Didn't you go to the market to buy vegetables before?" Jiang Ziqian showed a hint of sadness on her face. She looked at Qin Fan and nodded. "When I lived alone before, I always went to the nearby large chain supermarket to buy groceries." The place where she lived before was a high-end villa area. There was no such vegetable market in that area, only large chain membership supermarkets. "Hey, you lived alone before, not with Aunt Jiang Shui. My mother is busy with work and I haven't seen her for several months." Of course Qin Fan knew that she lived in a villa. Living alone in a big villa with no one to chat with, it could be seen that her previous life seemed very lonely. Perhaps wanting to bring a smile to Jiang Ziqian's face, Qin Fan subconsciously took her hand and led her into the vegetable market. "Hey!" The girl was a little confused, her little hand held by Qin Fan felt a little hot, and she was pulled away before she even had time to react. "Then you have come to the right place today. You must have never experienced the thrill of bargaining, right? I will show you how to try it later." "Bargain? Do you mean cut it in half?" "Yeah, but not everything can be chopped in half." Qin Fan pulled Jiang Ziqi to a butcher's shop and then let go of her hand very quickly. Jiang Ziqian held the hand that Qin Fan had just held in her arms. She stared at the expression on his face carefully, but it seemed that he didn't notice that he had just held her hand. Anyway, it was just a moment of holding, and Qin Fan didn't seem to do it on purpose, so Jiang Ziqian pretended nothing happened and didn't say anything. However, the warmth of Qin Fan seemed to still remain on her little hand, warm and cozy. "Didn't you say you wanted to make sweet and sour pork ribs? Then buy some ribs. Let's steam the spare ribs with garlic. You don't eat sweet and sour food." Jiang Ziqian had just said it casually to irritate Qin Fan. If she really cooked it and he didn't eat it, it would be a waste. "Okay, watch me do it." Qin Fan gave Jiang Ziqian a confident look, then took the initiative to walk to the stall and start choosing ribs. The stall owner was a fairly kind-looking lady, and the smile on her face became even softer when she saw the two people selling meat, who looked like a couple. "Young man, our meat is very fresh, just take whichever part you like." Although Qin Fan is not very good at cooking, he has learned a lot of skills in choosing ingredients from his mother. It is best to use pork ribs for making garlic ribs, and when choosing, the thinner and redder are not necessarily better. The best ribs are those with an oil film on the inside and marbling when cut. These are the most fragrant. Ribs with too much lean meat will be too tough, while ribs with an oil film will not only lock in the juice but also have a strong lard aroma. "Sister, how much are these pork ribs?" Looking at the ribs Qin Fan had chosen, the stall owner knew he had met someone knowledgeable and took away the best part. "I have no intention of ripping them off, and those who come to the market to buy meat are regular customers who live nearby, so building a good reputation is the key." It was 32 per pound in the morning, and now it's evening. "If you want it, I'll give you 29. The quality of these ribs is so good, they must be very delicious when made into garlic ribs." "Sister, 28 is okay. We want one." His little mouth looked as if covered with honey, and he was a handsome boy, so the stall owner agreed. "Oh, your girlfriend is in for a treat." The stall owner smiled as he cut off a section of ribs and weighed them, saying, 35 in total. On the contrary, Jiang Jiqian, who was mistaken for the girlfriend, felt a little embarrassed. It was hard not to think of that when two young people walked together. This was probably the second time she was misunderstood. "Thank you, sister. We'll come again next time." After Qin Fan paid the money, Jiang Jiqian quickly took the bag from the stall owner. "Thanks. What a beautiful little girl." The stall owner couldn't help but praise Jiang Jiqian, so she lowered her head and hurried to Qin Fan's side. After leaving the stall side by side with Qin Fan, Jiang Jiqian was still a little shocked. "How is it? It's different from buying groceries in the supermarket, right?" "Yeah, it seems like fun. What else do you want to buy? Try it yourself later, but don't ask for too much at the beginning. If you are a little more careful and sweet-talking, you can still save a few dollars." Jiang Jiqian silently memorized Qin Fan's instructions in her heart, and her mother's instructions emerged in her mind. If she wants to be a good woman who is diligent and frugal, she must not only control the man's taste buds, but also bargaining in the vegetable market is part of it. Maybe girls are born with a talent for bargaining, or maybe her appearance adds a lot of points to her. As a result, Jiang Jiqian's grocery shopping trip was smooth sailing, and Qin Fan acted as a walking pendant to help carry the vegetables. At the same time, she lost herself in the stall owner's calls of a pretty girl. Some stall owners even praised Qin Fan, who was in charge of carrying the vegetables, calling him a caring boyfriend and a perfect match. The faces of the two thin-skinned people turned red with shame, so much so that the vegetables they bought along their way were enough for them to eat for several days. When leaving the vegetable market, Jiang Jiqian's face was filled with smiles, and her bright big eyes were glowing with a faint light. Not to mention that buying vegetables in the vegetable market is really different from buying vegetables in the supermarket. Although it costs money, Jiang Jiqian feels very happy. Of course, it may also be because there is someone accompanying her throughout the whole process. Jiang Jiqian secretly looked at Qin Fan's face beside her, and found that he was also secretly glancing at her. Then they both laughed for some reason. Jiang Jiqian looked at the bag of rice on Qin Fan's shoulder and the vegetables in her hand and said with a smile, "We bought too many vegetables today." "You just lost yourself in the praises from the stall owner. What else? I don't know who said it's okay to buy a little more. That was just polite." The two laughed again as they made sarcasm at each other. The sky had turned completely dark, and most of the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Even though the street lamps could only illuminate limited areas, she did not feel afraid at all with Qin Fan accompanying her. Chapter 29 Call Me Daddy. It takes only 20 minutes to walk from the community to the vegetable market. As it was getting late, Qin Fan and Jiang Jiqian decided to travel by electric scooter. And now after buying groceries and going back home, I have to rely on this electric scooter again. Qin Fan quickly fixed the rice on the pedal in front of the seat, and then took the bags from Jiang Jiqian and hung them on their hooks under the handlebars and the box at the back of the seat. The small electric car was bearing a weight that it should not have borne. "Get in the car." "Good." Although she has taken a car twice before, Jiang Jiqian still feels nervous when sitting in a car. But now she has learned her lesson. After sitting firmly on the electric bike, she holds the railings on both sides of the electric bike with both hands. In this way, even if the electric bike stops or accelerates suddenly, she can keep her balance and will not hit Qin Fan. It is very convenient to ride Qin Fan's electric scooter, but Jiang Ziqian feels that she should still take time to go back and ride her own electric scooter over. After all, it is impossible for Qin Fan to take her to buy groceries every time. The night view of Jiangcheng is still very beautiful. When you come out of the vegetable market, you will pass a bridge called Yujiang Bridge. Small electric donkeys are running evenly on the electric vehicle lane on the bridge. There are always a few small boats passing by on the Yujiang River under the bridge, creating ripples on the river. Couples on the bridge come and go, leaning against each other and gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, even the moon in the sky becomes rounder because of the intimate actions of the couples on the bridge. Looking at Jiang Ziqian's little face that was tinged with pink, it was really embarrassing to kiss in public. Although she withdrew her gaze in shame, she would still uncontrollably raise her head and look at the couple again after a few minutes. But when she looked up, the couple had disappeared, and instead, a small electric scooter had driven into the parking shed under the apartment building. Jiang Ziqian regretted why she didn't take a closer look just now. It was the first time she saw such a scene outside of TV. Every girl has fantasized about her own Prince Charming, and Jiang Ziqian had done the same. After getting off the car, when Jiang Ziqian took the bag of vegetables from Qin Fan, she inadvertently glanced at Qin Fan's lips. His lips are very thin, and his lips are like two willow leaves. I don't know what it would feel like to kiss him. Oh, what are you thinking about, Jiang Ziqian? It's not spring yet. The girl's heart suddenly started beating so fast, as if it was about to jump out. Her hands were shaking as she held the vegetables because of her bold idea just now. Why don't you give it to me? There are indeed a lot of things. Qin Fan was carrying the rice on his shoulders when he noticed Jiang Ziqian's trembling little hand. Thinking that she was a little unable to lift it, he reached out his bony hand straight towards her slender little hand. No. I can do it. The moment her fingertips touched Qin Fan's, Jiang Ziqian took a few steps back and clenched the bag in her hand. Qin Fan always reveals his tenderness to her when she is least prepared, and Jiang Ziqian feels like her little heart can't take it anymore. Let's go, I'm hungry. What a strong girl. Qin Fan smiled and walked towards the elevator. Don't worry, I promise to fill you up later. After returning home, Qin Fan carried the rice directly to the kitchen and poured the rice into the rice jar. This rice jar had never been full before, so now that it was full, it should be enough to last for a long time, right? Jiang Ziqian took out the ingredients that would be used tonight separately, then sorted the extra vegetables into categories and placed them in the refrigerator in order. Fortunately, Qin Fan's refrigerator was big enough, so there was still plenty of space even after putting in several days' worth of vegetables. However, every time the girl saw the row of carbonated drinks in the refrigerator, she frowned with disdain. Drink less of this kind of beverage, it's bad for your health. Sister, are you my mother? Qin Fan couldn't help but complain while washing rice by the sink. Although he didn't know how much water others put in when cooking rice, Qin Fan would always place his hand flat on the surface of the rice. If the water level was exactly level with the border of the back of his hand, then it was just right. Jiang Ziqian watched Qin Fan washing rice with great interest. She observed carefully that Qin Fan's hands were very long, white, and bony, which was in line with her aesthetic taste. Just like last time, you can help me peel the garlic. Oh, and wash the greens and cucumbers, too. Got it, Mom. Qin Fan smiled mischievously. Okay, my dear son. Help me well, and I promise I won't let you go hungry. Hey, you're taking advantage of me. Qin Fan's pupils trembled suddenly, and he was a little unhappy. Jiang Ziqian smiled evilly, chopping pork ribs and saying, You were the one who called me, I didn't beg you. No, you have to call it back. You are man, do you want me to call you Mom? Then call me Daddy. Qin Fan had just finished speaking when Jiang Ziqian smiled and tricked him again. Hey. Good son, help Daddy peel garlic, there will be delicious food later. Okay. You want to play like this, right? Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh, but he was thinking that sooner or later Jiang Ziqian would cry for mercy and call him Daddy. After chopping the ribs and washing them to remove the blood, Jiang Ziqian poured the marinade and other ingredients such as minced garlic that she had just prepared into the ribs. Her exclusive secret recipe is to marinate them for 15 minutes before steaming them. While the spare ribs were marinating, Jiang Jiqian started working on another dish, scrambled eggs with cucumber to go with rice. During this time, Qin Fan stood beside her and helped her. Although he couldn't do much else except beating the eggs, he would secretly eat the sliced cucumber. Very refreshing and crispy. If one slice is not enough, then have a few more. Chop off your hand. If you keep eating, there won't be enough for the cooking later. Although Jiang Jiqian said this, she did not stop Qin Fan's behavior. She didn't feel angry at all. Instead, she felt a little warm at the moment. She hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. The scrambled eggs with cucumber and stir-fried vegetables are already ready. The only thing left is the main dish, the steamed spare ribs with garlic. Although the ribs were not steamed well, Qin Fan could already smell the fragrance and his stomach growled for a long time. How long do I have to wait? I'm really starving. Qin Fan lay bored at the dining table, staring straight at the two dishes in front of him, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. If you're hungry, eat first. The ribs will take another 5 minutes. Jiang Jiqian said indifferently. Upon hearing the news, Qin Fan hurriedly sat up, prepared the dishes and chopsticks, and brought 2 bowls of rice to the table. At this time, Jiang Jiqian even had the strange idea that he would starve to death if she didn't cook for him. Thinking that Qin Fan had not been able to eat well before, she actually felt a little sympathy. But cooking for him now was like saving a life. Jiang Jiqian instantly felt that she was great. Chapter 30 I Only Want You, Senior You. Today's meal once again refreshed Qin Fan's cognition. The garlic pork ribs were tender, fresh and fragrant, and melted in the mouth. Qin Fan ate several mouthfuls of rice just with 1 piece of pork ribs. It's so delicious, it tastes like my mother's. Qin Fan was so moved that he almost cried and put another piece of pork ribs into his mouth. Seeing Qin Fan only picking up spare ribs, Jiang Jiqian said unhappily, "This can't be an excuse for you to be picky about food, you have to eat vegetables too." "I'll eat them all." Then Qin Fan picked up some green vegetables and cucumbers and put them into the bowl. He put the rice covered with pork rib soup and these refreshing and tender vegetables into his mouth, giving Qin Fan a brand new experience on his taste buds. Jiang Jiqian was full but she did not leave. Instead, she sat at the table and watched Qin Fan, who was sitting opposite her, finish the remaining food. As the chef of this dinner, Jiang Jiqian was very satisfied and her heart was filled with joy. The food she cooked was recognized by Qin Fan, which made all her efforts worthwhile. Is it really so delicious? Although she could see that Qin Fan was enjoying the meal, Jiang Jiqian still couldn't help but ask. After all, no girl would hate being praised. Well, I can give you 120 points out of 100. If you can praise, praise more. If you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach, Jiqian. Once you master this, that man will become inseparable from you in life. These are the words her mother taught her before. Judging from the current situation, it seems to be true. She seems to be able to really capture Qin Fan's taste buds. The next step is to show him meticulous care and concern, and understand his life so as to further win his heart. Jiang Jiqian didn't dare to think further. This was not what she wanted at all. It was completely contrary to her original intention. She didn't think about how to win Qin Fan's heart. She just felt from the bottom of her heart that Qin Fan's daily takeout was not nutritious and that his body would definitely have problems in the long run. She didn't want to take care of a sick Qin Fan at that time. So there shouldn't be any problem with just simple cooking, and it's not like it's free and can be used to offset the rent. Jiang Jiqian felt that everything was fine when she thought about it. After finishing their meal, the two sat at the dining table to rest for a while and then went to clean up the mess. The job of washing dishes was still given to Qin Fan. Jiang Jiqian and Qin Fan had been playing outside all day since the morning. After cleaning up everything, they both sat on the sofa to rest tiredly. Qin Fan felt very comfortable, especially because of the strong feeling of fullness. If every day of life could be as interesting as today, it would not be impossible. Having not visited Bilibili for a day, Qin Fan finally had time to take out his phone to check the data of new videos. The information icon in the upper right corner was still 99+. After clicking on his own video, the number of views reached 300,000 in just one day, and the number of likes also reached 20,000. This has already broken Qin Fan's record for the fastest increase in views. When he opened the information interface, the system prompted that the post had become popular, and his private messages were all positive reviews, which undoubtedly gave Qin Fan great motivation. So he couldn't wait to open QQ to share his joy with Boss Yu. Shan Yao Jun, Boss Yu, our video has become popular, did you know that? Ding 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 tilde. Jiang Ziqian's phone rang with a QQ notification. She opened the phone and saw that it was a message from Qin Fan next to her, so she quickly turned on the mute mode. They were sitting next to each other, but they were chatting on QQ, and Qin Fan couldn't find them. Jiang Ziqian suddenly felt inexplicably excited. Yuashir Hanswang, well, congratulations. Shouldn't we open the champagne and speed up the next video? Shan Yao Jun, it's too fast, I want to take a break. Boss Yu, now that I have so many fans, I want to make some animations in the previous style, but I'm not sure if this idea is the right decision. When Qin Fan said this, a look of timidity appeared on his face. In this fast-paced era where traffic is king, it is very risky to do something that goes against the market. If things go wrong, you may end up losing everything. But Qin Fan really wants to return to his original intention and make the animation he wants to make. During the year of cooperation with Boss Yu, he had already subtly regarded her as his soulmate and senior. If he had her support, Qin Fan would be more certain of his own path. Seeing the message on the phone, Jiang Ziqian glanced at Qin Fan. The boy who gives her the strength to move forward also has moments of confusion, so cute. Moonfrost, follow your own heart, I will support you behind the scenes. Moonfrost, also, I really miss your dubbing. Shan Yao Jun, it's all black history. I haven't received any professional training, how can I compare with you, Boss Yu? Yuashir Hanswang, when did I say I was a professional voice actor? I'm only in college, okay. After sending the message, Jiang Ziqian quickly turned her gaze to Qin Fan, and as expected, she saw an expression of surprise and disbelief on his face. Yuashir Hanswang, by the way, I study at Jiangcheng Jiangda. Shan Yao Jun, is this fake? We are alumni. Qin Fan felt that all this was a little too magical. He could never have imagined that she was a student and in the same school as him. Yuexia Hanshuang, is this true or false? Curious. Shan Yao Jun, I'm a sophomore studying fine arts. Yuashir Hanswang, then you are still my junior, little junior. Jiang Ziqian's expression instantly became happy. If she pretended to be his senior, her identity would not be easily exposed. It was a wonderful feeling that she knew Qin Fan's identity, but Qin Fan didn't know hers. Qin Fan was confused, and he went through more than a dozen emotional changes in just a few minutes. Suddenly I really want to meet Senior Yu. Shan Yao Jun, senior sister, do you want to meet me? Junior brother will treat you to milk tea. Panderman smirks. Moonfrost, you're the best. Shan Yao Jun, really? And doesn't he the senior miss my dubbing? If I meet her, I can learn dubbing skills from her. Qin Fan continued to speak. He really wanted to seek advice and had no other thoughts at all. How could Jiang Ziqian be so foolish as to meet Qin Fan? Wouldn't that expose her identity? So she laughed. Yuashir Hanswang, it's a pity that I need to do an internship and I'm not in school now. If you want to learn dubbing, I can recommend a junior sister to you. Shan Yao Jun, I don't want a junior sister, I only want you, a senior sister. Jiang Ziqian's heart suddenly felt fluttering. I only want you, senior sister. What on earth does this sentence mean? Jiang Ziqian, who had never seen the world, had never seen such a scene before. This critical blow went straight to her heart. While Qin Fan's eyes were still on the phone, Jiang Ziqian, whose face had already turned red, quickly ran back to the room and locked the door. He lay on the bed with his hot face buried in the pillow, staring at the screen of the mobile phone thrown on the bedside, not daring to reply to the message. His mind was blank. Is he confessing his feelings? Chapter 31. Who are you, handsome guy? Boss Yu hadn't replied to the message for 3 minutes, and Qin Fan seemed to realize that his senior might have misunderstood the message he sent. The message could not be withdrawn, so I quickly added another one. Shan Yao Jun, what I mean is that I only want senior sister to teach me, because I only recognize your strength. Seeing the message Qin Fan sent again on her phone, Jiang Ziqian's frightened expression finally recovered a lot, and she muttered to herself, I told you, it's so scary. Although she knew that what Qin Fan wanted to express was different from what she thought, and she felt a little disappointed. Why? But seeing Qin Fan said that he only recognized her, she felt a little happy. Frost under the moon, why do you have to let me teach you? Am I that special? Shan Yaojun, of course. Senior sister has a nice voice and a good personality, and she is my great benefactor. Qin Fan's flattery touched Jiang Ziqian's heart and made her twist and turn on the bed. Moon Frost, even if you praise me like this, I can't possibly guide you in dubbing. After all, I still have to do my internship. But I can introduce you to Jiang Ziqian from the broadcasting department. You should have seen her, she seems to be a recognized school beauty, my apprentice. Know her, more than knowing her, he was having dinner with her just now. Qin Fan didn't dare to say that. If the senior knew that he and Jiang Ziqian ate, drank, defecated and urinated together every day, he didn't know what the senior would think of him. Shan Yaojun, of course I know Bingberg from the broadcasting department. Senior, can you really convince her to teach me how to dub? Frost under the moon, that's no big deal. How dare she disobey the master's orders? You are Xie Hanswang, but she has very high requirements for her apprentices. If you are ugly, then there is nothing I can do. So I will send you a photo first. Qin Fan didn't even know the senior's name yet, so it didn't seem right to just send the photo. He also felt that Boss Yu was trying to trick him, but he had no evidence. Yam mushroom, photo. Jiang Ziqian was just saying it casually to tease Qin Fan, but it was Qin Fan's fault for scaring her without even saying it clearly. But I didn't expect that Qin Fan actually posted the photo. In the picture, Qin Fan is wearing casual clothes and holding a trophy in his hand. It is obvious that this is a commemorative photo taken when he won a prize in a competition. This is not the kind of photo I want. But it is indeed very handsome. Jiang Ziqian pursed her lips and moved her hands to click save. Frost under the moon, oh, isn't he this Qin Fan, a sophomore in the fine arts department, also known as the Little Prince of Broken Hearts? Shan Yaojun, senior, you still know me. The nicknames were given to me by others. It's just that I haven't met the right person yet, so I don't want to fall in love. Qin Fan was a little flattered. He didn't expect that the senior sister knew him. However, when Boss Yu called him this strange title, he couldn't help but feel a little shy like a little brother. Shan Yaojun, senior, please send me a photo too. Maybe I will recognize you. You are Xie Hanswang, no. My senior sister has pockmarks all over her face and is ugly. I'm afraid she'll scare you. Yam Junkus, I don't care, just be healthy. Frost under the moon, oh, it's getting late. Let us stop here today. I'll help you contact Jiang Ziqian later. Qin Fan felt like he was being cheated in an online romance. Damn senior sister, was it because I'm too ugly that you were scared away? Jiang Ziqian casually said something perfunctorily, ignored Qin Fan's message and pretended to be offline. Then he opened the album with an app lock. The two photos at the top were of Qin Fan, one was taken secretly yesterday, and the other was just saved. Qin Fan looks much younger in the photo just posted. It should be a photo of him in high school. He looks young and youthful, and it can be seen that Qin Fan was already very handsome since that time. Putting down the phone, Jiang Ziqian hugged the pillow and took a deep breath, already thinking about how to explain her relationship with the fictional senior to Qin Fan tomorrow. Qin Fan really cared about her as the Moon Frost. Thinking back on how he would be happy for someone he had never met, but had no feelings for her in real life even though they lived under the same roof, Jiang Ziqian actually felt a little jealous. She was actually jealous of herself. This feeling was very strange. There is still a long time to go, and Jiang Ziqian is not yet ready to be honest with Qin Fan, but she can use the identity of Yue Xie Hanswang to get to know Qin Fan better. He should not hide questions that are difficult to ask in real life from her in the future, right? Qin Fan went to bed at 11 o'clock last night, which was the earliest he had slept in the past few months. But even so, when the alarm rang at 6:30 in the morning, Qin Fan was still very sleepy and couldn't get up at all. After all, my biological clock has been set, and it was a miracle that I was able to fall asleep at that time yesterday. After turning off the alarm clock, Qin Fan closed his eyes again, but within 5 minutes he was awakened by a dream. Qin Fan dreamed that he was running with Jiang Ziqian. Halfway through the run, his legs became heavier and he finally fell to the ground exhausted. Jiang Ziqian, who was wearing yoga clothes, looked at him with a playful look on her face and stepped on his chest with her foot, mocking him, "You run as fast as a turtle." How cute. What was even more terrible was that Jiang Ziqian's feet when she stepped on his chest were bare, which scared Qin Fan so much that he woke up from his dream instantly. This dream was too weird. When Qin Fan was about to get out of bed, he found himself full of energy, and his mind couldn't help but think of the foot stepping on his body. What the hell? I'm so sleepy anyway, but you look so energetic. A few minutes later, Qin Fan came out of the room. It seemed that she heard the sound of Qin Fan opening the door. She turned around and looked at Qin Fan from where she was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. I thought you wouldn't be able to get up today. You're kidding. Qin Fan swallowed, and his eyes couldn't help but stay on her little feet for a second when passing by the sofa. The little feet wrapped in white socks were swinging back and forth, making Qin Fan a little confused. If he lost the morning run, would that foot step on him? After washing up in the bathroom, the two went out together. Jiang Ziqian's outfit today is the same as her usual morning jogging outfit, with a single ponytail, sports yoga clothes, and a small bag with a towel around her waist. She is definitely a sporty and energetic girl. Qin Fan put on his basketball jersey, which was loose, breathable, and comfortable. But one thing is that the biceps on the arms were exposed to the air without reservation, which was a huge shock to Jiang Ziqian. It looks very solid just from a distance. What would it feel like if it were to become hard when you touch it? Jiang Ziqian's face suddenly felt hot. She tried her best not to look at Qin Fan's arm and asked, "How about we run 5 kilometers along the Yujiang River from the gate of the community?" Okay, I happen to know there's a delicious rice noodle shop on the bank of Yujiang River. Let's go eat there after we finish running. Then whoever loses the race will treat us all. Jiang Ziqian looked at Qin Fan and smiled. Har har, I'm going to order a deluxe set meal later. Qin Fan smiled confidently and took out a sweat-absorbent headscarf from his pocket. Jiang Ziqian stared at Qin Fan's actions blankly, her heart skipping a beat. No. Don't lift my hair. Qin Fan lifted his bangs back and put the headband on his forehead. His bangs were slightly fluffy because of the headband. That's much better. Qin Fan showed a sunny smile, completely unaware of the strange look on Jiang Ziqian's face. Qin Fan, wearing a headgear and supporting his bangs, suddenly looked so unfamiliar, just like a sunny and cheerful big boy from a sporty school. Who are you, handsome guy? Give me back the ordinary Qin Fan. Chapter 32 Morning Run. The streets in the early morning are not as noisy as before, but quiet and elegant, making people gradually relax both physically and mentally. All you can see on the road are the middle-aged ladies who get up early to buy fresh vegetables and the sanitation workers who silently protect the beauty of Jiangcheng. The sun rose slightly in the east, and the early birds chirped on the branches, curiously looking at the two people jogging side by side under the tree. The warm morning sun shone through the dense leaves and fell on the two people, forming countless golden spots. The two of them ran all their way to the bank of Yujiang River. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. They had agreed to compete, but subconsciously they were coordinating each other's speed, just like uniform linear motion. After running like this, neither of them felt tired at all. Qin Fan's original sleepiness had long disappeared. Just looking at Jiang Ziqian's abs beside him made him full of energy. Jiang Ziqian was a little surprised by Qin Fan's physical strength. He had already run 2 kilometers, but Qin Fan didn't even breathe heavily, as if there was infinite power in his body. Although Qin Fan doesn't run in the morning, he will occasionally run a few laps on the school track in the evening after class. In fact, he almost became a sports student in high school, but later he chose to be an art student. From his well-developed muscles, it can be seen that he has exercised. The sunset glow chased the two people on the river with brisk steps, occasionally slowing down to carefully cross the moving boat, and then speeding up to catch up with the two people. From time to time, you can see a local grandfather sitting on the shore with his grandson fishing. Every time they see such a heartwarming scene, they both think it is beautiful, like a painting. But when the two were watching them, the grandfather and grandson who were fishing were also paying attention to them running. Grandpa, the brother and sister just now are so handsome. Har har har, they are indeed a good match. They should be a young couple, right? When I was young, your grandfather met your grandmother while jogging in Yujiang River in the morning. At that time, there was no such a big bridge in Yujiang River. Qin Fan and Jiang Ziqian did not hear the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter. It was half an hour later when they finished running 5 kilometers. The two gradually slowed down and finally stopped in front of the railing by the river. They looked at each other with a smile. As expected, after running, they felt refreshed. Not bad. I actually finished the run. It would be a lie to say that she was not out of breath after the whole run. Jiang Ziqian's chest rose and fell slightly, and naughty beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, pink face, small and cute nose, and swan-like white neck. Jiang Ziqian, who was sweating, had a different kind of beauty. At this moment, she was emitting a very strange aura, which deeply attracted Qin Fan's attention, making him unable to help but admire the girl after exercise. You are also very good, better than most girls I have met. Qin Fan smiled and wiped the sweat from his face with a towel he had prepared in advance. Although getting up early to run went against his biological clock, Qin Fan was still in very good shape. If he didn't have to jog to match Jiang Ziqian's pace, he might be able to run within 20 minutes if he ran at full speed. Qin Fan vaguely remembered that the last 5-kilometer record was 17 minutes and 41 seconds. Jiang Ziqian was also considering Qin Fan, fearing that he could not keep up with her speed, but as she ran a little longer she found that the pace was okay. Not only could she occasionally catch a glimpse of Qin Fan's rare profile, but she also could enjoy the scenery along the way. Stretching exercises after running are an essential part of Jiang Ziqian's life. If she doesn't stretch, her legs will get fat, and she doesn't want that. While she was stretching, Qin Fan went to a nearby vending machine and bought 2 bottles of water. It is also important to replenish water after running. Thanks. Jiang Ziqian took the water with a smile, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in small sips. Unlike the first time she met Qin Fan and was afraid to drink the water, she now had trust in him. After stretching, the two continued walking along the Yujiang River. They couldn't eat breakfast right after running. I feel refreshed after running. Qin Fan couldn't help but stretch out his hands and do some chest expansion exercises. Jiang Ziqian's mouth corners slightly raised. Perhaps she was affected by Qin Fan's mood, and she was in a particularly happy mood. The scenery around her was clearly something she had seen before, but with someone accompanying her, the scenery around her became even more beautiful. Jiang Ziqian felt that the timing was right and it was almost time to talk to him about that matter, so she cleared her throat. Qin Fan seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Ziqian wanted to speak, and his eyes subconsciously looked at her. The eyes of both of them were so clear that they could even see themselves in each other's pupils. By the way, yesterday one of my senior sisters told me that you want to learn dubbing, right? You already know. Qin Fan suddenly got a little nervous and scratched his hair subconsciously. I was just talking casually. You've seen my early videos. I'm not suitable for dubbing at all. You are obviously very outstanding, better than any boy I have ever met. Don't deny yourself, okay? Jiang Ziqian's attitude suddenly became tough, and there seemed to be a highlight in her eyes. Being stared at so seriously by the girl, it was hard for Qin Fan not to have strange thoughts in his mind. He turned his eyes evasively to the calm river surface. Asking you to cook in the evening has already wasted your time. If I trouble you again with this, I would really feel bad. Jiang Ziqian's heart was beating very fast. Can you please not be so gentle all of a sudden? If I have a heart attack, I'll blame you. Cooking is just something I do by chance, and there's nothing wrong with it. I enjoy it. Qin Fan couldn't help but examine the girl in front of him. The 3 major illusions of life were first denied by Qin Fan. The two had made it very clear before that they were comrades in the front line of resisting the marriage contract and would definitely not stab each other in the back. Either she wants something from him, or she is crazy. But a rich woman like Jiang Ziqian should have everything she needs, so she shouldn't want anything from him. I am finding it harder and harder to understand girls' thoughts. Don't make blind guesses. Senior sister has done me a favor, so it is my duty to take care of you. Jiang Ziqian couldn't help but cross her arms to her chest and said righteously. Qin Fan was immediately touched, the senior sister had really done so much for him. Even for the senior sister's sake, he had to learn dubbing skills well and build a good relationship with Jiang Ziqian. I wonder when our classes will start. That depends on your performance. I'm hungry now. During their morning run just now, the two of them had forgotten about the competition because they were enjoying the scenery along the way. However, both sides tacitly did not mention this matter. However, Qin Fan would treat them to breakfast regardless of the outcome, and now the opportunity has come. Teacher Jiang, what do you want to eat? I'll pay for it later. Just call me by my name. What mentor? That's weird. Okay, Teacher Jiang. Chapter 33 Silly and Cute. The breakfast shop that Qin Fan mentioned is located at the bridgehead of Yujiang Bridge. There is a wooden sign with Yujiang rice noodles on the store. This wooden sign has been weathered for decades and has even become the characteristic of this store. Although it is a small shop, its business is surprisingly hot. When Qin Fan led Jiang Jiqian to the door of the rice noodle shop, both the tables inside and outside the shop were already full of people. Business is good. Seeing so many people eating here, Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but look forward to it. Uncle Yang's shop has been open here for nearly 20 years. Because it's cheap and affordable, most of the people who come here to eat noodles are locals. Qin Fan said, pointing his finger at the kind uncle who was cooking noodles in the shop. Oh, it's Fan. Uncle Yang, who was cooking noodles, smiled when he saw the young man who suddenly appeared. I haven't seen you eating noodles in a long time. Uncle Yang didn't stop cooking the noodles even for a moment as he spoke. He deftly scooped the rice noodles out of the boiling water and put them into the bowl. Uncle Yang, look, I'm here right now. And I'm here to bring you some business today. Qin Fan smiled and asked Jiang Jiqian behind him to show her face. This is my classmate. We went for a morning run together today. I brought her over for a meal. Jiang Jiqian knew that Qin Fan took her out for breakfast, but she never thought that he would bring her to a place with his acquaintances. What if she was misunderstood again? Although I had a smile on my face, I was actually very panicked. Hello, Uncle Yang. Hey, good. Jiang Jiqian's call really touched Uncle Yang's heart. It was sweeter than Qin Fan's call, and the girl's appearance was also very pleasing. Uncle Yang was very happy to see her and hurriedly said, Xiao Fan, why don't you find a seat for me? Okay. Qin Fan smiled cheerfully, cleaned up the mess on the table after a customer had just finished eating and left, and settled Jiang Jiqian down. What do you want to eat? If this is your first time eating, I recommend the beef noodle soup with clear soup. Then let's have beef noodles in clear soup. Jiang Jiqian nodded and sat obediently at the table. This was her first time eating out with a boy, so she felt a little nervous and excited. Okay. After saying that, Qin Fan ran to the front desk. You little brat, why haven't I seen you bring your classmates here to eat noodles before? That girl is your girlfriend from college, right? No, Uncle Yang, don't make blind guesses. Although Qin Fan denied it, Uncle Yang still agreed with his idea. He had never seen Qin Fan bring girls to eat noodles in high school. This was the first time. He didn't believe that there was no relationship. Time flies so fast. I remember you were in high school, and now you are in college. No matter how time changes, Uncle Yang's rice noodle shop still looks the same as I remember. By the way, why is Uncle Yang the only one in the shop today? Where is Aunt Wu? When Uncle Yang was cooking the noodles, he deliberately added more noodles to Qin Fan's 2 bowls, and even scooped out 2 more spoonfuls of the sauce. After Qin Fan went to college, he had fewer opportunities to eat noodles. I'm going to buy groceries. When she comes back, you must introduce your classmate to her. I'm afraid there's no chance then. Let's leave after we finish eating. Qin Fan smiled mischievously. Brat. The smile on Uncle Yang's face still did not disappear. After so many years, Qin Fan was still the child in their eyes. After saying that, he walked up to Jiang Jiqian with 2 bowls full of noodles. Passers-by saw them and were envious. Your beef noodle soup is best eaten while it's hot. So much, what if we can't finish it? Jiang Jiqian said in surprise as she looked at the big bowl of noodles in front of her. Qin Fan handed the other party a pair of chopsticks and said with a sly smile, if you can't finish it, then stay and help wash the dishes. Just wash as many plates as I left. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fan took a big sip of the noodles, which tasted just like his childhood memories. Qin Fan ordered the hot and sour beef offal noodles, and the sour and spicy aroma instantly whetted his taste buds. Jiang Jiqian looked at the tempting beef noodles in front of her but didn't dare to eat them. She estimated that she would be full after eating 2/3 of it. But since it was already cooked, she had to eat it. The girl picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth with dignity. It tasted wonderful. She then rolled up the rice noodles with chopsticks and put it into her mouth carefully. Delicious. The taste is completely different from the noodles I eat in other places. A smile appeared on Jiang Jiqian's tense face. She felt that she had to wash at least 10 plates. It's delicious. This is Uncle Yang's secret recipe. I had the same expression as you when I ate it for the first time. Qin Fan was happy from the bottom of his heart. Times are always changing, and time is always moving forward, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the taste of Uncle Yang's rice noodles. Did you eat here when you were a child? Jiang Jiqian asked curiously, because it seemed that he had a very good relationship with Uncle Yang. It should be said that Qin Fan has a good personality, so he is popular everywhere. This is also why the residents around the community have a high opinion of Qin Fan. I probably haven't told you yet, but I moved out and lived alone when I started high school. It's the same neighborhood I live in now. At that time, I had to pass by Uncle Yang's rice noodle shop every day on my way to high school. Over time, I became familiar with it. When Jiang Jiqian was listening intently, Qin Fan suddenly stopped talking and took a big sip of noodles. Why are you silent? Keep talking. My story is very long, are you sure you want to listen? Yeah. Jiang Jiqian nodded heavily without even thinking. For some reason, she really wanted to know about Qin Fan's childhood. I'm just kidding, eat your powder. Qin Fan was just saying it casually, but Jiang Jiqian actually took it seriously. The expression on her face as she looked at him seriously was so adorable. Who would stop telling a story halfway? Are you going to tell me after I finish eating? Jiang Jiqian pouted angrily, her resentful little eyes blinking smartly. Okay. You are still the first person who wants to hear my story. Qin Fan smiled helplessly and lowered his head to continue eating noodles. Uncle Yang, who was far away, watched the two talking, and his smile grew stronger. You still say she's not my girlfriend, it seems that the stupid kid has grown up. Jiang Jiqian spent almost half an hour eating this bowl of noodles, and she actually finished the originally full bowl of noodles. Of course Qin Fan had finished eating 10 minutes ago, and just sat there watching Jiang Jiqian. Jiang Jiqian's cheeks were stuffed with rice noodles, forming two small bulges, which made her look silly and cute. I said, have you really finished eating? Actually, you don't have to wash the dishes if you haven't finished eating. You promised me to eat and tell me your story. Jiang Jiqian made cute sounds while swallowing the rice noodles. I can't hear you clearly. I'm done eating. Don't forget the story you promised me. Jiang Jiqian said quickly after cleaning her mouth. The girl in front of me is not afraid of washing dishes at all. It turns out that she is working so hard just to listen to my story. For a moment, Qin Fan thought the girl in front of him was so silly, but cute in a silly way. Chapter 34 What to do if there is only one bathroom. After eating the noodles, Qin Fan took Jiang Jiqian back to the front desk. Looking at Uncle Yang's happy expression, Qin Fan knew that the noodles were going to be free. Uncle Yang ignored Qin Fan and turned to look at Jiang Jiqian and said with a smile, "Do you like it?" Jiang Jiqian, who had been following Qin Fan, was a little shy and nodded quietly. Tasty. As long as it tastes good. Then Uncle Yang turned to look at Qin Fan and said seriously, "This is your first time here, so I'm treating you to these 2 bowls of noodles. You're getting a bargain. Har har. Remember to be nice to the girl." Uncle Yang looked at Qin Fan with the eyes of a man who had experienced it. Don't wait until you miss her and regret it. Qin Fan knew that Uncle Yang had completely misunderstood the relationship between him and Jiang Jiqian. There was some helplessness in his eyes. When he turned to look at Jiang Jiqian, she seemed a little shy and kept her head down without saying a word. Her pink ears looked delicious. Okay, you 2 young men, go back quickly. It's a pity that your aunt didn't get to see the girl. When you have time in the future, please come and patronize Uncle Yang's shop often. Well, thank you Uncle Yang for your hospitality. I will definitely come again next time. Jiang Jiqian politely bowed slightly to Uncle Yang. It was just a simple bow, but everyone has their own understanding. In Uncle Yang's view, this bow was to thank him for taking care of Qin Fan over the years. When the two were about to leave the shop, Uncle Yang suddenly called Jiang Jiqian. The girl turned back in confusion. Qin Fan has never had a girlfriend before. He loved eating my rice noodles in high school, but you are the first one to bring a girl to eat here. Uncle Yang, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't come here again. Qin Fan complained unhappily and walked several steps out of the shop on his own, embarrassment and shame covering his entire face. Uncle Yang, goodbye. Jiang Jiqian bowed to Uncle Yang again and then trotted to catch up with Qin Fan. After hearing what Uncle Yang just said, she actually felt so sweet in her heart as if she had eaten a candid date. But what does it have to do with her whether he has a girlfriend or not? Such a rice noodle shop inherited most of Qin Fan's memories of high school, and it must be a very important place for him, but he was willing to bring her to experience that beautiful time, and it was the only one. This made her feel like she was being specially cared for. Looking back at Qin Fan, the embarrassment on his face was no longer there. He took off the headband on his head, and the bangs returned to his forehead, immediately covering 30% of his appearance. This made Jiang Jiqian feel much calmer when facing him. She naturally clasped her hands behind her back and suddenly called out his name. Qin Fan. Uncle Yang was just talking nonsense just now. Just don't take it to heart. Qin Fan said calmly. In order not to cause trouble to Jiang Jiqian, he decided not to take her to Uncle Yang's rice noodle shop to eat rice noodles in the future. What girls care about and cherish the most is innocence. But Jiang Jiqian seemed not to hear what he said, or perhaps she didn't care at all about what others thought of her, and what she said had nothing to do with what Qin Fan said. You promised to treat me to noodles after running. Didn't I just invite you? The server in Qin Fan's head was also connected to Jiang Jiqian's server. Not really. It was clearly Uncle Yang who invited us. Do you want to cheat? Jiang Jiqian suddenly walked from the side to Qin Fan, raised her head slightly, and her seductive eyes locked directly into Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan felt a little embarrassed when the girl looked at him like that, so he said, "What do you want to eat later?" "I'll treat you." "That's what you said." The girl smiled sweetly. Two shallow dimples on her face were so cute. Her beautiful amber pupils moved around in her eye sockets. Then please treat me to Uncle Yang's rice noodles again next time. I want to try the spicy and sour beef noodles. After saying that, Jiang Jiqian smiled, turned around, and ran 2 steps towards the path ahead. A sweet breeze caressed Qin Fan's cheek the moment the girl turned around, and also lifted a few strands of silver white hair. Qin Fan took a deep breath, as if he wanted to keep the warmth just now in his nose. The scorching summer sun shone on the back of the girl in front of him, creating a faint halo, and this halo seemed to illuminate a certain space in his heart. It was already past 8 in the morning when I took a shortcut back from Yujiang River and returned to the warm living room from the bottom of the community building. The two of them planned to take a shower and change their sweaty clothes. But there is only one bathroom, and now 2 people want to take a shower. What should we do? Qin Fan obviously saw Jiang Jiqian's worry and said indifferently, "You use the bathroom first, I'll take a shower later." Oh. When Jiang Jiqian was about to go back to her room to get clothes, she was amused by Qin Fan's behavior of standing in front of the refrigerator. She saw him open the refrigerator and take out a bottle of ice cola. When he was about to pull the bottle of the can, his hand froze again. Then he put the ice cola back and closed the refrigerator. The girl couldn't help but smile. Even though she had just given Qin Fan a kind reminder yesterday, Qin Fan took her words to heart today. "I just said to drink less, not that you can't drink. No, I just feel tired of drinking Coke, and suddenly want to drink something else," Qin Fan said without blushing. Still being stubborn. Jiang Jiqian ignored him, but he was indeed very cute. This time, Jiang Jiqian prepared all the clothes and bath towels for changing at once. After putting everything in the bathroom, the girl shouted to Qin Fan at the bathroom door with some shame. "I'm going to take a shower, you are not allowed to come over." "Good." Qin Fan replied without any emotion, but Jiang Jiqian was still a little worried, so she continued, "If you dare to come over, I won't make you delicious food tonight." No. Just rest assured. I will never get even half a meter near the bathroom." Finally, there was a hint of fear in Qin Fan's voice, and Jiang Jiqian felt relieved. After locking the bathroom door, she checked it several times. Qin Fan, who was sitting in the living room playing with his cell phone, couldn't help but be annoyed by Jiang Jiqian. It was just taking a shower, so why should she be so alert? It sounded as if Qin Fan would really eavesdrop on the sound of her taking a shower. The living room suddenly became quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of water from the shower in the bathroom. A small bird with green feathers stood on the balcony. It shook its head and looked at Qin Fan, who was moving quietly in the living room, in confusion. Every time Qin Fan moved a step, the little bluebird on the balcony would chirp, as if trying to stop Qin Fan's behavior. Qin Fan wanted to run over and catch the noisy little bird. Why was it making so much noise here? What if Jiang Ziqian found out? Go and play. Qin Fan quietly drove away the bird, and finally came to the refrigerator. He gently opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of ice cola. Then he tiptoed back into the room. What was he thinking about? I just wanted to drink an iced Coke. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she found out? Chapter 35 I'm Not Your Bride. Normally, Jiang Ziqian would take at least half an hour to take a shower, but today she was out in just 15 minutes. On the one hand, Qin Fan sitting in the hall made her feel a little uncomfortable. Even though she locked the bathroom door, she was still afraid that it would be opened. Also, Qin Fan will need to use the bathroom later, and I can't let him wait too long. Jiang Ziqian had already changed her clothes in the bathroom. Her freshly washed hair was wrapped into a ball with a towel on her head. She wore a casual black and white t-shirt with a little bear printed on the chest, and a pair of apricot high-waisted wide-leg shorts. The bottom hem of the t-shirt was tucked into the pants, carefully bound by the small white belt around the waist. Qin Fan could give full marks to this fresh and energetic girl's outfit, especially the pair of white, smooth and slender legs exposed in the air, which were the most beautiful legs Qin Fan had ever seen in his life. Qin Fan's eyes could not leave the girl for a second, from the moment she walked out of the bathroom to the moment she creaked back into the room. He withdrew his gaze with some reluctance, took his clothes and walked towards the bathroom she had just used. After returning to the room, Jiang Ziqian sat in front of the mirror and took off the towel on her head. She couldn't help but look down at her white legs that were put together. Thinking back to Qin Fan's fixed eyes in the living room just now, the girl found it a little funny. Is this leg really that attractive to Qin Fan? To be honest, she really hates it when boys stare at her with lewd expressions. At school, she never wears clothes that expose her legs. At most, she would show her forearm. She would try her best to hide her perfect figure. But she didn't feel any dislike for Qin Fan when he was looking at her. Maybe it was because he was looking at her with such clear eyes. The girl stopped thinking about it and returned to the living room with the hairdryer. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, she actually imagined the scene of water droplets sliding across Qin Fan's strong shoulders. The sound of water in the bathroom seemed to have turned into an extremely beautiful symphony, so much so that she wanted to calm down and listen to the symphony performed by the master. Really, I clearly told Qin Fan not to run over and eavesdrop on her taking a shower, but it was me who came up with this idea. Jiang Ziqian's ears felt a little hot, and she quickly turned on the hairdryer, using the sound of the hairdryer to cover up the sound of the water. Only then did she regain her usual reserved composure. The bathroom used by girls alone feels different. There's even the sweet scent of Jiang Ziqian lingering in the bathroom, which is a mixture of her own body odor and the scent of the shower gel she uses. Qin Fan is not a pervert, and he would not stay in the bathroom all the time just because he thinks the smell is nice. Although he has the idea of using Jiang Ziqian's shower gel, his own upbringing will never allow him to do such a thing. Qin Fan quickened his shower because he heard the sound of the hairdryer outside. To be honest, he wanted Jiang Ziqian to help him blow dry his hair again, but he didn't know if she was willing to help. It only took Qin Fan 10 minutes to come out of the bathroom. After taking a shower, he reached the best state both mentally and physically. The girl was sitting on the balcony, blowing her hair, filling the entire living room with the scent of her shampoo. Qin Fan thought it smelled good and walked towards the girl. Are you done washing so soon? Jiang Ziqian noticed Qin Fan and asked while lifting her hair. Well, we boys don't take as long to shower as girls. The sunlight was already very dazzling after 9 o'clock, but fortunately, the ivy on the balcony railing provided them with a small natural shade area, allowing the two people to stand very close to each other in this small piece of pure land. When Qin Fan approached, Jiang Ziqian would still be a little nervous and curious about what he wanted to do. If he dared to do anything out of line, she would immediately turn the hairdryer to the highest setting and blow it at him. Qin Fan just wanted to admire her silver hair from a close distance. He seemed to have seen this rare hair color once in his memory. Your hair is so beautiful. It glows when the sun shines on it. Jiang Jiqian felt a little proud to be praised by Qin Fan, but it was these words that seemed to awaken a certain memory that was dormant in Jiang Jiqian's heart. That was the oath made by two innocent children many years ago. Sissy, your hair is so beautiful. When the sun shines on it, it glows. Really? Well, after Sissy becomes my bride, I will comb your hair every day, okay? Just, can't you help me comb my hair now? Okay. Jiang Jiqian couldn't help but turn her gaze to Qin Fan, who was staring at her hair. It seemed that Qin Fan's face overlapped with the little boy in her memory. However, Qin Fan just stared at her hair curiously and did not say the words he remembered like a child. For some reason, the girl felt a sense of loss in her heart. This happened 15 years ago. Qin Fan had long forgotten her childhood memories, just as she no longer recognized her childhood engagement. People always change. Now she and Qin Fan are no longer the naive children they were back then. You helped me blow dry my hair the other day, do you want me to comb your hair this time? I often help my mom comb her hair at home, and she said I comb it pretty well. Suddenly, Qin Fan's voice came from behind her. Perhaps the only thing that remained unchanged was his gentleness. The distance between the two was so close that Jiang Jiqian felt as if Qin Fan was talking in her ear, causing the little ears exposed to Qin Fan's sight to be tinged with a tiny hint of pink. Okay, that's not good. I'm not your bride, why should I ask you to comb my hair? Jiang Jiqian combed her hair, which had just been blow-dried, and quickly covered her red ears. I can do it myself, you should go blow-dry your hair. Oh, okay. Qin Fan smiled awkwardly. He had originally wanted to ask her to blow-dry his hair while he was combing her hair, but now his plan was ruined. Seeing that Qin Fan actually went back to the room to get the hair dryer, Jiang Jiqian puffed up her cheeks instantly and looked a little angry. Hey! Why did you really go? I was just being polite. Shouldn't you have been more firm and asked again? Maybe I would have agreed to your request. After Jiang Jiqian blow-dried and combed her hair straight, she looked at Qin Fan sulking. She had already said what she wanted to say, and now she was too embarrassed to ask Qin Fan to fix his hairstyle the way she liked, so she could only watch helplessly. Although Qin Fan's technique of blow-drying hair was not very skilled, he at least followed the steps Jiang Jiqian told him. Seeing that Qin Fan had finally learned how to blow-dry his hair, the girl actually felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 36 Teacher Jiang's dubbing class begins. At 9:30 in the morning, Jiang Jiqian finally began to explain dubbing-related knowledge to Qin Fan. At this moment, the expression on her face returned to its usual coldness, and there was a hint of seriousness in her tone of voice. Of course, she also enjoys this process. Teacher Jiang's voice actor class has started. Let me see which student is sitting on the small bench and slacking off. To learn dubbing, you must first lay a solid foundation in basic skills, such as vocal position and breath training. Of course, this is not something that can be learned in a day or two, as it requires long-term accumulation. Therefore, Jiang Jiqian taught Qin Fan from the simplest mouth exercises and throat opening exercises. Fortunately, Qin Fan learned very quickly. After finishing a set of oral exercises, he felt that his mouth was no longer his own. Moreover, Qin Fan spoke standard Mandarin with clear pronunciation, and he subconsciously used his chest to make sounds when speaking, so it was relatively easy to teach him. Jiang Jiqian deliberately took out the dubbing works of Qin Fan's B-Station account and publicly criticized him, explaining his shortcomings. Even though it was embarrassing, Qin Fan was indeed listening carefully. Perhaps it was because Jiang Jiqian's voice was naturally nice, and even the accusations seemed like compliments to Qin Fan. The dubbing in your recent videos is too exaggerated. You don't need to deliberately imitate someone else's voice. This will only cover up your own strengths. In fact, your voice is still very good. Teacher Jiang, you won't lie to me, right? Those people who sell courses out there will always say that you are very talented and so on, and if you believe them after all the praise, you will be fooled. Really? Jiang Jiqian nodded. She quickly opened her mobile phone, found the file she usually used for voice practice and sent it to Qin Fan on WeChat. On it were all excerpts or short sentences that had a profound impact on her. When she had nothing to do, she would choose the excerpts from them to practice her voice. Pick a sentence from it and read it aloud, just as you are speaking now. I'll listen to see if there are any questions. Oh. A total of more than a dozen files were sent, and Qin Fan opened one at random. Just say whatever you want. Yes, don't be nervous. Jiang Ziqian encouraged with a smile. Qin Fan took a deep breath, and his slightly magnetic voice seemed to make the whole world quiet down. Even though I can't remember your name now, no matter where I am, I will always remember you, and when I find you again, I will ask you without hesitation, your name. This is a line from Makoto Shinkai's movie Your Name a few years ago, and it is also Qin Fan's favorite line. There is no mention of love in every sentence, but every sentence expresses love. How is it? Qin Fan asked Jiang Ziqian nervously, but the girl seemed to be caught up in some emotion. She stared at Qin Fan but did not speak for a long time. Qin Fan's emotional reading made her unconsciously bring Qin Fan into the anime's male protagonist Taki. Even though it was a simple reading, he did fully interpret Taki's longing for the female protagonist Mitsuher. At that time, Jiang Ziqian watched this movie by Makoto Shinkai 5 times and cried every time. She envied Makoto Shinkai's kind of love. Very good, very emotional, but not enough. Read this passage again with emotion. In fact, the text Qin Fan read was good enough, but she just didn't have time to put herself into the emotions of the heroine of the animation. Now that she has built up her emotions, she is ready to experience it from Sanya's perspective. Okay. Qin Fan didn't think much about it and read the text silently several times in his mind. This time the emotions were richer. Perhaps because he was too involved, Qin Fan was off script this time, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Ziqian in front of him, as if she was the girl Sanya that Long had been looking for. There was a slight tremor in Qin Fan's tone. He really put himself into Taki's perspective. There was clearly such a person in his memory, but he just couldn't remember who you were. After countless moments of passing by, he finally found you. Even though I can't remember your name now, I still remember your back. No matter where I am, I will always remember you. The corners of the girl's eyes had turned slightly red, and tears moistened her eye sockets, making it difficult for her to see the boy in front of her clearly. She subconsciously followed Qin Fanfei's words and said the next lines. Even if I search the whole world, I will find you again. The moment I meet you, I will ask without hesitation. Your name. The two of them uttered the last four words together, their emotions building to a peak and bursting out. Looking at Jiang Ziqian, who was wiping away her tears without being able to control her emotions, Qin Fan found that the corners of his eyes seemed to be burning as well, and a trace of tears slid down his face. What a strange feeling, what is this? Voice actors are also a kind of actors. They also need to build up emotions to better get into the role. Even if it is just a few simple lines, Qin Fan can be said to have completed a dubbing scene with Jiang Ziqian today. Are you okay? Qin Fan looked at Jiang Ziqian with some concern. Some haven't he gotten over the emotions? Jiang Ziqian did not feel shy. It was inevitable to bring emotions into the dubbing. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue, Jiang Ziqian forced a smile on her face. It seems that you like this anime too. Qin Fan asked subconsciously. Well, Mitsuher and Taki ended up together, right? They are already married. There's even an Easter egg with them in Weathering with You, didn't you see it? Jiang Ziqian shook her head. That year was her darkest year, so she didn't go to the cinema to watch the movie, but that year was also the year she and Qin Fan met online. That's such a pity. Qin Fan felt somewhat regretful. But it is available online now. Since Jiang Ziqian likes Makoto Shinkai's work so much, I must recommend it to her someday. After this little episode, Jiang Ziqian's class did not end. She also taught Qin Fan her own little techniques for voice training and led him to recite several prose poems. I have to say that Jiang Ziqian's voice is really beautiful. Every time Qin Fan hears her voice, he feels like he is there. It was not until noon that the two of them finished their sound class. Jiang Ziqian, a teacher who also works as a cook, is preparing her own secret fried noodles with soybean paste in the kitchen. After tasting Uncle Yarn's rice noodles this morning, she also wanted Qin Fan to try the noodles she made. Qin Fan was still sitting on the balcony chair practicing his voice. Not sure if it was an illusion, Qin Fan felt that his voice seemed to be more confident and better than before. He could even add some disgusting bubbling sounds, so he found the shortest sentence in Jiang Ziqian's private voice practice script. From the day I met you, everything I did was to get closer to you. I don't know if it was because the impact of these words was too great or because the bubbling sound was too disgusting, but Jiang Ziqian in the kitchen couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 37, Rumors Are Just Rumors. The fried noodles made by Jiang Ziqian were also very delicious, a flavor Qin Fan had never tasted before. It was so delicious that he even wanted to lick the plate clean. After lunch, Qin Fan wanted Jiang Ziqian to continue teaching him vocal techniques, but the girl was going out because she had something to do in the afternoon. Before going out, Jiang Ziqian deliberately changed her high-waisted shorts into long pants to protect her white and tender legs. She also wore a sun hat on her head. She didn't want to be the focus of others when she went out. Originally, Qin Fan didn't care much about Jiang Ziqian's schedule, but he couldn't help but ask. "Where are you going? Do you need me to take you there by bike?" "No need, I'll go home to get some things and will be back soon." Jiang Ziqian stood at the door, bent down and changed her shoes, feeling like she was going back to her mother's home. Oh. After Jiang Ziqian left, Qin Fan went back to his room to take a nap. Perhaps because he woke up too early in the morning, he felt particularly sleepy and slept from 2 in the afternoon to 4 in the afternoon. The sunlight shines through the window onto the desk in the room. The surroundings are extremely quiet, and even the chirping of summer insects cannot be heard outside the window. It is as if time has suddenly stopped. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Qin Fan had an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if he was out of touch with the world. He felt very thirsty and thought he would be able to see Jiang Ziqian as soon as he walked out of the room, but the hall was empty. He found the same pair of slippers that belonged to Jiang Ziqian on the shoe rack in the entrance. She should not have come back yet. Sitting alone in an empty room, an inexplicable feeling of emptiness surged in his heart. The lonely old man Qin Fan locked himself in the studio to hand-draw a business order. This time he drew a mid-autumn festival picture of a Naruto character. Usually Qin Fan paints in such a quiet environment, and he is always full of inspiration. But today, for some reason he felt a little uncomfortable. The silence around him made him feel more and more empty inside, as if something was missing. He had been sitting in front of the drawing board for nearly half an hour but had yet to start writing. From time to time, the scene of Jiang Ziqian teaching him voice acting skills in the morning would flash through his mind. I can't draw anything. Since he was not in the right state of mind, Qin Fan simply stopped painting. He decided to wait until Jiang Ziqian came back before painting. He was bored and sat on the chair in the studio, playing with his phone. I haven't paid attention to the messages in the class chat group these days, and when I opened it, all of them were tagging him. Qin Fan, why don't you come out and talk? What's the point of hiding in the group and peeking at the screen? Qin Fan, you are on the headlines of the school forum again. Qin Fan, quickly explain that you have no relationship with Jiang Ziqian from the broadcasting department. Woo woo. The confused Qin Fan really didn't know what was going on. His classmates who usually got along well with him even condemned him in the group. It was not until one of them mentioned the school forum that Qin Fan turned on his computer and logged into the Jiangnan University student forum. You don't know until you see it. Qin Fan was so scared that his jaw dropped. About 2 days ago, Qin Fan became the hot topic on the forum. As of today, 9 of the hot topics on the forum are about him and Jiang Ziqian, and the remaining one is about whose takeaway was stolen again. Shock. The heartless male god Qin Fan is actually dating a cold and aloof person. The Art Academy's male god designated campus beauty, everyone is welcome to vote. On Saturday, Jiang Ziqian and Qin Fan were seen walking together at the University City subway station. What does this mean? Jiang Da's cold and aloof iceberg melted the heartless male god, I bow to him first. Qin Fan took a quick look at the contents of various popular news items. The source of all this started with the photo of him and Jiang Ziqian taking a photo on the stand. Because of this photo, those shameless campus self-media began to hype it up. What's even more outrageous is that a person who claims to be a love expert opened a separate post to analyze his relationship with Jiang Ziqian. Among these popular ones, only the photo with Jiang Ziqian's stand and the one about him and Jiang Ziqian walking together in the subway station are true. Everything else is fake, like the iceberg melting, the heartless male god falling in love, all are hype. Now that things have come to this, Qin Fan can only hope that this period of public opinion will pass quickly. The villa where Jiang Ziqian originally lived was located in the city center, but now Jiang Ziqian was the only one in the huge villa. Looking back, although living alone in such a villa was a bit lonely, it was still bearable. Now standing in this villa, Jiang Jiqian even felt a sense of strangeness. No matter how luxurious its decoration was, it was still not as cozy as the small room in Qin Fan's apartment. Jiang Jiqian left in such a hurry last time that she forgot to take many important things with her. This time when she came back, she set her sights on the beautiful clothes in the closet. There is no girl who doesn't like to dress herself up beautifully, but beauty will bring her a lot of inconvenience. Therefore, she will not wear these beautiful clothes to school, and at most she will wear them in the villa. But it wouldn't matter if Qin Fan saw it. He was very well mannered and would consider her feelings. Even when she was a little bolder and wore a leg-revealing outfit today, Qin Fan didn't show any abnormal expression. She filled her travel bag with just some clothes. Although she had many souvenirs she wanted to take away, Jiang Jiqian gave up the idea. These are all memories of this villa in the past, so let them stay here. In the future, she will also create new memories in Qin Fan's apartment. When Jiang Jiqian rode her little yellow duck electric car back to her warm apartment, Qin was sitting on the sofa in the living room looking at her guiltily. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Jiqian was a little confused. She was only away for 3 hours. What exactly happened during those 3 hours? "Jiang Jiqian, I shouldn't have coveted that ginger doll." "How dare you mention that doll? What on earth happened?" Jiang Jiqian frowned. Seeing that Qin Fan was taking a long time to explain clearly, she became a little flustered and even started to imagine things. Has this day finally come? Is Qin Fan going to kick her out of the apartment and not let her continue to live there? Is he going to go back to that cold villa? You don't have to consider my feelings, I'm fine, really, just say it. Jiang Jiqian's voice sounded a little tearful, and her slightly red eyes made her look particularly pitiful. Qin Fan didn't expect that the other party had such a big emotional fluctuation before he even said anything, and he felt even more guilty about himself. Jiang Jiqian is really sorry. It was me who made you my rumored girlfriend. You can scold me if you want. Aren't you going to chase me away? Jiang Jiqian was suddenly stunned. It seemed that the other party was talking about something different from him. Why would I chase you away? Huh? Isn't that why you're angry? Hey. At this moment the two people realized that they were not talking about the same thing at all. To be more precise, the two people were not on the same server at all. And what Qin Fan was going to say next made Jiang Ji's face blush slightly.